In order to cure his mother's illness, Jiang Liang, who was arrogant, betrayed his innocence. That night, the strange man was very gentle to him. But this also became a thorn in her heart. I didn't know that the man had been plotting for her for a long time. The high-ranking and scheming man stepped up and introduced her to his gentle hometown step by step. Chapter 1: The First Time. In the room, the lights are staggered, and the figures on the bed overlap. In the ambiguous room, there is an indescribable strange atmosphere. "Can I turn off the light?" Jiang Liang asked the man hanging above her with a trembling voice. Although her eyes were blinded by white silk ribbons, she couldn't see anything. But after all, this is her first time, and she is still a strange man on her. Being stared at nakedly made her afraid. The man didn't say anything. The next second, his body was light, and then he heard a pop, and the light was turned off. Jiang Liang's fear, which could also be felt through the white silk belt, relaxed a little. Men's body temperature is very high, and skin contact brings a burning touch. The tension and shame brought by zero-distance contact with strange men made Jiang Liang's body tremble slightly. She has tried her best to make herself not so tense. But he still couldn't control it. The man felt her tightness, and he gently soothed her as much as possible, so that her body could relax and get pleasure. Fortunately, the smell of a man's body is clear, mixed with the fragrance of bathing after bathing. It smells very good, and Jiang Liang does not reject it. His palm was hot, and he gently stroked with a gentlemanly and restrained desire, and he was unpopular but full of lustful ambiguity. The man was patient and did enough foreplay, and Jiang Liang gradually relaxed from a rigid passive. The man suddenly asked her, "Do you regret it?" Jiang Liang bit his lip and shook his head. The moment she made the decision, she had no regret. When he gets the answer, the man no longer hesitates. Jiang Liang grabbed the man's strong arm. Although she trembled in pain, she bit her lip and didn't make a sound. The man paused, and his fingers accurately stroked her clenched lips in the dark. He leaned over and bit her earlobe, and his voice was hoarse. "Relax, don't bite yourself." The man sprayed on her auricle with a little burning smell of wine, as sensitive as her. Jiang Liang unconsciously loosened his tight lips. After the man's fingers touched her open lips, she couldn't stand it anymore. This bed thing lasted for a long time. When Jiang Liang woke up the next day, her body was still a little sore. When she got out of bed, she subconsciously hissed because of pain somewhere. Last night, the man was quite gentle and considered her feelings everywhere. It just lasted for a long time, and I didn't consider that she was the first time. After sitting in bed and resting for a while, she went to get the mobile phone on the bedside table. There was a bank card and a note next to the mobile phone. The password is 1748, and the phone number is XXXXXXX. If it's not enough, come to me again. The words are very beautiful, soft and sharp. Jiang Liang pursed his lips and put away the note and bank card. Once is enough for this kind of thing. She doesn't want to have a second time. She sold herself for 100,000 yen in order to make money for surgery for her stepmother who was paraplegic. Her stepmother, Jo Mei, was very good to her. Since her father's company went bankrupt and borrowed usury and committed suicide, her only relative in the world was her stepmother. Speaking of which, the stepmother was also paralyzed in bed due to cerebral hemorrhage and stroke because of her father's urgent attack. Now the doctor has found that she has a tumor in her brain and needs surgery. The operation and post-treatment cost a lot. She borrowed everything she could, but she was still 100,000 yen short. She can't do it even if she can't save her. Withdrawing his thoughts, Jiang Liang got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The man was very gentlemanly. After that, he gave her the room to rest and left alone. She thought that she was not a very bad person, which did not make her first experience feel bad. After packing himself up, he hurried to the hospital. She asked the company for half a day off yesterday, and she had to hand over the operation with the doctor in the morning. In the doctor's office, the attending physician gave her a detailed explanation of the specifics of the operation. Because the hospital has been preparing, if there is no problem after paying the fee, the operation can be performed next Sunday. After communicating with the doctor, she went back to the ward to accompany Jo Mei for a while. She just returned to the company from the hospital in the afternoon. It's not working time yet, and there are few people in the company. Jiang Liang sat on the work stand and gnawed with steamed buns while browsing the information in the company's internal group. From noon, the group exploded because her boss and ex-boyfriend Joa's rumored marriage partner Qiao Mojing came to Joe's. Qiao Mojing is a tian of Qiao's pharmaceutical, but she is beautiful, sexy and attractive. It is not surprising that she came to Joe's Jiang Liang because she knew the internal reasons that Qiao and Joe had a project to cooperate with immediately. I just don't know whether the two meet to talk about cooperation or dating. People in the group are crazy about the CP of the two people, and some people secretly took photos of the two people and put them in the group. The comments below are crazy about praise. What kind of male talent and female appearance, a match made in heaven, a pair of family and so on. Just looking at the appearance and the strength of the two families, the two are indeed a good match. Jiang Liang was too lazy to join in the group. She turned off her mobile phone and continued to eat steamed buns. At this moment, Joa's voice came from the internal machine on the table. Assistant Jiang came to the president's office. Jiang Liyao looked at the steamed bun that had only been gnawed half in his hand, took a bite and swallowed it with plain boiled water. He got up and came to the door of the president's office. Chapter 2 Her Dignity. Dong dong. She knocked on the door. Enter. Zhou A's voice came. Jiang Liyao pushed the door in. Zhou Ang was the only one in the office, and Qiao Moqing was not seen. When she passed by the rest area, she glanced at the table. On the table is a takeaway box that has been eaten, which is a famous private dish. The exquisite lunch boxes are piled up on the table without cleaning up. She withdrew her gaze and walked to the desk, looked at Zhou Ang, who was knocking on the computer, and shouted, "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Ang didn't respond to her and continued to knock on the computer. Jiang Liyang didn't know why Zhou Ang asked her to come to the office during the break. It's not easy to urge him when he is busy. I'm just a little tired after standing for a long time. In addition, she didn't have much rest last night. She only ate half a steamed bun for most of the day today. She was hungry and tired and a little shaky. What did you do last night? Do you look so bad? Zhou Ang stopped the movement in his hand and looked up at her with a slight frown. Jiang Liyang came to his senses. It's nothing. Something happened at home. Her attitude towards her personal affairs has always been cold. She has a clear division between public and private. Zhou Ang seemed to be used to her attitude and withdrew his gaze. Are you short of money? Jiang Liyang answered honestly. It's not that she doesn't want to get sympathy, but she has been paying her salary to the finance department every other day since she went to work, saying that she was not short of money and no one would believe her. As you know, the company has its own system. Zhou Ang has always been short-spoken, and he will never say one more word in a sentence that can be summarized. Jiang Liyao knew that he was talking about the fact that he refused to ask him to advance the salary 2 days ago. She also knows that the company has a company system, which can only advance the salary 3 times a year. And she has already used up these 3 chances. She spent a lot of thought when she went to the finance department. At least, the finance department was relieved and asked her to open a mouth with Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou spoke, and the finance department would immediately transfer the money to her. She thought for a long time before she made up her mind to talk to Zhou Ang. That day, he called Qiao Moqing. After suspending the phone, he only heard her say half and then refused her request. He said, "The company is not a bank." Jiang Liyang knew that there was no need to continue. It was not decent for them to break up at the beginning, and he had always been resentful of her. It's right for him to do this in public and private, and she won't blame him. If it weren't for the big gap in Zhou Mei's operation, she wouldn't want to destroy the company's system. I know. Jiang Liao's face was calm and he couldn't see a trace of emotion. Zhou Ang stopped his hand and took out a card from the drawer. I have 500,000 yen here. Just think of it as my personal loan to you. I will pay it back slowly without interest. Zhou Ang knew that she was stubborn, and she would not accept it if she gave it to her directly. Rejecting her just wanted her to bow her head and take the initiative to find him. Unexpectedly, she would rather eat steamed buns than look for him. Jiang Liyao looked at the card and his eyes swayed. It's a little familiar. The arrogance of the rich is engraved in the bones. A casual pat can shatter people's self-esteem. She pushed the card back. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. No need. Zhou Ang glanced at the card that was pushed back and looked up at her. Jiang Liao's face has returned to calm, and he can't see any emotions, and some of them are only indifferent and alienated. Zhou A's expression was gloomy. He took back the card for a long time and continued to type on the computer. Clean up the table when you go out. Okay, Mr. Zhou? Jiang Liang turned around and walked to the rest area and began to clean up the mess on the table. There is a strawberry-flavored cake on the table. Take it to eat. Jiang Liang paused and looked at the cake box on the table. It's the cake shop where the years are quiet. When Zhou Ang was in love in the past, he knew that she loved strawberry cake, so he often bought her this one. Because he said that he had tried all the cake shops, and only this one was the most delicious. Okay. Jiang Liyao cleaned up the table and went out with the cake. Zhou Ang, who was behind the computer, looked at her leaving back. He pulled his tie and felt a little panicked. Jiang Liyao didn't eat the cake, but just put it in the drawer. She wouldn't think that the cake was specially ordered by Zhou Ang for her. Because in addition to strawberry cakes on the table, there are also other flavors of cakes that have been eaten. The strawberry cake was obviously left over by him and Qiao Moqing. She is not shy, but she doesn't want her dignity to be trampled on openly or secretly. When she was about to get off work, her friend Shishi sent a message to ask her what time she would get off work and said she would pick her up. Only then did Jiang Liyang remember that a week ago, Shishi said that there was a classmate party and asked her to attend together. Jiang Liyang was so busy these 2 days that he forgot about it for a moment. At this time, the classmate group has begun to send messages. Let everyone be present on time. Zhou Ang is also in the group, and he must have seen the group message. Jiang Liyang doesn't know whether he will go. She is his assistant, but not his personal assistant. I don't know how he will arrange his off-duty time. She asked Chen Xiao, Zhou A's personal assistant. Chen Xiao said that Zhou Ang had a family party in the evening. Jiang Liang breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want Zhou Ang to go in her heart. After work, Xu Xi picked up her. Won't Zhou Ang go? He has a family party, that's good. Xu Xi was clear and relaxed. In those years, the matter between Jiang Liang and Zhou Ang was very noisy. A handsome and talented man in the finance department and a cold beauty in the art department. When the two fell in love, it can be said that they envy others, killing a group of couples in love around them in a second. When I heard that the flower of the art department was not single, I don't know how many Jiang Liao's admirers were heartbroken. However, I have to be convinced. Because Zhou Ang is also a grass, good grooming, talented, and his family background is not ordinary. There has never been a couple that makes people love, hate and love each other. But they did it. Until the two broke up, many people still say that they are unreliable. He didn't go, so he saved those gossip-loving questions. Xu Xi added another sentence. The two broke up a little unpleasantly, and the public opinion was all about Zhou Ang. Xu Xi also knew what the truth was. Jiang Liang refused to say it, and she didn't want to ask. But she would never believe that Jiang Liang dumped Zhou Ang for money and falling in love with others. Jiang Liang didn't say anything. She leaned against the window and closed her eyes to rest. Yao Yang, are you not feeling well? Why do you look so bad? Xu Xi asked. It's okay. I'm a little tired recently. Just take a rest. Okay, then you should cheer up and I'll let you meet someone later. Xu Xi felt sorry that she didn't bother her anymore and drove by herself. Chapter 3 Little Uncle. In the private room. Jiang Liang greeted Han Jing with some embarrassment. At the same time, he stared at Xu Xi with his eyes. Why didn't Xu Xi tell her that Han Jing would also come? It's better to remind her earlier so that she could be mentally prepared. It's not that she is a little at a loss. She hasn't had much contact with Han Jing in the past few years. She always thought that Han Jing was still abroad, but she didn't expect to come back. When she broke up with Zhou Ang that year, she was despicable and let Han Jing be the blame bearer, so that she still feels guilty when she sees him now. How are you doing? Han Jing greeted her gently as if nothing had ever happened. It's okay. Jiang Liang smiled and sat back in his seat. At the big dining table, Xu Xi arranged Han Jing to her side. He also strongly told Han Jing to take good care of their flowers. Jiang Liang could only stare at her with hatred, but Xu Xi went to greet others with a smile. Han Jing did listen to Xi Zai's words and took good care of Jiang Liang throughout the whole process. As long as she glances at the dish, he will bring it to her immediately. However, as if to avoid suspicion, he used public chopsticks. Thank you. That's enough. You can eat it yourself. Han Jing took care of him like this, which seemed to carry the kindness of his classmates, but in the eyes of other students here, he was extraordinary. They are all adults, and some body language and eyes can be understood at a glance. The female classmate sitting next to Xu Xi quietly asked Xu Xi if they had reunited. That year was a lot of trouble, and outsiders only thought that it was Jiang Liang who cheated Zhou Ang and was with Han Xing. But later, Zhou Ang and Han Xing went abroad one after another, and Jiang Liang didn't catch any of them. Now, Han Jing is very considerate of Jiang Liang, and he only thinks that the two of them have rekindled their old love. No, Han Jing is a very considerate person. If you sit next to him, he will be so considerate to you. Although Xu Xi said so, she quietly took a picture of the two and posted it on WeChat Moments. And the supporting text, the years are good, but the friendship remains unchanged. In the photo, the girl is gentle and quiet, the man beside her is handsome and sunny, the boy is picking food for the girl, and the girl looks at the boy and smiles gently. At first glance, a pair of eye-catching beauties have a somewhat ambiguous love atmosphere. There is a karaoke hall in the private room. After dinner, everyone played cards and sang. This dinner was said to be a classmates' dinner, but rather an acquaintance dinner. Xu Xi invited some people who played well in different classes of the same school in those years. We can still have fun together when we don't see each other. Jiang Liang sat on the sofa and played with her mobile phone. There were a lot of people, and she was not a lively person. But everyone tacitly gave up her place to Han Jing. No one asked why Zhou Ang didn't come. His family is not ordinary and he is cold-witted. Since taking over the Zhou family, his status has distanced himself from his classmates in the group. So without him, everyone has more fun. It's Han Jing, who has the same family background, but he is gentle and can get along with his classmates. Jiang Liang, who was bored watching a short video, suddenly received a text message. It's Zhou Ao's. Come out. There are only 2 words, which seem to have a commanding tone at work. Jiang Liang can even imagine his expression when he says these 2 words. She replied to the message, Mr. Zhou, it's time to get off work. She doesn't want to have anything to do with Zhou Ang during off-duty hours. Come out, 3rd floor, I have something to tell you. Attached is also a picture, which is the corridor of the restaurant. Jiang Liang took a deep breath. Han Jing beside him asked, what's the matter? Uncomfortable? No, it's a little stuffy. I'll go out to get some air. After saying that, she turned off her mobile phone and got up and went out. The moment she pressed the mobile phone, Han Jing still glanced at the information on the mobile phone from the corner of her eye. Mr. Zhou Ang. In the corridor. Jiang Liang saw that Zhou A's face was a little gloomy. Mr. Zhou, what's the matter? She still carefully kept a distance from him. Zhou Ang looked at her cold face and remembered the photo in Shi Zai's circle of friends. She and the current one in the photo were completely two people. Is it necessary to be so indifferent to him? Why did you refuse my help? He can't figure out why she refused her help during the day. Now that he sees the photo, he understands. The tone of his questioning made Jiang Liang a little uncomfortable. Mr. Zhou, this is my private matter. Is it because of Han Jing? He helped you, so you sold yourself to him. Jiang Liang, I really didn't expect you to be so cheap. After saying that, Zhou Ang threw an ointment in front of her. Jiang Liang lowered his head and saw the ointment clearly. Because it hurt so much, she bought an ointment at the pharmacy on her way back to the company at noon, which clearly said to treat laceration. Maybe she left in a hurry when she got off work and forgot it on the work. Jiang Liang looked up at Zhou Ang in shock. It's not because he was shocked to find this ointment. But she didn't expect that these unpleasant words would come out of Zhou A's mouth. It's very hurtful, but it's true. Zhou A's eyes were red, and his eyes were full of anger, unbelievable, and disgust. His heart was stung, and Jiang Liao's eyes were also red. She lowered her eyes, pressed her lips tightly, and tightened the fabric of her trousers. When the two broke up, even if she lost to him, he didn't say a heavy word to her. But now in what capacity and position is he talking about her? The lights in the corridor are not bright or even dim. Zhou Ang saw that her face went from bloodless to almost pale. He could clearly see that her drooping eyelashes and lips were trembling slightly. After 3 years of love, he knew that it was only when she endured that she could react. Zhou Ang suddenly felt upset, and a trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. The two of them were in a stalemate like this. For a long time, Zhou Angxiang suppressed his breath. Sorry, Yao Yang, I didn't mean it. Zhou Ang, don't care about me. They both spoke almost at the same time. Zhou Ang wanted to apologize, and Jiang Liang wanted to distance from him. The two froze again. Zhou Ang. A calm and cold voice sounded in the corridor, breaking the stiff atmosphere of the two. Little uncle. Chapter 4. Each flower enters its own eyes. Zhou Ang shouted at the man. Jiang Liang also put away his emotions and looked over. Not far ahead, a strange man was dressed in formal clothes and stood tall. The skin under the black formal dress is fair, and when the long legs step over, the reserved temperament exudes from the inside to the outside, and there is also a calm aura and appearance that cannot be forgotten at a glance. When the man came to the two of them, his eyes swept faintly past Jiang Liang. Friend? He is asking Zhou Ang. Zhou Ang glanced at Jiang Liang. Company employees also attend the party here. After listening to his introduction, Jiang Liang lowered his eyes slightly. The powerful man of the Zhou Ang family, she is just an employee of the company, and there is no need to introduce her. But what position and capacity did he question her just now? She was in a low mood and didn't mean to say hello to Uncle Zhou Ang. Presumably, the powerful would not want to know such an inconspicuous little shrimp like her. Her lowered eyes could see the hands of the man in front of her. It is slender, white, with distinct joints, and the nails are neatly trimmed. He held a box of cigarettes and a lighter in his hand. He must have come out to smoke and met them in the corridor. Is there anything else? The man asked Zhou Ang. Obviously he didn't mean to say hello to Jiang Liang. It's no more. Zhou Ang glanced at Jiang Liang again and said, Go in. Everyone is waiting for you. Okay. After saying that, the uncle and nephew turned around and left. When he turned around, the man's eyes fell lightly on the ointment in Jiang Liang's hand for a second. After the two left, Jiang Liang breathed a sigh of relief. She stayed in the corridor for a while and was in a bad mood alone. It was not until Han Jing came out to find her that she followed her back. After returning to the private room, everyone dispersed. When the group was about to walk to the door of the restaurant, I happened to see several luxury cars parked at the door. There was also a group of people next to the luxury car, each dressed up, and the scene was grand but with a low-key luxury. Zhou Ang. The sharp-eyed student saw Zhou Ang in the crowd at a glance. Everyone looked at this shout. That's right, this group should be Zhou A's family members. They have just dispersed and are about to get on the bus back. This family banquet should be Zhou A's mother's family banquet. Jiang Liang saw Zhou A's mother, Shi Yinlan. After a few years of separation, the wife of the family is still brilliant. She followed Qiao Mojing. Qiao Mojing took Shi Yinlan's arm passionately, and the two got into one of the luxury cars while talking and laughing. Qiao Mojing, who is the partner of the family banquet, can attend. It seems that this marriage is a nail on the board. Jiang Liang couldn't say what he felt in his heart. He was a little sour. Zhou Ang is still so handsome. The children raised by his family are extraordinary. You can see that he is very eye-catching when he stops there casually. The female student's eyes were focused on Zhou Ang. Zhou A's suit is straight, his facial features are exquisite, and he is cold and arrogant without smiling. It is a rare style in his peers. He is very picky and difficult to approach. Generally, it is not ordinary, and the vision is also high. Ordinary people really can't get into the eyes of their family. Xu Xi opened his mouth and attacked. Just take a look. Besides, they have a marriage partner. You people hide all your thoughts. Don't accidentally sleep and drool and be found out by your boyfriend. The news has reported that Zhou Ang, the successor of the Zhou family, has a marriage partner who is the famous fortune of Qiao's pharmaceutical industry. Only this kind of family can marry the Zhou family, not to mention other classmates. Even the Xi family is not famous in the Beijing circle. That is to say, the female classmate said sadly. In those years, there were many Huaichen girls who admired Zhou Ang in the school. The more difficult it was to get close, the more they yearned for them. Oh, who is that man? He is so handsome. I don't know who shouted again. The group of people looked in the direction of their fingers. By the luxury car in the front row, a man in a suit and leather shoes stood there and was talking to another man. The man's face is oblique towards the door of the restaurant. In their direction, you can see the man's half face. Half of the dark yellow lights in the restaurant fell on him. It can be vaguely seen that his eyebrows are handsome and deep, which is the kind of shock at a glance. The front face looks good, and the side face line is even better. The elegant man shows the scenery when talking and laughing. That's Zhou A's uncle, who just came back from abroad not long ago. Han Jing spoke. Like Zhou Ang, he has a good family background, and they are all famous families in the Beijing circle. It is not surprising that he knows Zhou A's uncle. Their family is really handsome. Zhou Ang is already very beautiful, but I didn't expect his uncle to be more beautiful. I think each has its own handsomeness, just like flowers, each with its own characteristics. That's right, each flower enters its own eye. His uncle is so young that he doesn't look a few years older than him. He is so handsome that he doesn't know if he is married. Several female students were laughing and talking beside them. Xu Xi laughed and joked, "Why, you are still going to be Zhou A's little aunt without marriage? It's not impossible." The female classmate said with a smile. Everyone knew he was joking, and everyone laughed. Zhou A's little aunt is not easy to be. Be careful, Zhou Ang, you don't like to take the students' affairs and give you small shoes. How can that? I haven't offended him, and I haven't brought him a cuckold. Without finishing his words, the female classmate was elbowed. She stopped talking and subconsciously looked at Jiang Liyang and Han Jing. The atmosphere is a little awkward. Don't mind. Han Jing leaned sideways slightly and whispered in her ear. Jiang Liyang said a word from her throat and didn't say anything. She looked into the distance casually. Just in front of Zhou A's sight, he stood by the open car, looking like he was ready to get on the car. Instead of looking at Han Jing beside her, he looked at Jiang Liyang's face. His expression was gloomy, and Jiang Liyang couldn't understand the meaning of his expression, perhaps because the conversation in the corridor just now was unpleasant. She looked away with an expressionless face. What caught my eye happened to be Zhou A's uncle. The man is saying goodbye to the person he is talking to. The two shook hands, and the other man should be an elder. He patted Zhou A's uncle on the shoulder, as if to give the other party an affirmation. Looking at Zhou A's uncle again, he smiled and was neither humble nor arrogant. After the two shook hands, he invited the elder to the side of another luxury car. The driver had already opened the door. The man leaned slightly and made a gesture of invitation, showing the good education and etiquette of the son of the family. After sending people into the car, when the man turned around, his eyes casually swept over Jiang Liyang and Han Jing beside her. And then got on the Kulingang. Chapter 5. The past is like smoke. Shall I take you back? Han Jing said. No, we have different roads. I'd better take a taxi and go by myself. Jiang Liyang refused gently. I'm not afraid. I called the driver to pick me up. After Zhou A's family left, Han Jing's driver parked the car in front of the restaurant. Yang, just ask Han Jing to see you off. You see, I also drank. I called a substitute driver but he hasn't come yet, so I can't see you off. I don't feel at ease if you go back alone. I'm relieved that Han Jing will see you off. Xu Xi said and pulled Jiang Liyang to Han Jing's car. I can go back by myself. Jiang Liyang is reluctant. Don't you let me worry. Xu Xi deliberately made a face, a little angry. Knowing that Xu Xi was worried about her, Jiang Liyang couldn't understand her, so he had to get into Han Jing's car. After the car left, the female classmate whispered to Xu Xi, "Are you matching them?" Xu Xi stared at her and controlled your mouth. There was nothing to say all the way. She and Han Jing haven't seen each other for about 3 or 4 years. Jiang Liyang still has the guilt of taking advantage of him in those years. How is your mother? Maybe the atmosphere in the car was too deep, and Han Jing said in a warm voice. Well, it's okay. In fact, the two didn't talk much in the private room. One was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they really didn't know what to say. Secondly, both of them seemed to have some intention to avoid suspicion. They were polite and not too hot. Are you going back to China to visit your relatives, or do you plan to stay for a long time? Jiang Liyang didn't want the atmosphere to be too cold, so he asked casually. I have a long-term plan. Han Jing answered very honestly. There was nothing to say for a moment. Arrived at the community. Han Jing got out of the car and opened the door for her. Thank you. Do you live here? Han Jing looked surprised. He looked around. The community was old and even a little dilapidated. It was dark all around, and there were only a few shaky street lights in the whole community. There were some people around who looked like they were wandering there with cigarettes in their smoke. The environment was worrying. Yes. Jiang Liang got out of the car with a frank face. At that time, her family's condition was not bad, and she was well off. After her father's accident, the creditor forced her to come to the door. In addition, her stepmother was hospitalized, so she had no choice but to sell the house where she had lived for 19 years to pay off the debt. After that, he lived in a rented house with his stepmother. Which floor do you live on? Han Jing asked him. The 5th floor. Han Jing looked upstairs, and it was the top floor. The top floor environment of the old community can be imagined. Water leakage, peeling, and aging of water pipes will be common problems in the old community. He looked complicated and looked at Jiang Liang. She looked calm, and her cold and beautiful face was the same as when she was at school. It just seems that there is something more, and he can't say it. Jiang Liang chose to ignore the complexity in his eyes. Thank you for sending me back. It's late. You go back. Han Jing knew that she didn't want to say more. When he returned to China for the first time, he didn't say much. Okay, you go to bed early. Back home, Jiang Liang quickly took a shower and lay in bed. There was still a little pain somewhere under her body. She took out the ointment from her bag and finished applying the medicine. She looked at the pink ointment and remembered the strange man who was with her last night, and remembered what Zhou said. She had mixed feelings in her heart. She threw the ointment on the ground angrily and fell on the bed to cover her head with a quilt. The next day, when he got up early, Jiang Liang found that he had received several text messages on his mobile phone last night. There are Xu Zai's and Han Jing's. Xu Si asked her if she had arrived home. Han Jing reported her safety and said that he had arrived home. She was so sleepy last night that she almost fell asleep in bed. After she replied to Xu Zai's message. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message back to Han Jing. Sorry, I was so sleepy last night that I didn't read the message. Han Jing almost replied in seconds, it doesn't matter. Then, there is no follow-up. Jiang Liang understands that he is just polite. Jiang Liang steamed a little egg custard and cooked another bowl of noodles to eat. I packed the egg custard and took it to the hospital. Zhou Mei looked fine. Jiang Liang personally fed her egg custard and scrubbed her body. I rushed to the company after I was busy. As soon as they arrived at the works, Zhou Ang and Chen Xiao came back and forth. When passing by the secretary's office, Zhou Ang and Jiang Liang looked at each other and walked into the president's office expressionlessly. Jiang Liang sorted out the information at the workstation, and Zhou Ang had a regular meeting in the morning. When he finished the regular meeting, Jiang Liang brought him the prepared materials. Entering the president's office, Jiang Liang put the materials on the table. Mr. Zhou, the information of Lingshui Entertainment Village you want has been sorted out for you. Her work efficiency is very high. Zhou Ang asked for the information yesterday, and she sorted it out today. It may take 3 or 4 days if it were someone else. After Zhou Ang signed his name in the last column of the document in his hand, he covered the black customized pen with a pen cap. 2 English letters ZJ are clearly engraved on the pen. Zhou Ang picked up the document given by Jiang Liang on the table with a plain face and turned it over. He read it page by page and read it very carefully. The office was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of paper turning over. Maybe it was because the conversation last night was not pleasant, which broke the long-standing relationship between the two people. The atmosphere is inexplicably delicate. The morning sun poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling window and fell on the desk. What Dammit? Jiang Liang's eyes fell on the object with backlight. The pen shines like a diamond under the refraction of the sun. When she was a junior, she worked part-time for half a year and saved 20,000 yen for customization, which was a birthday gift for Zhou Ang. That's the most expensive thing she has ever bought. At that time, Zhou Ang was very happy when he received the gift. I hugged her for several laps and learned that she bought this gift for him after half a year of part-time work. He said distressedly that she was a little fool. She said that she would never want such a precious gift in the future. Jiang Liang knew that his family was rich, and a 20,000 yu pen might be nothing to him. But she thought it was her thoughtful, just that he could remember her good, instead of measuring the value of the gift by the price. I just didn't expect that Zhou Ang still kept it after nearly 3 years of breaking up. Not bad. Zhou Ang suddenly opened his mouth. Jiang Liang's eyes flashed, he looked away from the pen, and lowered his eyes slightly. Zhou Ang closed the document, his eyes fell on her face for a few seconds, and then fell back on the pen. His eyes were deep, and his thoughts seemed to be scattered. For a long time. It is very easy to use. The voice was soft, as if explaining the reason why the two broke up but still kept the pen. Jiang Liang was silent and said nothing. The information collection is very complete. Prepare it and follow me to Lingshui in half an hour. Zhou A's mood quickly withdrew. Listening to his cold voice, he knew that he had returned to the serious Mr. Zhou. Oh, well, Mr. Zhou is involved in work, and Jiang Liyang is also close to his rhythm. Chapter 6 Assistant Jiang, I'm not in a hurry. Half an hour later, Jiang Liyang took the documents and went downstairs with Zhou Ang. Chen Xiao has driven the car downstairs of the company. Jiang Liyang thought it was just the three of them, but he didn't expect that Qiao Mojing was also in the car. She greeted her politely, Miss Zhou. Qiao Mojing just nodded to her. Miss Tianjin's appearance was very good. It's just that this shelf seems to be only aimed at Jiang Liyang. On the way, Qiao Mojing, who was sitting in the back seat with Zhou Ang, turned the emerald bracelet in her hand. Zhou Ang, the bracelet my aunt gave me yesterday was too expensive. I originally wanted to collect it, but my aunt said she had to take it with her, so I had to take it. Does it look good? She asked Zhou Ang beside her with a smile on her face. Zhou Ang glanced at her wrist with an expressionless face. After only a faint hum, he looked sideways to the front. What does it mean? Is it good looking or not? Qiao Mojing shook Zhou A's arm, completely like a spoiled girl in love. She is actually very good looking, and her facial features are charming. She often wears heavy makeup and bright red lips. Like her personality, she is very ostentatious. Perfume is also a rich fragrance type. It suits her very well. But obviously, Zhou Ang doesn't like it very much. As soon as she approached, the strong smell of perfume spread into her nose. Zhou Ang frowned slightly, pulled out his arm silently, and said slightly perfunctorily, "It looks good." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the front side. The person sitting in the co-pilot was reflected in the rearview mirror, who was leaning against the window and closing his eyes. Seeing the reaction he wanted, Zhou A's face was a little gloomy. His attitude was extremely cold, but Qiao Mojing kept looking for topics to chat with him along the way. Zhou Ang only responded to her with a few words. Compared with her enthusiasm, Zhou A's attitude was simply perfunctory. Qiao Mojing may not notice his attitude, or maybe she doesn't care. I still do what I want. The group got off at Lingshui Entertainment Village. Lingshui Entertainment Village is a piece of land that several companies are going to jointly develop. The development project integrates entertainment, leisure, elderly care and medical care. The leading company known internally is Shihoi Group, which is responsible for overall planning and development. Zhou is responsible for entertainment and leisure, and Qiao's pharmaceutical is responsible for old age care and medical care. This is also the reason why Qiao Mojing appeared here. In recent years, Qiao's pharmaceutical has entered the elderly care and medical sectors with a good momentum. There are also some small projects that other companies are also responsible for. The person in charge of the entertainment village took the group to the scene for inspection and explanation. After a round of inspection, it is basically similar to the information collected by Jiang Liao, and there is no difference. Everyone will have dinner here in the evening. I invited Mr. Xu to come over. If you have any opinions or suggestions, you can communicate with each other. The results of the investigation were still good, but Zhou Ang did not immediately nod his head and take a stand. The person in charge has been prepared for a long time, and it is not so happy to want these bigwigs to take the money. So he invited Mr. Xu of Shihoi Group early in the morning. As soon as the presidents of several companies met, they had any opinions or suggestions to get together to discuss. Jiang Liyang didn't expect that President Xu of Shihoi Group was Zhou A's little uncle Xu Yang. I heard that Shihoi Group, an enterprise that dominates the Beijing circle, has changed its president. But I didn't expect it to be Zhou A's uncle. She only sighed in her heart that as expected, the family was strong and the generations were strong. At the banquet, the person in charge took the lead in talking with the presidents of those small companies. With an obvious sense of flattery, everyone knows how delicious the cake of Shihoi and Zhou's investment in the entertainment village is. The follow-up benefits of seizing the opportunity are immeasurable. Xu Yan and Zhou Ang were slightly silent, and only occasionally replied to each other. But their aura was enough to shock everyone present. The person in charge spoke carefully with others, and every word was carefully considered. Qiao Mojing performed very strongly during the banquet, but it did not make people feel uncomfortable. Several bosses agreed with several of her views. I have to say that she is capable. Jiang Liyang even felt that it was the right choice made by the two families to marry Zhou Ang, and it belonged to the strong jointy. Several presidents are talking at the table, and the assistants can only stand aside. Jiang Liyang wore high heels. This stop was nearly half an hour. His calves and feet had already been sore and swollen. Now, even a torn position the night before was a little painful because of standing for too long. She moves her legs slightly from time to time to relieve bloating. Assistant Jiang, can you go downstairs and buy me a box of throat candy? Xu Yan suddenly spoke, because he rarely spoke. When the people at the dinner table heard him, they all stopped and looked at Jiang Liyang. She looked at Xu Yan. Xu Yan was sitting above Zhou Ang, while she stood diagonally behind Zhou Ang. Xu Yan's assistant was right behind him, and Jiang Liyang almost blurted out a good word to stop. Then she glanced at Zhou Ang. Some meals do not exclude the partner's deliberate support for its assistant's individual communication. Although she knew that Shi Yan was Zhou A's little brother-in-law, she should not have deliberately taken her away, but the other presidents at the dinner table, including the person in charge, did not know the relationship between the two. In addition to the above problems, it is also a matter of face. As if he could penetrate Jiang Liao's mind, Shi Yan said again, Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry to ask your assistant to buy something for me. It's just my fault that my assistant is not satisfied every time I buy it. If you want to be a careful girl, you won't refuse, will you? He speaks gently and politely. He is an elder in the relationship between his uncle and nephew, and his words also give the younger generation enough face. Nature. Zhou Ang also answered politely. Xu Yan looked at Jiang Liying and said with a smile, Thank you, Assistant Jiang. I'm not in a hurry. The two presidents have reached a consensus, and Jiang Liying will naturally not refuse. Okay, then I'll buy it now. When she went downstairs, she sat down on the sofa in the lobby downstairs and massaged her swollen calf. Thanks to Xu Ya's words of not being in a hurry, she can take a break before buying. It was almost time for her to get up and go out to a pharmacy to buy a box of throat candy with therapeutic effect. The reason why she didn't choose the supermarket was that she observed that Xu Ya's voice was indeed a little hoarse. Combined with seeing him smoking last night, she thought that maybe his throat was inflamed. When I went upstairs, I saw Shi Yan standing in the corridor rest area facing the window, holding a cigarette and a lighter in his hand, and pulling out a cigarette from the cigarette box. It seems that he is addicted to smoking. Jiang Liang walked over. Mr. Shi. Shi Yan stopped the movement in his hand and looked at her. She handed the throat candy to Shi Yan. Shi Yan took it and took a look. It is an ingredient of traditional Chinese medicine, which is more effective for throat inflammation. Jiang Liang explained the reason why he bought him this throat candy. Assistant Jiang has a heart. Shi Yan raised his eyes gently with a gentle expression. His eyes are very beautiful, his eyelashes are deep and long, and the arc at the end of his eyes is beautiful. There seems to be a deep meaning in his deep eyes, which has an inexplicable meaning in this dark environment. Looking at his eyes, Jiang Liang was stunned and then lowered his eyes. She didn't dare to look at such eyes. His eyes fell on the cigarette in his hand, and he couldn't help reminding you that your throat was inflamed and you'd better not smoke. Well, I stayed up too late the day before yesterday and didn't have a good rest. Xu Yan suddenly said something like this. When he said this, the corners of his lips were slightly hooked, and his voice was very gentle, even with some imperceptible smiles. The word in front of him seemed to respond to Jiang Liao's kind reminder to him. The last sentence is to explain the reason why his throat is inflamed. There was nothing wrong with these two sentences, but Jiang Liang was stunned and inexplicably felt something was wrong. She looked at Xu Yan. Xu Ye's face was plain and he couldn't see any emotion, but there was something clear in his eyes. Jiang Liang can't see through it. He intuitively feels that this person is very dangerous. She didn't know how to react to Xu Ye's words, so she had to look down again to hide her uneasiness. The drooping eyes still fell on Xu Ye's hand. The golden pink box printed with golden lotus was gently pinched by his slender and fair fingers. The box looked particularly small in his hand, and it seemed to be turned over carelessly by the bony fingers. The box was like something in the palm of his hand, which could not slip half of it. In the interlacing of light and shadow, there is an indescribable temptation, which makes people fantasy. Neither of them spoke any more, and there was an inexplicable strange atmosphere in the air. For a moment. Let's go in. Xu Yan said lightly. Jiang Liang suddenly woke up and breathed a sigh of relief. After the two entered the private room one by one, she watched Xu Yan sit back in the main seat, and the person in charge on the side hurried forward and poured tea for him. She didn't realize what was wrong just now. Why did Xu Yan, such a high-ranking person, take the initiative to give her a little assistant who had only met twice or even said a few words to explain his throat inflammation? And his tone is so gentle. It seems that the two of them are very familiar with each other. After going out for a while, I don't know how the topic in the private room changed. Everyone was talking about life. It seemed that the meeting was over, and it went smoothly. On the way, Qiao Muxing went to the bathroom, and there were only a few men on the table. Mr. Zhou, I heard that Qiao is always your fiancé. Miss Qiao is very powerful, and you are in the Zhou family. The marriage of your two families is a perfect match. It's simply the icing on the cake. The news that Zhou and Qiao are going to get married has been out for a while, and they basically know what they should know. The person in charge is a flatterer. This is news. In fact, Jiang Liang has not heard Zhou Ang admit it himself. At this moment, she had a trace of curiosity like everyone else. Chapter 7. Why is she not doing well? Everyone is waiting for Zhou Ang's answer. Zhou Ang held the wine glass and turned his head slightly to the oblique rear position. He was silent for a moment. Zhou did not need to join hands with anyone, nor did he need to rely on marriage to add icing on the cake. He neither denied the rumors nor admitted his relationship with Qiao Muxing. It's an ambiguous attitude. The person in charge couldn't figure out his mind, just thinking that he didn't want to associate work with personal relationships. The Zhou family does have capital, and it is not as powerful as the Qiao family. In order to liven up the atmosphere, the person in charge suddenly put the topic on the only woman at the scene. Joe is strong, and even the assistant around Mr. Joe is quite excellent. I don't know if assistant Jiang is single. Jiang Liao's thoughts are still wandering in what Zhou Ang just said. Leng was inadvertently called out, and she didn't react. Ah, yes. She was single. Assistant Jiang is both talented and beautiful, but he is still single. Is the requirements too high? Jiang Liang was inexplicably in charge of leading the topic to her. Oh, I'm quite busy with work. So I didn't think about this aspect. If you are busy at work, you also need to learn to enjoy life. I have a nephew who works in Zhenyi law firm. He is a talented person of your age and has outstanding work ability. Since assistant Jiang is also single, I will treat you as a month-old man to match your young people and achieve a good thing. Mr. Zhou must also agree, right? Jiang Liyang understood that the person in charge turned out to be her matchmaker in such a big circle. A very smart person who can have relationships with the people around Zhou Ang will have a much smoother way to get rich in the future. However, after the person in charge finished his words, the atmosphere at the scene condensed in an instant, and a coldness spread from Zhou Ang. The person in charge has obvious intentions, and as a boss, he has no right to interfere in the private life of employees. Whatever. It took him a long time to speak, but his tone was cold. After he finished saying this, Shi Yang, who was beside him, looked at him and Jiang Liang with interest, and his eyes were unclear. Until the way back, the atmosphere in the car was a little cold. Zhou Ang leaned his head on the seat and closed his eyes to recuperate. Qiao Mujing couldn't say anything when she wanted to talk to him. Chen Xiao sent Qiao Mujing back to Qiao's house first. When he arrived at the door of Qiao's villa, Qiao Mujing took Zhou A's arm. Do you want to go up and sit down? I've been tired all day. I'll give you a massage to relax. This state is obviously a little interest that only couples have. If an orphan and a widowed man and a daughter share a room, you can think about what will happen with your toes. Zhou Ang withdrew his hand and glanced at the person in front of him with an ugly face. It's very late. Go to bed early. He refused Qiao Mujing's invitation. Seeing that he refused, Qiao Mujing stopped and didn't keep him. Mr. Zhou, I'll take you back first. Chen Xiao was opening his mouth, and Jiang Liyan was still in the car. Naturally, he sent Zhou Ang back to the villa first. Send Jiang's assistant first. Zhou Ang leaned his head on the seat and opened his mouth. Jiang Liyang opened her lips and wanted to say no, and she didn't want Zhou Ang to know her address. There is some inferiority at work. Mr. Zhou. That's it. Zhou A's tone was irrefutable. After saying that, he closed his eyes to recoup. Jiang Liao's lips twitched and finally said nothing. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Anyway, they won't have any intersection in private except for the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Moreover, the two of them are not at the same level from the beginning. What is the difference between the former well-off and the current depression? They are just poor people who are a little poorer than ordinary people. Without saying anything all the way, Zhou Ang turned his head and opened his eyes slightly to stare at the person in the rearview mirror in front of him. She looked very tired, and her beautiful eyes drooped slightly, as if she was looking at the scenery outside the window, and as if there was nothing in her eyes. After not seeing each other for 3 years, she is still so beautiful. She has lost the youth of her student days and has some mature charm of a girl. But Zhou Ang often saw loneliness and desolation in her. In the past, she was cold and quiet, and there was always a pure beauty on her body that was not stained with the dust of the world. In the years when she fell in love with her, she let him know that in addition to her beautiful appearance and superior painting talent, she also had many qualities that outsiders could not see. Strong, independent, tenacious, not coquettish, and stubborn. Every time he finds a quality, he is surprised. She perfectly meets all his aesthetic standards. She is like a beautiful and elegant white rose. She doesn't need to be deliberately released, doesn't need to be favored by the crowd. She can only quietly bloom to win people's hearts. Let him sink into all her beauty. She also said that he was her destined love. Their hobbies, including spiritual tacit understanding, are very compatible. With a glance, he knew what the other party was going to say and what he needed. He thought they could go on like this. But why? Later she changed, began to ignore him, and gossiped with Han Jing. He was inadvertently cheated on by her. He questioned her if it was true. She said indifferently that she had found someone better than him. At that time, he was really angry. It was heartbroken, and a man's dignity was trampled on. Under his feet, he couldn't see her going out with others. In a fit of anger, he agreed to his mother's arrangement and went abroad. Zhou Ang thought that she hurt him so deeply that she gave up him so cruelly and climbed up to Han Jing. Shouldn't she be doing well? Why do you live a lonely life? Is it to pretend to be pitiful or miserable? He closed his eyes again and stopped looking at the face that upset him. When they arrived at the community, Jiang Liyang and Chen Xiao said thank you. I wanted to say hello to Zhou Ang in the back seat, but when I saw him close his eyes, I thought he was asleep. I thought it was okay to disturb his rest. She closed the car door and entered the unit building. Zhou Ang opened his eyes and looked at her back, gradually disappearing into the darkness. There were thousands of tides in his heart. He didn't expect that she would live in such a shabby place. The environment is dirty and bad. The place where they park is the trash can, and the garbage food residue is piled up all over the ground. Through the window, he could smell a smell of rotten food. Not far away, several undressed men smoked cigarettes and stepped on the stone bench and looked at this side from time to time, with a frivolous face. It's probably because a luxury car appeared in such a dilapidated place, which made them feel new. Has Assistant Jiang always lived in such a place? On the way back, he asked Chen Xiao that sometimes several people came back late when they went out. Chen Xiao usually sent him home first, and then sent Jiang Liang back. Chen Xiao should know about Jiang Liang. Yes, Assistant Jiang has been living here all the time. Chen Xiaorou answered truthfully that during the year, he occasionally sent Jiang Liang home, and the address has always been here. I didn't expect Assistant Jiang to live in such a dilapidated place, which was not safe. I also advised her to find a slightly better accommodation, but she said that someone in her family was sick and needed to spend money. It was cheap for her to live here and close to the hospital, so I couldn't persuade her anymore. When Chen Xiao saw Zhou Ang ask about Jiang Liyang, he thought that the boss cared about the employees, so he took the initiative to talk about Jiang Liyang's situation. First, he felt that the little girl was not easy. He told the boss that maybe the boss would give extra subsidies to employees from difficult families. Second, the conditions in this community are really bad. Look at those men just now. Jiang Liyang, a girl, is beautiful, and her safety problems are really worrying. Zhou Ang frowned. Who in her family was sick? It seems to be her mother. I heard from Assistant He that her mother seems to be paralyzed and needs to be nursed, and she was hospitalized some time ago. It is quite serious and should cost a lot of money. There are 4 assistants in the assistant room. Chen Xiao is Zhou A's personal assistant. He spends more time with Zhou Ang, and Jiang Liyang and the other 2 spend more time in the assistant room. Girls occasionally talk about some parents. Chen Xiao also heard about it from other colleagues. After listening, Zhou Ang frowned more tightly. Last time, she said that she would advance 2 months' salary, but her 2 months' salary was only more than 20,000 yuan. I thought she was short of money, but there were some difficulties at home. I didn't expect her family to be so difficult. He suddenly remembered that Jiang Liyang refused his help yesterday, and also remembered the words he said when he saw Hang Ting with her at night. He couldn't help panicking. Chapter 8 Zhou Ang is drunk. Zhou Mei's operation was carried out in the morning. A total of 5.5 hours was carried out. Although the doctor had informed the risk of the operation in advance, 5.5 hours were like stepping into hell for Jiang Liyang. The operation was successful, and she still had relatives. The operation failed, and she became an orphan from then on. Fortunately, the operation was successful. Before Zhou Mei woke up, she was pushed into the intensive care unit for observation. After the 48-hour dangerous period, she was safe. The moment the doctor came out to announce the success of the operation, Jiang Liyang's tense body suddenly lost its strength, almost unable to support it. The nurse who took care of Zhou Mei helped her in time to prevent her from falling to the ground. Sitting alone on the bench outside the operating room, Jiang Liyang's mood changed countless times when he waited for more than 4 hours before he came out. From anxious expectation to gradual panic and despair, she even thought about the life of becoming an orphan in the future. Xiao Jiang, I bought porridge and steamed buns for you. It's cold. You can eat some first. The nurse is an aunt in her 50s. She has been taking care of Zhou Mei very hard in the past few months. She has her own daughter, and she can see Jiang Liyang's difficulties. She felt sorry for Jiang Liyang in her heart. Jiang Liyang shook his head and waited for my mother to wake up before eating. That's not good. The body is the capital of the revolution. If your mother sees you awake, you will be heartbroken when you look like this. Besides, your mother is still sick, and you can't ruin your body anymore. The aunt persuaded her bitterly, so she had to eat a little reluctantly. In the evening, when the weather was cold, Jiang Liyang wrapped in a quilt and guarded outside Zhou Mei's guard room. The mobile phone rang in the middle of the night. It was Chen Xiao who called. Assistant Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Mr. Zhou drank too much. I can't deal with him. He keeps calling your name. Why don't you come here? Zhou Ang has a social gathering tonight. Chen Xiao accompanied him. Zhou Ang, who always drinks from order to time, drank too much tonight for some reason. Chen Xiao wanted to send him back and asked him whether he was going back to the old house or the villa. He didn't say anything and kept shouting Jiang Liyang's name. Chen Xiao spent a long time with him. He had no choice but to call Jiang Liyang. Jiang Liyang was dizzy and bloated. He only heard Chen Xiao say on the phone that Zhou Ang drank too much and kept shouting her name. She didn't know why Zhou Ang called her name. She only knew that it was not her who should take care of Zhou Ang. Assistant Chen, it's not appropriate for me to go. Why don't you call Miss Chiao and ask her to take care of Mr. Zhou? Miss Chiao? Yes, you can ask Miss Chiao to go there, or you can do it yourself. Besides, it's not convenient for me to go out now at such a late hour. Jiang Liyang said and hung up the phone. Not to mention that it was inconvenient for her to take care of Zhou Ang. Even if it was convenient, she would not go. She doesn't want to have any private contact with Zhou Ang. She is afraid that once some gates are opened, they will be out of control. Not long after hanging up the phone, Jiang Liang had just fallen asleep, and Chen Xiao called again. He seems to be very anxious. Assistant Jiang, you are doing well, and help me kindly. I really can't deal with Mr. Zhou. He is very uncomfortable now. Zhou A's vague voice could still be heard on the other side of the phone, as if shouting Yao Yao. Didn't I ask you to call Miss Zhou? It's hard for you to take him to the hospital. I'm not a doctor. Jiang Liang said helplessly. Mr. Zhou didn't let me call Miss Tiao, and he refused to go to the hospital. Mr. Zhou has a stomachache, but he is still vomiting. Didn't hear Jiang Liang's answer. Chen Xiao almost had a pleading attitude. Assistant Jiang, help me. Mr. Zhou has an important meeting tomorrow morning. If he doesn't have a good rest tonight, he is sick, and I will have to bear a great responsibility for affecting tomorrow's meeting, and my work is not guaranteed. There is indeed an important meeting tomorrow. The president is in poor condition, which affects the progress of the meeting. Chen Xiao, as a personal assistant, will indeed criticism. When she was a colleague, Chen Xiao usually treated her well, and Jiang Liang was shaken. She looked at Zhou Mei in the monitoring room. The heart rate meter showed that her breathing was steady and the indicators were also good. Where are you? I'll be there now. In the Haoting clubhouse. Wait for me for half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Liang knocked on the door of the monitoring room and told the doctor on duty that if Zhou Mei had any circumstances, he would call her immediately. Half an hour later, she came to the private room where Zhou Ang was. Chen Xiao opened the door for her and apologized with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Jiang. Assistant, I really can't help bothering you so late. Mr. Zhou has never been like this. I don't know why he kept calling your name tonight and refused to leave. He said on his own, and Jiang Liang ignored the meaning of his words. She looked at the person lying on the sofa. Zhou Ang lay slanted on the sofa, hanging half of his legs under the sofa, with one hand on the armrest of the sofa and the other hand on his forehead. He also took off his suit and wore only a white shirt. His tie was loose and loosely pulled. 2 buttons of the collar were unbuttoned, revealing a strong chest. Jiang Liang walked over and squatted in front of him. He was covered with the smell of alcohol, and his cheeks were stained red with alcohol. It seemed that he really drank a lot. With the usual coldness and alienation, he was a little patient and decadent, but he was a little pitiful. Zhou Ang Jiang Liang has never seen such a thing. Zhou Ang, how are you? She shouted softly. Zhou Ang didn't respond. Chen Xiao walked over. Mr. Zhou and assistant Jiang came to take you back. Zhou Ang moved the hand covering his forehead. His eyes opened slightly, and he didn't know if he saw the person in front of him clearly. Jiang Liang only heard him spit out a few vague words. Go home, sleep. Assistant Chen, please help. After saying that, Jiang Liang picked up Zhou A's suit jacket and walked out with Chen Xiao, while taking Zhou A's arm. Fortunately, there were not many people at this point. Zhou Ang lowered his head, and Jiang Liang also intended to cover his face with his coat. Both she and Chen Xiao know that if Zhou Ang is filmed, tomorrow's news will be fired. Negative news will affect the company's stock price. At the gate, Chen Xiao went to drive, and Jiang Liang helped Zhou Ang to stand at the gate. Chen Xiao left, and all the strength of Zhou A's body leaned on Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang staggered and almost didn't fall down. I don't know if it was her illusion, but the moment she felt that she was about to fall, it seemed that a force was imprinting her waist. Before she could react, the power disappeared the next moment, so that she thought it was an illusion. While waiting for the car, she actually saw Han Jing's driver. The driver parked the car not far from them, obviously coming to pick up Han Jing. Jiang Liang looked at the hall, and Han Jing just came out of the hall. Chapter 9 Spring Dream. At this time, Zhou Ang was leaning on her shoulder, and almost half of his body was leaning on her. She is slender, and Zhou Ang is tall. At first glance, it looks like Zhou Ang is half hugging her. The posture of the two is inexplicably ambiguous. Seeing that Han Jing was about to come over, Jiang Liang subconsciously didn't want Han Jing to see this scene. In a hurry, she buttoned Zhou A's suit jacket on their heads. Suddenly darkness appeared in front of us, and only the breathing of 2 people was left in the narrow space, one heavy and the other soft. The breath of the 2 people was entangled in their clothes, and the heavy breathing gradually became disordered. Jiang Liang's attention was on Han Jing outside, and he didn't pay attention to the changes of the people around him at all. If there is no accident, he will pass in front of the 2. Sure enough, in the line of sight under the suit, a pair of long legs paused slightly in front of them and then walked away. I guess Han Jing thought it was the 2 little couples wrapped in their clothes and flirting. Jiang Liang exhaled lightly, and then found that Zhou Ang beside him was blushing and breathing heavily. Thinking that she poked Zhou Ang's forehead with her hand, it was a little hot, and I don't know if it was because of his drinking. Jiang Liang was not sure, so she could only wait for Chen Xiao to drive to pick her up. When Chen Xiao drove the car over, he stood in front of the 2 and tentatively shouted, "Assistant Jiang." Jiang Liang then quickly took off the clothes on their heads. Chen Xiao saw that both of them were blushing, and he looked confused. "Who are you? Don't get me wrong. I just saw an acquaintance." I was afraid that Mr. Zhou would be recognized. Jiang Liyang explained quickly. Oh, okay, I understand. Chen Xiao gave a serious answer, and Jiang Liyang didn't know whether he believed it or not. But she clearly saw an expression of disbelief on his face. The two worked together to put Zhou Ang in the back seat. Jiang Liyang pushed Zhou Ang to the position against the window and let his head rest by the window. She sat on the other side, with a long distance in the middle. Yang. Zhou Ang still muttered her name. Jiang Liyang. Jiang Liyang ignored him, and he was shouting all the way. Assistant Jiang, for safety's sake, you'd better ask Mr. Zhou to be quieter. Chen Xiao in front of him couldn't listen any longer. People who drive at night need to be quiet. Jiang Liyang also feels that Zhou Ang is a little noisy, which may have affected Chen Xiao's attention. She thought for a moment, picked up his suit jacket and put it on his head. Then I only heard Zhou Ang's dull voice shouting from the suit. In the second half of the road, Zhou Ang was much quieter. When he arrived at his house, Chen Xiao and Jiang Liyang took him into the bedroom with his arms around him. Chen Xiao is taking off his shoes for Zhou Ang. Assistant Chen, I'll go first. I'll leave it to you. Zhou Ang has been sent home safely. Jiang Liyang felt that her task was completed, but she didn't let Zhou Ang sleep in a private room. Yang. Zhou Ang, who was on the bed, suddenly grabbed Jiang Liyang's hand and curled up. Jiang Liyang wanted to withdraw his hand, but saw the sweat on Zhou Ang's forehead and his slightly white lips. My heart is tight. Mr. Zhou, what's wrong? Is it a stomachache? Maybe it was too painful. Zhou Ang only hummed a vague word from his throat. Does Assistant Chen have any stomach medicine at home? Yes, I'll get it right away. Chen Xiao immediately went to get the medicine box. He took a box of stomach medicine from it and handed it to Jiang Liyang. Jiang Liyang glanced at the medicine box while receiving the medicine, and there were several boxes of different stomach medicine in it. She withdrew her eyes and looked at the instruction manual. She took out a medicine according to the instruction manual and handed it to Zhou Ang's lips. Mr. Zhou took the medicine. Zhou Ongshi opened his eyes, took the medicine and swallowed it with the warm water handed over by Chen Xiao. After Zhou Ang lies down. Assistant Jiang, how about you? Take care of Mr. Zhou here. I'll send you back when he falls asleep. Chen Xiao hesitated to speak. Jiang Liyang didn't say a word when he heard it. Seeing that she didn't respond, Chen Xiao knew that she was in trouble, but for the sake of his own Mr. Zhou, he was still generous. He said cheeky, Assistant Jiang, look, you're here. Send Buddha to the west, delay you for another half an hour, and finally help me. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, how about it? Jiang Liyang looked at Zhou Ang, who was lying on the bed. Zhou Ang lay on his side on the bed. He slept very well, and his sleep was not as sharp as when he was working. At this moment, he is like a defenseless child, sleeping soundly. For a moment, the memory of the past came out. When she was in school, she always painted in the school studio. When the inspiration came, she always forgot the time. But no matter how late it is, Zhou Ang will wait for her. Sometimes it's too late, and he will lie on the table to rest when he is sleepy. When Jiang Liyang finished painting and called him, he looked like he was sleeping soundly now. Jiang Liyang sometimes can't bear to wake him up, so he will bend down and approach him to look at his sleeping face carefully. He sleeps soundly, just like now. In the past, even if it was beautiful, the ending was unhappy. When I recall the past, I was only sad. Jiang Liyang shook his head at Chen Xiao. It's not appropriate for me to stay here. Mr. Zhou has already taken the medicine. It should not be a big deal. Just stay here to guard him. After saying that, without waiting for Chen Xiao to say anything more, she took her bag and left. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Chen Xiao looked at Zhou Ang on the bed and said, in this case, there's nothing we can do. Thank you for your hard work tonight, Assistant Jiang. You see, I can't see you off if I have to guard Mr. Zhou. Why don't you take a taxi back by yourself? Well, don't worry about me. I'll just take a taxi back by myself. Jiang Liyang responded and walked out. As the door of the room was opened, the person on the bed opened his eyes. His expression was gloomy, as if countless surging emotions were rolling in his eyes wrapped in darkness. Jiang Liyang took a taxi back to the rented house. She has to go to work tomorrow, so she can only come back here to have a rest. Go to the hospital tomorrow to check on Zhou Mei's condition. Maybe there are too many things to do today. Obviously, I'm very sleepy, but I can't sleep lying in bed. When it was almost dawn, she fell asleep in a daze. But she actually dreamed of the man who spent the night with her. The man's hot body was close to her, his strong arms supported on both sides of her, his slender fingers moved flexibly, and his hot palms covered. When he was emotional, he held her and kissed her earlobe with the back of her head. He gasped in her ear and shouted at her seductively, Yang. Jiang Liyang was awakened by the burning atmosphere. He was hot and sweating all over. He touched his cheeks and was still hot. What a real dream, the ambiguous gasp and the man's lustful and hoarse voice seemed to be still echoing in her ear. She was a little ashamed and regretted how she could have such a spring dream. Could it be that the meat has opened the door to sexual desire, and the body has a desire to contact with the opposite sex? She thought she was really crazy and longed for a strange man's body. Chapter 10. Thank you. After washing up with a dizzy head, she rushed to the hospital to see Jo May first. The doctor on duty in the monitoring room told her that although Jo May had not woken up yet, all the indicators were normal. She breathed a sigh of relief and told the nurse and the doctor to call her in time if she had any questions. She hurried to catch the subway, and she stepped on the card. As soon as he arrived at the works, his colleague, Xiao, he came over mysteriously. Do you have a situation with Assistant Chen? Jiang Liyang looked confused. When did she have a situation with Chen Xiao? What's wrong with him? He's just a colleague like you and me. Colleagues? Why doesn't he buy me breakfast? Xiao He is 2 years older than Jiang Liyang, and his qualifications are older than her. The office gossips that she is an old fried dough. Only then did Jiang Liyang see that there was a bowl of porridge and steamed buns on his workstation, which were still Joji's. Assistant Chen said he bought it for me. Jiang Liyang asked Xiao He. Yes, when he brought the porridge, he asked me to tell you that he bought the porridge. Oh. Jiang Liyang understood. Yesterday, Chen Xiao said that he would invite her to dinner last night. Presumably, this breakfast should be his gift. So did he say anything else? I didn't have time to unify the caliber with him yesterday. Jiang Liyang was afraid that he would leak his mouth. There are a lot of people in the office. As soon as the wind blows and the grass moves, those people will be entangled in gossip scrolls like tornadoes. The assistant spread the gossip with the boss. Outsiders will only think that she wants to hug the gold owner's thigh, and she doesn't want to provoke the Zhou family. No, he said that the porridge was for you and didn't say anything. What do you want him to say? Jiang Liyang felt that he was talking too much, and a question aroused Xiaohe's curiosity. No, because I did him a favor yesterday. This is his thank you gift. He and I have nothing. Don't think nonsense. Oh, help, thank you, I understand. Xiao He's face is meaningful and gossip is just delicious. Jiang Liyang felt a headache and simply ignored her. After thinking about it, she sent a message to Chen Xiao on WeChat. Thank you for your breakfast. It can be regarded as exposing what happened last night. As for Zhou Ang, when he came back from the meeting in the morning, Jiang Liyang sent him several documents, and the two of them did not mention what happened last night. Jiang Liyang didn't want to mention it. She didn't know what Zhou Ang was like, and she didn't want to know. In fact, if Zhou Ang didn't mention it, Jiang Liyang should think that he was drunk last night, he was not sober, and he was fragmented after drinking. Taking care of him, she only regarded it as an employee or colleague's kindness, and she didn't have any other thoughts. At noon, Jiang Liyang hurriedly finished dinner in the company canteen and called the hospital to ask about her stepmother's situation, and then returned to the workplace to continue working. She has a lot of information to sort out. She wants to work overtime and go back early without working overtime in the evening. Most people didn't go to work at noon, and the company was quiet. She was so focused on her work that she didn't pay attention to the person standing outside the door. Zhou Ang stood outside the door and looked at her. His eyes were so deep that no one knew what he was thinking. I don't know how long it took, but he went back to his office in silence. When it was almost time to get off work, Jiang Liyang received a call from the nurse's aunt saying that Jo May was awake and in good condition. Her tense heart finally let go. As soon as it was time to get off work, she couldn't wait to clean up her desk, pick up her bag and leave. Bumped into Chen Xiao head-on. Assistant Jiang, are you in such a hurry? Well, I have something to do at home. I'm also going to treat you to dinner. If you are in such a hurry, it seems that there will be only one time. Didn't you buy breakfast this morning? Then you treat me to dinner? Don't be so polite. Jiang Liyang left in a hurry, leaving this sentence and leaving in a hurry. Seeing that she had left, Chen Xiao had to turn back to the president's office to reply to Zhou Ang. When she arrived at the hospital, Jo May was lying in the intensive care unit, and she was still very weak. Seeing Jiang Liyang, he smiled. Jiang Liyang smiled at her through the glass, told her to cheer up with her lips, and gave her a great gesture. Jo May also gave her a thumbs up with trembling hands. The tacit interaction between mother and daughter is very warm and heartbreaking. The nurse brought her some scallion oil cakes and snacks. It is said that his daughter passed by here and took it with her. Jiang Liyang was not polite to his aunt. He took the scallion oil cake and thanked her. The hardships of life over the years have also made her learn to be soft and accept the kindness of others. What's more, the aunt is very nice. She really feels sorry for her, and she won't give up on her kindness. She stayed in the hospital for a while after dinner. The aunt insisted that she go back to rest before she returned home. After washing up and lying in bed, she took out her mobile phone to check the time. There is an unread message prompt. The sender is the nephew of the lawyer introduced by the person in charge of Ling Entertainment Village that night, named Ling Yang. That day, Jiang Liyang couldn't get out of it, so he had already added WeChat. After a brief introduction of himself, Ling Yang asked her when she was free and invited her to dinner. Jiang Liyang doesn't want to go on a blind date, but he still has to give some love. The person in charge said in front of Zhou Ang that day that he wanted to introduce his nephew to her. His selfishness can be imagined. For her, it's just a passing by. Just say that it's not appropriate to meet. After thinking about it for a moment, she replied to the message, let's do it next weekend, I'm quite busy during this period. It is necessary to be busy, mainly because the stepmother's dangerous period has not passed. She doesn't want to be out of the festival, let alone be distracted by this kind of thing. They didn't say much more, and only replied, okay, I'll make an appointment with you then. In this way, the two of them have made an appointment. Jiang Liang exited the interface and clicked it again. He looked at Ling Yao's moments. There were no restrictions, and he posted some cases and legal information. I think he is a very busy person. Jiang Liang thinks he'd better be a little busier, so that he may not have time to think about a blind date with her. Chapter 11 Mr. Zhou, who fell into the mortal world. As soon as Jiang Liang arrived at the worksite in the morning, he welcomed the meaningful eyes of several colleagues. She looked at her workplace. Well, it's Zhou Ji's breakfast again. She was a little speechless and picked up her mobile phone to send a message to Chen Xiao. Assistant Chen, didn't you agree? Did you treat me to dinner for yesterday's breakfast? You don't need to buy it again. In the office, Chen Xiao held his mobile phone and looked at the message sent to him by Jiang Liang. He looked embarrassed. He had never done this kind of thing, but Mr. Zhou ordered him to do it stubbornly. Assistant Jiang, how can you have a breakfast? You helped me a lot the day before yesterday, and you look at me, because you helped me, I was also haggard, and the dark circles under my eyes were also serious. You just think that I gave you compensation because of guilt, otherwise I would have no conscience. If I have anything to ask you in the future, I would be embarrassed to ask you. He classified the identity of the two as helping each other between colleagues, and it is also reasonable for him to buy breakfast to give back to their colleagues. Jiang Liang insisted that the compensation had been given yesterday. She is not pretentious. Yesterday, Chen Xiao said that this was a compensation for her, so she should take it. It's best not to owe each other. But today, Chen Xiao said compensation, so she couldn't accept it. Besides, she really didn't do anything that night, just spent some time. A high-priced weekly record is enough to compensate. She checked the approximate price on the internet and transferred the money to Chen Xiao. Assistant Chen, I'm sure. It's just a matter of raising your hand. There's no need to rise to the point of being condemned by conscience. She does things one by one and two by two. If she doesn't want to be entangled, she will draw a line without hesitation. Zhou Ang knew that she was stubborn, but he didn't expect her to be so stubborn. Compared with the softness 3 years ago, she was more decisive and straightforward. Mr. Zhou, Assistant Jiang transferred the breakfast money to me. Shall I transfer it to you? Chen Xiao carefully glanced at Zhou A's expression and was not sure about Mr. Zhou's thoughts. Assistant Jiang refused so bluntly. I'm afraid there is no reason to buy her breakfast in the future. Zhou Ang glanced at him coldly. Ask her if she needs her help in the future, and she will still help. Chen Xiao sent a message to Jiang Liang according to Zhou A's instructions. Soon, Jiang Liang replied to him, it is appropriate for colleagues to help. She promised to help in the future, but at the same time, she expressed that colleagues should help, and help later, so that Chen Xiao didn't have to pay too much attention to it. When he got off work at noon, he came over. Li Yang, let's go to the canteen for dinner. Okay. Jiang Liang agreed. At noon, she called the nurse. The aunt said that Zhou Mei was fine, and the doctor said that she could leave the ICU tonight. She is relieved. In addition, colleagues occasionally have to communicate with each other, which is not too raw. In addition to gossiping, Xiaohe also has a good relationship with her in the company. The two of them are eating after eating. Li Yang, is Chen Xiao chasing you? Xiaohe still couldn't help asking what he had been holding back all morning. No, Jiang Liang answered with a flat face. Why did no one chase them to the canteen? Why chased to the canteen? Jiang Liang buried his head in eating, looking like he didn't really want to know the situation. Well, look over there. Xiao, he raised his chin to the back. Jiang Liang took a look. Isn't it? Chen Xiao is carrying 2 lunch boxes and is eating vegetables. Jiang Liang looked around and saw Zhou Ang in the corner by the window. He was looking down at his mobile phone. When Jiang Liang looked at him, he just looked up and the two looked at each other. Jiang Liang pursed his lips and withdrew his gaze. You think too much. He just came to have dinner with Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou? Where? Xiao, he looked surprised. Mr. Zhou came to the canteen for dinner? She has been eating in the canteen for so long, but she has never seen Mr. Zhou come to the canteen for dinner? When she saw Chen Xiao walking to Zhou A's table with 2 lunch boxes, Xiao He's eyes widened even more. The sun came out from the west, and the noble Mr. Zhou would also come to the company canteen for dinner. Why did he suddenly feel that a high-ranking nobleman fell into the mortal world? Jiang Liang couldn't help smiling when he listened to her sigh. Zhou Ang usually works seriously, doesn't smile, and always looks cold. Even if he doesn't say anything, he still has a natural pride in his bones. She knew that he had very high requirements for the quality of life. He had never lived in the company canteen, and even the takeaways he usually eats were cooked by famous chefs. He came to the canteen for dinner, which was indeed a little condescending. What, Mr. Zhou you saw before is in the sky. It's not exactly in heaven or on earth. Anyway, he looks very expensive. I don't know if he can't digest the food like our canteen. Xiao He's words are half mocking and half mocking. Zhou Ang is usually very strict in his work. Xiao He was not careful enough and was criticized a lot. At this time, she took the opportunity to mock Zhou Ang. Jiang Liang glanced at the window and did see Zhou Ang frowning and looking hard to swallow food. Think about it. Mr. Zhou is in a bad mood because he can't digest it. If he is in a bad mood, we don't have a good life. Jiang Liang still had Zhou Ang's expression of frowning and disgusting the food just now in his mind. He said with a straight face with a smile. That's right. I'd better look forward to him, lest he be in a bad mood and we all suffer. After saying that, Xiao He glanced at Jiang Liang and secretly glanced at the window. He saw what Mr. Zhou said to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was looking this way. She thought of something in an instant. Li Yang, you can't tell Chen Xiao what I just said. I'm just straightforward and worried about Mr. Zhou's health. Jiang Liang smiled sullenly. Xiao He misunderstood her relationship with Chen Xiao, thinking that she was close to Chen Xiao, afraid that she would sue Chen Xiao. You think too much. Am I that free? Well, that's right. You are very busy every day. Mr. Zhou has now handed over the project in Lingshui village to you. If it does, it will be enough for you to be busy for a while. After saying that, Xiao He changed from worry to envy. She glanced at Jiang Liang on the opposite side. Jiang Liang was putting down the soup bowl in his hand and lowered his eyes. It's just a very ordinary move, but her posture and dining posture are pleasing to the eye. Coupled with her fair skin and delicate facial features, the most ordinary white shirt and hip-wrapped skirt can't hide her elegant temperament. Even if I just sit like this, it gives people a sense of pride that the breeze does not come and I am in full bloom. Xiao He couldn't help sighing, he is still beautiful and promising. Otherwise, with so many assistants, why did he hand over the project in Lingshui village to Jiang Liang? Who told a person that he is not only beautiful but also has a means, even Chen Xiao's elm. Jiang Liang, who was opposite her, didn't know that Xiao He had changed his mind so much in just a while. I don't know yet. Besides, there is still a project manager in the project. At most, I just do a handover work and run with you. Chapter 12 The Gap of Time. Jiang Liang is telling the truth. She is not a project manager. At most, she is running with her, and the left and right have nothing to do with her. Xiao He hummed in his heart, typical of getting a bargain and selling well. Such a big project has been completed, Jiang Liang can get a commission and see the world. This project is led by Xu Hui Group. She will inevitably deal with those high-level people in the future, which is the best platform to expand her network. Such a good opportunity was actually said to be a running companion by her. Let's see if these people have this opportunity. People's hearts are not enough to swallow snakes and elephants. Xiao He will not show his heart and stomach on his face. I don't care. Don't forget me when you develop in the future. Anyway, I have always been very supportive of you. The way to survive in the workplace, the thighs that should be hugged, oh no, the beautiful legs that should be hugged still need to be hugged, in case these beautiful legs are favored by the senior management. As Jiang Liang's friend, isn't her connection logical? When working in the afternoon, Jiang Liang met Chen Xiao, who looked depressed, in the tea room. What's the matter? Assistant Chen. Chen Xiao glanced at Jiang Liang with some resentment in his eyes. Mr. Zhou said that the food in the canteen was so bad. Why didn't anyone tell him? Assistant Jiang, you know, we ordinary people are not as picky as Mr. Zhou's taste. I don't think the food in the canteen is bad. What do you think? Chen Xiao was criticized inexplicably, and he was not in a good mood at this time. Don't take this kind of thing to heart. We are all part-time workers, and the boss will accept it no matter what he says. Jiang Liang comforted him. It's still Assistant Jiang who is understanding. However, Assistant Jiang, don't eat so vegetarian food in the future. This meal card is for you, and there is still a month's meal money in it. I usually accompany Mr. Zhou, and there are few opportunities to eat in the canteen, and it's a waste if you don't use it. Please help me. Chen Xiao said and handed his meal card to Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang wanted to refuse. She did want to save money. The dishes for lunch were all vegetarian dishes. However, you also have times when you have to eat. It's okay. You just need to call for me when I want to eat. Just take it. It's not much. Chen Xiao seems to be determined to give it to her. Jiang Liang knew that he was kind. After thinking for a moment, he still accepted it. Because Zhou Mei was hospitalized, all her savings were handed over to the hospital, and she also owed the nurse 2 months' salary. She can now be said to be penniless. If she accepts the meal card, she can save a little money this month. Sometimes people really have to bow their heads in front of reality. She thought that when her mother was discharged from the hospital, she would continue to work part-time so that she could pay off the debt earlier. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm afraid I need your help in the future. The two came out of the tea room one after another, and Xiao He inevitably cast a clear look at Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang was too lazy to explain to her. The more he explained, the more confused he became. He simply ignored it. Perhaps because Zhou Ang went to the canteen, the taste of the food the next day was upgraded. It is indeed more delicious than before. However, Jiang Liang still only cooks vegetarian dishes. She can't eat a lot of fish and meat just because this meal card was given by Chen Xiao. In case Chen Xiao needs it, she will be embarrassed. Life is very tight. Fortunately, Zhou Mei's dangerous period has passed. He only needs to stay in the hospital for a period of time to go home. Jiang Liang is also completely relieved. The project cooperation in Lingshui village has also been put on the agenda. Zhou Ang took 2 project managers and Jiang Liang to the Shihui headquarters for a meeting. The content of the meeting was mainly to discuss project cooperation. 2 managers drove a car, and Zhou Ang had his own car. Jiang Liang plans to take the project manager's car together. Assistant Yang, take this car. Mr. Zhou still has the details of the project to ask you. Chen Xiao stopped her in time. Jiang Liang was stunned for a moment. Didn't the details of the project be right with him these days? What else to ask? But it was an important project, so she still got into Zhou Ao's car. In the car, Zhou Ang handed her a small box of cake from the back seat. It's a strawberry cake that has been quiet over the years. Jiang Liang was stunned and looked at the cake and didn't pick it up. No, Mr. Zhou, I eat something to cushion my stomach. It will take a long time for the meeting, lest you faint from hunger in Shihai. I was poked my spine and said to abuse employees. Zhou A's tone was not cold or indifferent. He seemed to be saying words of concern, but he looked high-ranking. It seems that his concern was really afraid that Jiang Liang would faint and lose his Zhou's face at Shihai. Jiang Liang didn't know why he felt that his physical strength was so poor that he would faint when he was hungry. His high-ranking appearance disgusted her, but he used the company's face to talk about things, and she didn't want to offend him. She took the cake and opened it to eat. The cake still tastes the same. It's delicious. She hasn't eaten it for a long time. It should be said that she hasn't eaten it since she broke up with Zhou Ang. When I tasted this taste again, some deep memories inevitably surged into my heart. One late autumn night, Zhou Ang, in a sweatshirt, waited downstairs in her dormitory with a pink cake box in his hand. When she went downstairs, Zhou A's cold and slightly pale face showed a smile like a child. He handed her the cake in his hand and said, "Yang Yang, this is the most delicious strawberry cake in Beijing." He always likes to share what he thinks is good with her. She always says no, 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 but he still does his own thing. "Yang Yang, you are the person I love. I want to share all the good things in the world with you. You will have what I have. So, don't refuse the kindness I gave you, because that's my love for you. Do you want to refuse my love?" He is very good at coaxing people, and he is childish and domineering. The young boy always looks indifferent and alienated on the surface, but only Jiang Liang knows that his heart is hot, which is only hot to her. He slowly burned her with his enthusiasm and full of love, melted her heart into what he wanted. And she was also willingly dissolved in this passionate love. Later, she learned from Zhou A's friends that in order to buy her delicious cakes, Zhou Ang, who had always been picky, ate almost all the large and small cake shops in Beijing. Once he vomited and ate gastroenteritis, and his stomach was probably bad at that time. Jiang Liang scolded him for being stupid, but he said that his Yang Yang deserved the best. That day, Jiang Liang not only thought it was the most delicious strawberry cake she had ever eaten. She also feels that she is the happiest person in the world because she has such a good boy. Chapter 13, Deeply Hidden. Zhou Ang didn't say whether the cake was only for her or several employees had it, and she didn't ask. There are some things she doesn't want to know too clearly, or she says she doesn't want to have anything to do with the past anymore. But some people always inadvertently remind her of the entanglements with the past. Those sweet, bitter and painful memories have always appeared in her mind recently. Looking at Zhou A's eyes in the rearview mirror, it turned out to be a little sour, and the cake in his hand was also tasteless. The two looked at each other through the glass, and their eyes were a little complicated, and Zhou A's eyes were even more indescribable. I don't know if he remembered the reason why the two broke up, but there was a faint resentment in his eyes. Jiang Liang thought that no matter what the reason for the breakup in those years, it was always her who lost him. He is arrogant and conceited and treated like that. He should have a grudge against her, and he has a grudge against her. It's just that there seems to be something else in his eyes except resentment. Jiang Liang didn't want to understand, but his eyes were so straightforward that he could understand it at a glance. All along, the two of them have maintained superficial alienation and built a city barrier around their respective bodies. That's the self-esteem and peace they all carefully maintain. It's just that there has been a crack in this barrier recently. Inadvertently, those pasts came in through the cracks, taking the opportunity to disturb the people hiding in the city. Jiang Liang withdrew his gaze indifferently, lowered his head and put a small piece of cake into his mouth with the fork in his hand. The food is tasteless, but it still needs to be eaten. The cracks will be filled, and it will no longer give those illusory thoughts a chance to take advantage of the void. Some people miss it, and the intersection that shouldn't happen will never happen again. This meeting was held on the top floor of Shihui's headquarters. When Jiang Liang came for the first time, he was deeply shocked by the details revealed by the company. The decoration of the company is not luxurious. It is spacious and bright, simple and comfortable, but it reveals details and humanization everywhere. Not to mention anything else, you can tell from the young lady at the front desk alone. The young lady's makeup is exquisite but not glamorous, and the service attitude is also very good. As soon as they open their mouths, they give people a feeling of spring breeze. Moreover, they are also beautiful, with a standard 8-tooth smile, a uniform white shirt and a grey knee-length hip skirt, which fits well and is decent. Their clothes are ordinary but not ordinary. White shirts and hip-wrapped skirts are the usual clothes in the workplace. However, unlike ordinary companies, they have made some scheming designs in details, which will not be exaggerated, but just right. It is neither completely at home nor stereotyped, which not only reflects the soft beauty of women, but also does not lose the seriousness of the workplace. This is obviously the extent to which the company cares about employees. The front desk is the face of the company. The company can pay attention to such small details. It can be imagined that the decision makers of the company are very detail-oriented people. The elevator button sign on the 15th floor says leisure area, and the 15+1 is marked with a parent-child area. In Beijing, where there is an inch of land and an inch of gold, the company actually uses one floor as a parent-child area. Should I say that this company is a local tycoon, or is it too humane? What is your parent-child area? With a female project manager, she couldn't help asking the elevator staff curiously. Zhou also has a leisure area. At noon, employees can drink coffee, read books, play games, watch movies, and even take a nap in the rest area. Compared with other companies, the treatment is also very good. But there is no parent-child area. After all, the company is not a kindergarten, and the company has no obligation to take care of the housework of employees. This parent-child area is specially developed by our company's employees and customers to cultivate a parent-child relationship. There are special childcare teachers in the parent-child area. If customers and employees do not have time to take care of children for special reasons, they can temporarily put the children in the parent-child area and be accompanied by professional childcare teachers. The staff patiently introduced. This is also too humane. Women in the workplace have always been vulnerable, especially married mothers, because it is inevitable that there will be times when their careers and families are involved with each other when they have children. Many companies are not so friendly to women in the workplace with children, or companies want to be humanized, but can't achieve it for various reasons. This kind of humanized operation that takes into account both employees and customers is really popular. His companions obviously also sympathized. Zhou Ang was fine and his face was plain. With his relationship with Xu Yang, he must have been here more than once. He didn't react to Shi Hui's operation. Jiang Liyang and the other two managers didn't show much, but they showed different degrees of surprise in their eyes. Especially the married female manager with children looked even more envious. The conference room on the 36th floor is very large. The meeting will officially begin after the main founders of each company, including the person in charge, arrive. Xu Yan took the lead and led the meeting. Xiao Mujing and Zhou Ang sat up and down, and the people from other companies went to the back row in turn. The one with the assistant has a chair sitting behind the boss, recording the key points of the meeting and reminding them. Jiang Liyang took the document and sat diagonally behind Zhou Ang. At the meeting, representatives of all parties expressed their opinions and presented the excellent design content of their own projects. Xu Yan sat in the main seat, leaning back against the back of the chair, put one hand on the armrest of the chair, and put the other hand on the desk at will, and his fingertips touched it from time to time. He rarely speaks and only asks questions or gives constructive suggestions when he hears a certain note. When he didn't speak, everyone spoke freely, but in the end, they would openly and secretly seek Xia's advice. Those hints were skimmed by Xu Yan without saying a sound. A light mouth can bring the meeting to the rhythm he wants. This made Jiang Liyang thoroughly realize what is the real person sitting in a high position. He doesn't need to spend too much time talking. As long as he sits there, he has a calm and easy aura to control the whole audience. A man with such an aura is all thanks to his openness. The knowledge of vision and the ability to control the situation, which is a truly strong heart and stable power that only those who have been tempered in the commercial sea will have. Jiang Liyang felt that Xu Yan was completely different from what he said at the wine table. Last time, he basically didn't speak much. Most of the time, it was other people who spoke. Even Zhou Ang, who also rarely spoke, said it from time to time. And he seems to be careless, completely like an outsider. But today is different. He is a decision maker who can turn his hands into clouds and turn his hands into rain to decide everything. Under his gentle appearance, the sharpness hidden in it is revealed from time to time. People dare not surpass him, but they will not be overly suppressed by him. He has fully grasped all the key points and details at the meeting, even better than the project manager and several presidents. Only today did Jiang Liyang understand that Xu Yang seemed to be just a bystander that day, but in fact he was the controller who sat in the open place to see the whole situation and plan the plan. She thought she was right. Such a person is very dangerous, and the most terrible thing is to hide it. Xu Yan's relaxedness made the atmosphere of the meeting very harmonious. There was no tension, but they were secretly competing. Each family should give full play to its advantages as much as possible and want to perform best in front of Shihoi. If you are satisfied with this cooperation, then the next cooperation will be logical. Chapter 14 is She of Ours. When the meeting lasted for 3 hours, Xu Yan announced a 30-minute halftime break. The company provides afternoon tea and various pastries and snacks. It tastes good. The whole group praised the company's action. To be honest, after 3 or 4 hours, everyone was a little tired, and their thoughts were inevitably tense, which affected the performance. Jiang Liao's surprise was that there was strawberry cake in the afternoon tea, and it was quiet over the years. Xu Hui is a real man. The price of the cake of the quiet years is not cheap. She took a piece and ate it. If Zhou Ang hadn't eaten it for her when she came, she would have been able to eat several pieces by now. Assistant Jiang, you seem to like this brand of strawberry cake very much. I saw the cake of this brand in your drawer last time. The female manager stood next to her and took a matcha mousse in her hand and asked her curiously. Jiang Liang was eating. When asked by her, he thought of the strawberry cake in the drawer of the workstation. Last time, Zhou Ang asked her to clean up the table, saying that there was another cake on the table and she asked her to take it to eat. She thought it was left over by him and Xiao Mojing, so she didn't eat it. I wanted to throw it away, but I couldn't bear it. I put the cake in the drawer for several days. When the project manager asked her to transfer the materials 2 days ago, she happened to see the drawer she opened. Jiang Liang didn't expect that the manager remembered it until now. She also said that it was okay, but when she said this, Zhou Ang just came in from outside. Listen carefully to the manager's words. Others don't know the inside story, but only the two of them know the meaning of this strawberry cake to Zhou Ang and her. Jiang Liang subconsciously looked at Zhou Ang, who was diagonally opposite. Zhou Ang was also looking at her with an inquiry in his expression. Jiang Liang avoided his sight with some guilty and gave a vague hum, which was a response to the female manager. Assistant Jiang, if you like to eat, you should eat more. This cake is very difficult to buy. I heard that in order to ensure the taste, it will be limited every day. We rely on the blessings of Mr. Zhou and Mr. Shi. If we eat, we will earn money. When the female manager saw Zhou Ang coming, she didn't say anything. She had a good relationship with Jiang Liang, the special assistant to the president, and flattered Zhou Ang and Shi Yang. Although Shi Yanren is not here at this time. Zhou Ang was expressionless when he heard the manager's words. He came over with one hand, stood opposite them, and looked down at the cake on the table. Assistant Jiang also likes to eat strawberry cake, and even put it in the drawer. Zhou A's tone was not fast or slow. He raised his eyelids gently and his eyes fell on Jiang Liang. I don't know if it was her illusion, but Zhou A's eyes were a little burning. Jiang Liang swallowed the cake in his mouth and replied vaguely in his throat, Coincidentally, I also love to eat. After saying that, Zhou Ang picked up the strawberry cake on the table and crossed a piece with a fork and put it in his mouth. When he looked at Jiang Liang again, there was a smile on the corners of his lips. Jiang Liang turned around to avoid Zhou A's sight, and said by the way, Mr. Zhou, you should also eat more. The female manager beside her didn't think much about the conversation between the two, and she didn't often stay with Mr. Zhou and Jiang Liang, so she didn't know the subtlety in the atmosphere between the two. After drinking afternoon tea, the female manager took Jiang Liang to the bathroom together. Along the way, the female manager expressed her appreciation for Shuhoi Group and even Shiyang. Mr. Shi is really good at doing things. The details are so good that people can't find a trace of mistakes, and he is too thoughtful for employees, especially female employees. You think, which employee in such a company will not work hard for him? Obviously, Shihoi's decision to hire someone to take care of children for employees has been fulfilled in her heart. Her child is more than 2 years old. He is not easy to take care of. He loves to cry and is prone to illness. Her education philosophy is different from that of her parents-in-law. She didn't take care of her for a period of time before. I hired a nanny, but I was not satisfied with several changes. I wanted to take the position I had worked hard to get. This is also the pain of many women in the workplace. Shiya's decision has indeed solved the troubles of many employees with children. The child is around, and there are professional childcare teachers. That alone, employees will work hard for this advantage to achieve performance. Jiang Liang does not say yes or no. For a company, it is not difficult to make this decision, but it is rare to implement it. Financial resources, labor, and safety responsibilities are all a problem. In fact, the company is a little difficult and unpleasant. It's okay if there is no problem with the child. Once there is a safety problem, the company will also be responsible. But capitalists know how to buy people's hearts, which also has a very positive impact on the company's reputation. The benefits brought by this positive impact are not a little. But there is no doubt that the benefits brought by the company to employees are also real. What? Are you envious? When the manager said this, Jiang Liang probably guessed what she wanted to say later, so he followed her words. Sure enough. But isn't it? Who wouldn't envy you? Assistant Jiang, you are not married and have no children. You don't know the difficulties of working women who have children, and you have to take care of them. Families also need to take careers into account. Almost 95% of families will acquiesce that women are more suitable for taking care of children. If the child has a problem, they will blame the mother. However, it is difficult to say about motherhood. No matter how much resentful women suffer, they will not give up their children. However, women also need to have a sense of security and have their own career, and stable income is the best. Assistant Jiang, you are also in the workplace. If the company has a benefit specifically for married employees with children, in the future, you get married and have children, then you can enjoy this benefit logically. Jiang Liyang understood that the manager wanted her to mention this point to Zhou Ang in a roundabout way. The assistant president was responsible for telling the advice of the company's employees to the president. Listening to the voices of employees is also beneficial for the company to win people's hearts and improve the cohesion of employees. Jiang Liyang stood by the washstand, turned on the faucet and smiled. Of course, I will find an opportunity to mention it to Mr. Zhou. I can't guarantee whether Mr. Zhou will adopt his advice. Jiang Liyang gave the female manager a calming pill to eat. The female manager smiled happily. Assistant Jiang, you are really smart. No wonder you can be the assistant of the general manager last week. They all say that your beauty is more than your talent. In my opinion, you are a combination of beauty and talent. But the atmosphere in the car became colder, and even Chen Xiao beside him felt something was wrong. He often looked at Mr. Zhou in the rearview mirror, thinking that Mr. Zhou's stinky face looked like Zhou was going bankrupt. He should be careful later, lest he be scolded. The banquet is held in a private room, with a main table and a secondary table. The main table is for the presidents, and the secondary table is for the deputies of the peers. Xu Hui treats people equally, and the dishes are the same, but there is no wine on the table, only drinks. It not only does not make the assistants hungry, but also ensures that the assistants can also ensure the efficiency of the boss of each family when they have something to do later. It can be said that it is a very considerate arrangement. The wine table is a good place to talk about people's feelings. It is clear at a glance who is in a higher position. Although the cooperation has been reached, each company performs its own duties. But everyone has their own little nine in their hearts. Xu Yan is the new president of Xuhui Group, and there are still 3 fires for the new official to take office. Outsiders don't know how many fires he burned when he took office. But looking at the harmony of the whole Xuhui today, even the elders of Xuhui know that Xu Yan is not simple. But anyone with a little insight will seize this opportunity and try their best to please him. Compared with the seriousness at work in the afternoon, Xu Yan at the dinner is completely different. Xu Yan was too obviously enthusiastic about these people. He sat on the back of the chair, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, shaking it gently from time to time. His posture was lazy, and his attitude was obviously perfunctory, just like what Jiang Liyang saw at the dinner table last time. He was indifferent and perfunctory, as if those who came to flatter were not him. Some people are too dazzling to be ignored. In addition, the people at the table were whispering, and Jiang Liyang inevitably looked at the man sitting diagonally opposite on the main seat. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, she always felt that the eyes fell on her from that direction. Several times, when she looked at him, their eyes happened to be staggered. Jiang Liyang felt that he was really a little suspicious. He felt that the man was dangerous and not paranoid. Did someone else want to harm him as a president? This feeling was not until she looked at Zhou Ang next to Xi Yan that she knew where her uncomfortable point was. It was she who saw it wrong. The line of sight was not Xi Yan, but Zhou Ang. Since Jiang Liyang said that in the afternoon, Zhou Ang has been looking at her like this, with some resentment in his indifference. Jiang Liyang was burned by his sight like sitting on a needle felt. Even manager Yu next to him could see it. Assistant Jiang, Zhou always doesn't have a problem with you. Why do you feel that he has always looked at you with that cold eyes since you answered that question in the afternoon? Did you offend him? Maybe I don't like what I say. Jiang Liyang answered casually. No, your answer is fine. I also followed your words. Did you answer wrongly? Isn't that the answer? Then, I also agree with you. If Mr. Zhou has a problem with you, won't he have a problem with me? Manager Yu was shocked that people in the workplace had a bad emotional change towards their superiors, fearing that the evil fire would burn on him. Jiang Liyang was a little speechless, but she didn't know how to explain it to her. She vaguely knew where Zhou Ang was angry, but she didn't want to think deeply about it. Unable to stand Zhou A's sight, she just got up and went to the bathroom. When I came out, I saw a man standing in front of me. Gao Ding's white shirt and black trousers are slim and decent. The proportion of men is very good. He is tall and tall. At a glance, there are only long legs full of eyes. He put one hand in his pocket, and the other hand seemed to be playing with something. Hearing the sound, the man looked sideways slightly, with a gentle face, as if with a smile. The warm light poured down from the top of the head and fell on the man. The moonlight breeze is clear and elegant. At a moment, the surroundings seemed to be clear because of his presence, and people's hearts were also warm. Jiang Liyang walked over. Mr. Xu. Come out to get some air. The man's voice is gentle and casual, and he always talks to her differently from other times. Jiang Liang smiled, and then his eyes fell on the small box in his hand. Mr. Shi's voice is not good yet. Xu Yan's suffix is dragging long, as if he is still thinking. Almost, just a little bit. Oh, that's good. Jiang Liang paused and said again, at that time, always pay more attention to rest and try to stay up late as little as possible. She remembered that last time Xu Yan said that she had a sore throat because she stayed up too late. In the face of Xu Yan, she didn't know what to say at this time, so she had to express her concern verbally. Xu Yan faced the scenery outside the corridor, and a word overflowed in his throat. Jiang Liang faced his perfect side face and only saw the corners of his mouth gently raised. This time, Xu Yan was sure, but Jiang Liang seemed to feel something was wrong again. An indescribable weirdness. She is stunned. Miss Jiang. Xu Yan called her Miss Jiang. Before, he had always called her assistant Jiang. Jiang Liang hummed subconsciously and didn't notice that he had changed his name. Well, Mr. Xu, you said? She showed a respectful attitude and still used the same respectful name as last time. Xu Yan's eyebrows were slightly twisted, and then he stretched out. The throat candy you bought for me last time is very effective. Could you please buy me another box? Jiang Liang was stunned for a moment. Don't want to? Chapter 17. Do you need me to see you off? Xu Yan turned his head and looked at her. His face was gentle, but his eyes were deep. Jiang Liang waved his hand quickly. No. Of course, Xu Yan is willing to make such a request, and she dares not. It's just what she thinks is wrong. She couldn't figure it out, but her mobile phone rang. Jiang Liang took out and took a look. It was the nurse's aunt who called. The aunt rarely took the initiative to call her. It was likely that something had happened to Zhou Mei. Excuse me, Mr. Xu, I'll answer the phone. Xu Yan silently made a gesture of invitation and took the initiative to move aside. Jiang Liang saw this and pressed the answer button directly. What's wrong with auntie? As soon as Jiang Liang answered the phone, he heard a noisy voice coming from the other side, and his heart suddenly tightened. Yang, when will you come back? The nurse's tone was a little urgent, and she gasped from time to time. I'll be back soon. What's the matter? Hearing what the aunt said, Jiang Li's heart tightened, and even his voice trembled a little. Your mother knows about the cost of the operation. She knows that she has spent hundreds of thousands of yen. She is worried about the money and you. She has to be discharged from the hospital. You said that she has just been discharged from the ICU, but she didn't listen. She was very emotional and has been making trouble. Auntie was also a little emotional. She followed Zhou Mei to OSSS and gasped. It is inevitable to speak loudly. The corridor was quiet, and Xu Yan, who was beside him, also heard the content of the phone. He looked at the girl beside him. She leaned sideways, held the phone in one hand, and frowned slightly. At this time, her body was still standing straight, but the hand hanging on one side betrayed her. The little white hand gripped the edge of the skirt tightly, and the edge of the hip-wrapped skirt was gripped into a strange shape. Okay, auntie, I know. I'll be back now. Please help comfort my mother first. Thank you for your hard work. When Jiang Liang heard that Zhou Mei was making trouble just because of medical expenses, not because of her health, she was a little upset. Hanging up the phone, she looked at Xu Yan. Do you need me to take you back? Xu Yan spoke first, with a plain face. Mr. Xu, no, I'll just take a taxi. At this time, Jiang Liang was still rational. How dare she bother Xu Yan to see her off? It takes time to take a taxi. If you don't mind, I'll send my driver to take you there, which will be faster. Xu Yan said that Jiang Liang couldn't refuse again, and she was really anxious. Okay, thank you, Mr. Xu. Xu Yan took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. After explaining to the people over there, he hung up the phone. You should know my driver. He is going to drive now. You can wait directly at the door now. Okay, thank you, Mr. Xu. I'll go first. Jiang Liang thanked him quickly. You're welcome. Jiang Liang turned around after 2 steps. Mr. Xu, I will help you buy the throat candy you want. Xu Yan smiled lightly and stood still to see her off. As soon as Jiang Liang left, Zhou A's figure appeared in the corridor. Xu Yan looked at the empty corridor with a thoughtful look. Little uncle. There was no one here. Zhou Ang walked over and called Xu Yan's little uncle. Well, it's out. Xu Yan glanced at him and turned to face the scenery outside the corridor. Zhou Ang took out a cigarette box and handed it to Xu Yan. Does your uncle smoke? No, you have a bad throat, so you should avoid smoking. Xu Yan looked at a blooming white rose in front of him and said lightly. The corridor is quiet, and the white rose looks particularly fresh and elegant in the light night. When the gentle wind blows, the flower branches tremble. That fragile flower is pitiful and even more intoxicating. Is your throat still better? Zhou Ang lit a cigarette and took a puff. While spitting out the smoke ring, he glanced at the throat candy in Xu Yan's hand and asked casually. There seems to be nothing wrong with listening to his uncle's voice. It's still a little short. While he was talking, Yang glanced at Zhou Ang, and his eyes fell lightly on the cigarette in his hand. You should also smoke less. To be honest, Zhou Ang is a little afraid of Xu Yan. Although he was raised in Zhou's family, this little uncle is only 6 years older than him. But for a period of time, Shi Yan cared more about him and had always been strict with him, and Shi Yan was steady, deep-minded, and his spleen was also puzzling. In the Xu family, even the grandfather Xu is a little afraid of him. At this time, Zhou Ang received care from the elders, which made him a little stressed as a junior. Got it. After saying that, he added another sentence, finish this one. Xu Yan ignored him and just looked at the front quietly. Zhou Ang knew that he was hiding quietly, and the people inside were very annoyed. When he saw that Xu Yan went out and came to annoy him again, he was also annoyed after dealing with it for a while. The white rose is very beautiful. Zhou Ang also saw the blooming rose in front of him. The smoke was lingering, and he narrowed his eyes, as if he remembered something, and pulled the corners of his mouth lightly. Xu Yan's eyes were deep, and he stared at the white rose. Well, it's pretty good. After saying that, both of them calmed down. One uncle and nephew smoked and the other watched the scenery. They didn't disturb each other. It's just that when Zhou Ang smokes, he will glance in the direction of the bathroom from time to time. Are you waiting for someone? Xu Yan noticed his gaze. Oh, no. Zhou Ang took a sigh of a cigarette, withdrew his eyes unnaturally, and lowered his eyes to hide a little loneliness in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Xu Yan stood in place and held the small box in the player's hand, as if he wanted to say something. In the end, he just patted Zhou Ang on the shoulder and went in. When Jiang Liyang was in the car, Chen Xiao sent her a message asking where she had gone and why she didn't see anyone. Jiang Liyang sent him a message back and told him that something had happened at home and left first. Originally, I was going to send him a message. The meal was almost over. It didn't matter if she went back a little earlier, but she still had to tell Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao quickly replied to her, "What's wrong? Do you need any help?" She replied, "No, I can handle it myself." Half a minute later, Chen Xiao sent her a message again, "Is there something wrong with your mother?" Chen Xiao knew about her mother's hospitalization. She had asked her before, but she only said a general idea, not the specifics. "Yes, but it's not a big problem. I can handle it. Mr. Zhou is bothering you so much." Jiang Liyang didn't want to say it at first, but after thinking about it, it's better to tell the truth, lest Zhou Ang ask about it and Chen Xiao also cross. And she is also Zhou Ao's assistant. The boss hasn't left yet, and her assistant left early without saying hello. Yi Jingyu can't say it. If Zhou Ang drinks too much, Chen Xiao will be the only one who will bother. Chen Xiao quickly replied to her, "Mr. Zhou, don't worry, I will take good care of you, and you can rest assured to deal with your affairs." Jiang Liyang, "Thank you, I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow." Chen Xiao didn't politely reply, "Good." Chapter 18, Meet Han Jing. After Jiang Liyang arrived at the hospital, Xia's driver asked her if she needed help. She quickly said, "Thank you, no need." Xu Yan was already very grateful that she could send a driver to take her back. She didn't want to bother others anymore. Moreover, this is not something that others can do. Seeing that she said so, the driver didn't insist anymore. Jiang Liyang trotted all the way into the hospital. It was probably because the nurse told Zhou Meijian that Liyang would come back to the hospital. Zhou Mei was much quieter by now. As soon as Jiang Liyang entered the ward, Zhou Mei still waved her hand excitedly and said something slurredly. The nurse quickly comforted her, "Mai, don't get too excited and don't scare the child." Jiang Liyang walked over. "Auntie, thank you for your hard work. You should go and rest for a while. I'll talk to my mother for a while." "Well, you mother and daughter, talk well and don't make conflicts." The nurse is almost 50 years old. She was tossed around by Zhou Mei just now and sweated profusely. She really needs a break now. After the aunt went out, Jiang Liyang didn't wait for Zhou Mei to speak, so he held her hands in the air and smiled gently at her. "Mom, you don't have to worry about the medical expenses. Before didn't I tell you that I went to the company to advance 2 months' salary, and I signed a large order for the company before, with a commission, which is almost enough." Zhou Mei obviously didn't believe her words. She withdrew her hand and drew a 5-character tremblingly. Jiang Liyang took her hand and put it on his face. "I also borrowed a little from Shishi, which is enough for 500,000 yuan. I have already paid all the money, so you don't have to worry about it. Don't you still have a job? I will pay back the debt slowly." To borrow money from Shishi, Jiang Liyang did not intend to tell Zhou Mei, but looking at Zhou Mei's appearance, she would not believe it if she didn't tell the truth. The money was borrowed. Xu Si was restricted by her family because she refused to marry. The money she could borrow was also limited. Jiang Liyang would not tell Zhou Mei the origin of the 100,000 ye in the end. "I'm sorry, it's all Mom who drags you down. It took Zhou Mei a lot of effort to say these complete words vaguely. Jiang Liyang shook her head with a smile. She wiped the saliva from the corners of Zhou Mei's mouth with a tissue. "Mom, we are a family. Why do you say it's a drag? If I become like this, Mom, you won't abandon me, will you?" Zhou Mei looked at Jiang Liyang with heartache in her eyes. Her eyes were full of tears, and her hands trembled to touch Jiang Liyang's face. Jiang Liyang bent down and leaned closer to her face. Zhou Mei's fingers touched Jiang Liang's face, and her heartache, guilt and anger were all intertwined on her face. She hated that she was useless, failed to protect Jiang Liang, and failed to let her live a good life. Her current ghostly appearance dragged her down so hard. "Kid, it's my mother who is useless. It's hard for you," she said slurredly. She failed Jiang Yuhua's death. Even though she was helpless, she saw Jiang Liang's smiling face, and her heart loosened again. Jiang Liang shook her head. She hugged Zhou Mei, leaned her head gently in her arms, and closed her eyes. "It's not hard. As long as my mother is by my side, I won't suffer. My mother must cooperate with the treatment and accompany me to travel when she gets better early. I still have many places I want to go." Zhou Mei's tears rolled down, and her hands trembled and stroked Jiang Liang's head. Every time Zhou Mei doesn't want to be treated or has the idea of seeking death, Jiang Liang is so attached to her. It's easy to make her loose. Yes, can she not be attached to her? She is her last relative in the world. If even she is gone, then Yang Yang will really become a lonely person. But with her Yang Yang has had such a hard time again. Jiang Liang stayed in the hospital until Zhou Mei fell asleep. The nurse has already washed up and is ready to go to bed. Seeing that Jiang Liang's eyes were a little red, the aunt pulled her outside to comfort her. "Your mother also feels sorry for you. Don't blame her. You have suffered so much at a young age and are in debt. Can she not feel sorry for you? It's just a moment of excitement. Don't take it to heart." The nurse was also tossed around. She had been taking care of Zhou Mei for almost a year. She knew Zhou Mei's spleen, not to mention that Zhou Mei was semi-paralyzed. It was really tossing when she became Sting. She is still sick, and her aunt is also very worried. Fortunately, she called Jiang Liang back in time. Only Jiang Liang can persuade Zhou Mei. "I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie. Mom will fall asleep now. Please rest early." Jiang Liang took the kettle on the table to pick up water. The hot water is sizzling with white mist, and her heart is still in a semi-freezing state. It's not the first time that Zhou Mei has been like this. What she said without treatment is actually no different from seeking death. Every time she finds Zhou Mei like this, she will have a sense of loneliness that is about to be abandoned by the whole world, and the fear and silence in her heart will also spread. "Oh, the girl's water is flooded." A shout called back the nerves of Jiang Liang's wandering. "Sorry, I didn't burn you, did I?" Jiang Liang, who returned to his senses, quickly turned off the water. "I'm fine." "Girl, you didn't burn yourself, did you?" No, Jiang Liang quickly picked up the kettle and left. Just arrived at the corridor, Jiang Liang turned around and found Han Jing. "Han Jing, why are you here?" "Oh, an elder is sick. I'm here to visit." Han Jing came over. "Why are you here?" "My mother is hospitalized here. Auntie is sick." Han Jing was surprised. Is it serious?" "After the operation, the dangerous period has passed." "That's good. I'm going to see my aunt." Han Jing thought that he happened to meet him. Although he was empty-handed, as a friend, his friend's mother was sick, so he should at least go and have a look. "She has fallen asleep." Jiang Liang told the truth. "Well, I won't bother you. Are you going back to the ward?" Han Jing looked at the kettle in her hand and asked. "Well, I'll go back after the water. There is a nurse here to take care of me." The two said that they had come to the door of Zhou Mei's ward. Jiang Liang pushed open the ward, went in and put the kettle on the table, reached out and took down the saliva towel on Zhou Mei's chin, and took another one from the drawer to change. Han Jing stood outside the door and did not go in. He had never seen Zhou Mei. At this time, he only saw a woman lying on the hospital bed with a gauze on her head, pale face and a slightly crooked mouth. Han Jing looked at Jiang Liang skillfully taking care of Zhou Mei, and his eyes overflowed with complicated emotions. After Jiang Liang settled Zhou Mei, she left the ward. She came to the nurse's station again and explained something to the nurse on duty. After everything was settled, Jiang Liang walked out of the hospital with Han Jing. "I'll take you back," Han Jing said. Chapter 19 Breakfast cooked by yourself. "Are you? Convenient for you?" Jiang Liang originally wanted to say no, but after thinking about it, it was better to forget it. It's an old classmate. Since she met her, it's not good to be too raw. This will show that she is very deliberate. It's convenient. It's less than 10 minutes away from your place. Then thank you. While talking, the two came to the gate of the hospital. Han Jing went to drive, and Jiang Liang waited for him at the door. After getting on the bus, both of them were a little silent at first. Jiang Liang didn't know what to say to him. Although they were classmates, they left Zhou Ang back then. She also took advantage of him, but the two have hardly contacted each other in the past 3 years. They haven't seen each other for several years, and they really don't know what to say. "Auntie, is she seriously ill?" Han Jing has something to say to her, and there are also many questions to ask her. "How has she been doing these years?" "Well, I'm paralyzed, but I've been much better recently. I can walk around." Zhou Mei has been paralyzed for more than 2 years. She can walk around for half a year, but she was found to have a tumor in her brain. Although she had surgery, it is not known whether she can recover to her previous state. Han Jing was surprised again. He looked at Jiang Liyang and opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Her father passed away and her mother was paralyzed, so has she lived like this all these years? He knew that her father passed away. At that time, he felt that she had had a hard time, but he didn't expect that fate had not let her go. If you need my help, please feel free to come to me. Everyone is a friend, so don't be embarrassed to open your mouth. Fate has become like this. He only wants to help her as much as he can. Okay. Jiang Liyang did not refuse either. It was one thing to promise. If it were not a last resort, she might not ask Han Jing for help again. The car drove to Jiang Liyang's residence. Jiang Liyang got out of the car and was about to bend down to say goodbye to Han Jing. Han Jing got out of the car. At this time, neither of them noticed that a car was parked outside the community. The two people in the car saw the two people standing in front of them at a glance. What's the matter? Jiang Liyang asked Han Jing with some doubts. I'll take you up. Han Jing glanced behind her. Not far behind her, there were two drinking men squatting. When Jiang Liyang got off the car, their eyes kept falling on her. Jiang Liyang glanced back and also saw the two men. The people living here are very mixed. There are all kinds of people. In fact, she has also been harassed and even called the police. She understands what Han Jing means. Women living alone and women with men at home are more or less a little deterrent to those who have bad intentions. Okay. The two went upstairs together. Not long after, the lights on the 5th floor turned on. In the car, Zhou Eng lit a cigarette. The white-grey smoke wrapped around his face, which was soft. His heart seemed to be entangled by this ray of smoke, which was boring and unpassable. Chen Xiao, who was in front of him, didn't dare to come out. At the dinner last week, he always knew that Jiang Liyang left because of his mother's accident, so he also left the wine table. When he arrived at the hospital, Mr. Zhou went upstairs and soon went downstairs with a black face. Until now, Zhou Ao's face has darkened after seeing Han Jing go upstairs with Jiang Liyang. The two stayed in the car for more than 10 minutes, and Han Jing went downstairs. He drove his own car and left the community. Mr. Zhou. Go back. Zhou Ao's voice was a little low. Chen Xiao looked at the rearview mirror, and Mr. Zhou's eyes were a little lonely. As soon as the alarm clock rang in the morning, Jiang Liyang got up. After washing up, she went to the nearby vegetable market. She bought spare ribs and some side dishes. After that, she went to a pharmacy. At the pharmacy, she bought the throat candy that Xie needed. After thinking about it, she asked the pharmacist to match some traditional Chinese medicine that was good for her throat. She boiled a pot of rib porridge, made a few refreshing side dishes, fried a few eggs, cut a little lean meat and cooked a lean meat soup with traditional Chinese medicine. The lean meat soup should be packed in a newly bought thermos, and the rest should be packed one by one. After doing all this, she looked at the time and was running out. She quickly ate a little porridge and rushed out with something. First, I went to the hospital and handed over the packaged porridge and fried eggs to the nurse. Zhou Mei can only eat a little fluid food now, and the rest is prepared by Jiang Li for the nurse. Jiang Liyang felt sorry for Zhou Mei's trouble yesterday. She had nothing to thank for except for the salary. I can only express my apology to my aunt in this way. In fact, she is also a little selfish. The aunt takes care of Zhou Mei very carefully. Although Jiang Liyang paid a high price to invite the aunt, it is very laborious to take care of the paralyzed patients. She wants to exchange her heart. She is kind to her aunt, and she also hopes that she can be nice to Zhou Mei. Her cooking skills are good, which is better than the taste bought outside. The aunt cooked breakfast for her early in the morning, which was also very happy. When I arrived at the company, I just clocked in. Chen Xiao passed by the assistant's room. Jiang Liyang stopped him and handed him the breakfast in the bag. We agreed yesterday that we will treat you to breakfast today. Chen Xiao took the breakfast and took a look at it. He found that it was not the same as what he bought outside. I cooked it myself, and the taste is not bad. Jiang Liyang took the initiative to say that it was a return of kindness anyway. She simply cooked a little more. Chen Xiao has in his heart. Surprised, he didn't expect Jiang Liyang to cook breakfast for him personally. He thought she would just buy a little outside at most. At this time, he feels a little hot when he holds the breakfast. Then thank you, Assistant Jiang. Chen Xiao served breakfast to the president's office. Mr. Zhou. Say. Zhou Ang was reading the document and said without raising his head. This is the breakfast cooked by Assistant Jiang. You. Chen Xiao hesitated a little. Yesterday, he was Assistant Jiang, who cared about Mr. Zhou, but Assistant Jiao thought it was him. Therefore, it was Chen Xiao who thanked Jiang Liyang for the breakfast he cooked by himself. If Jiang Liyang bought it, it's okay. He dares not eat it cooked by himself. After all, Mr. Zhou's attitude towards Jiang Liyang is like a mirror in his heart. Zhou Ang looked up from the pile of documents and looked at the breakfast on the table, his eyes from calm to sharp. Cooked by yourself? His voice was very calm, but Chen Xiao felt cold inexplicably. Assistant Jiang said that she cooked it herself. Chen Xiaoru said so. Yesterday, he followed Mr. Zhou's instructions. Jiang Liang said that he would treat him to breakfast to thank him. He also told Mr. Zhou, but Mr. Zhou didn't say anything at that time. At this time, he felt that this breakfast was really a hot potato. Can he eat it cooked by Jiang Liang himself? Do you dare to eat? But he doesn't eat. Can such a proud person as Mr. Zhou eat the things that have been transferred from his hands? He doesn't know whether to leave the breakfast or not. The atmosphere is awkward and dangerous. Take it away. Zhou Ang ordered coldly. Chen Xiao hesitated. Mr. Zhou's intention to take it away can't be to let him lose it. That's too disrespectful. Mr. Zhou, should I eat all? He wants an accurate answer. It's up to you. Chen Xiaoru is about to grant amnesty. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Chapter 20. It tastes good. Chen Xiao went out with the breakfast, thinking that this matter was over, and Mr. Zhou would feel a little uncomfortable at most. Until noon, when Zhou Ang was eating in the canteen, he asked him strangely whether the breakfast was delicious. He answered casually, delicious. How delicious is it? Chen Xiao didn't pay attention to Zhou A's tone at all, and praised Jiang Liao's cooking. The porridge and side dishes were no worse than those cooked by the chef outside. After he finished this sentence, he saw Mr. Zhou's face cold at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was stunned, and the steamed egg in his throat, which had not been swallowed, slipped down without paying attention. He was choked and quickly took water to drink. Zhou Ang threw his chopsticks on the table with an ugly face, got up and walked out. Chen Xiao quickly put down the glass of water and followed. There was a wailing in my heart, thinking that it was over, he was over. He couldn't figure out why Mr. Zhou, since you like Jiang Liao so much, why do you want to be sneaky and nervous, just like you can't see anyone? It's him who will suffer this. When the two passed by the assistant room, Zhou Ang took a look inside. Where is the person? But? Maybe I'm out. Chen Xiao knows who Zhou Ang is asking. He didn't see Jiang Liang in the canteen just now, and he is not in the assistant room now, but he doesn't know where Jiang Li has gone. He shivered and took out his mobile phone. Mr. Zhou, I'll send a message to Assistant Jiang to ask her. Zhou Ang was silent with a cold face, as if thinking of something, and his tone softened a little. Forget it. Chen Xiao looked confused. Okay, Mr. Zhou. At this moment, Jiang Liang is on his way to Shihui. As soon as she arrived at the front desk and reported her identity, the front desk let her pass. Assistant Li has already said hello. Miss Jiao can go up directly when she comes. Before coming, she asked Li Chao, Xia's assistant, on WeChat that she was here to deliver throat candy to see if Xiang was in the company today. Li Chao replied that she was in the company early in the morning. Previously, she bought Xu Yang a throat candy, and Li Chao added her on WeChat and said that he would transfer the money to buy the candy to her. Of course, she didn't want to accept it, but she insisted that it was ordered by the president and asked her not to embarrass her. Jiang Liang had no choice but to add WeChat. On the top floor, Li Chao came over and took her to the lounge. No, the goods have been delivered, and I'll leave. Jiang Liang gave 3 boxes of throat candy to Li Chao, and the rest can be reserved. Okay, I will pass it on to Mr. Shi. Li Chao took the throat candy and said. While he was talking, he glanced at the thermos in Jiang Liang's other hand. Jiang Liang hesitated for a moment and did not hand over the thermos. Hasn't Assistant Jiang eaten yet? Oh, not yet. Jiang Liang rushed over after work. What a coincidence, I didn't eat it either. This is what Xu Yan said. The two turned their heads and saw Xu Yan coming out of the president's office. When Xu Yan came out, there was a faint smile on his face. It could be seen that he seemed to be in a good mood. Jiang Liang was completely aware of the performance of those female students when they saw Xu Yan after the class reunion that day. Superior eyebrows, excellent bones, elegant temperament, gentle as jade, when smiling faintly, like the breeze. Blowing on the face, which makes people's hearts flutter. I'm sorry to bother Miss Jiang. I'll treat you to a food meal at noon. It's in the company canteen. I don't know if you want to. Xu Yan has said this much. Is there anything she doesn't want to do? In the canteen, Xu Yan has no shelf at all. He and Li Chao took a dinner plate and went to the self-service area. Jiang Liang glanced at the staff in the canteen. The employees seemed to be surprised that Xu Yan was eating in the canteen. They all ate their own meals and didn't pay much attention to their movements. Jiang Liang thought of the reaction of the employees when his president Zhou Ang went to the canteen and only felt that the two uncles and nephews were really different. Compared with Zhou A's non-eating human fireworks, Xu Yan, who has a higher status, seems to be much more down to earth. Miss Jiao wants to eat by herself. Li Chao said beside him. Thank you very much. Don't say, Shihui's canteen food is really good. Meat and vegetables, all kinds of seafood and meat, there are several kinds of soups, and there are also fruit snacks after meals. It is completely the configuration of a high-end buffet. 3 people sit at a table. The pink thermos on the table is still there. Miss Jiang, what is this? Xu Yang asked. It's my lean meat soup. Put traditional Chinese medicine, which is good for your throat. She didn't say that the soup was actually cooked for Shi Yan to return the kindness, but she felt that it was inappropriate to come here. This is also the reason why she didn't give the soup and throat candy to Li Chao just now. Shu Yan looked over and saw that Miss Jiao's throat was uncomfortable. Oh, I have a good throat. This soup is for Mr. Shu. Jiang Liang told the truth and felt a little strange after saying that. Let's not talk about whether Shu Yan will drink this soup with traditional Chinese medicine. What if people think this traditional Chinese medicine is harmful? The life of the president is also very precious. Besides, except for Shi Ye's identity, he is a man, cooking soup for a man he has only met a few times, which seems to be a little intimate. Shu Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and his face was obviously surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Jiang Liang to cook soup for him. Don't get me wrong, I just want to repay the kindness you asked the driver to send me yesterday. This recipe was made by an old doctor in the pharmacy. If you think it's inappropriate, you don't have to drink it. I'm abrupt. Jiang Liang also felt that he was a little abrupt and even a little funny. She was annoyed that she was really confused to think of such a thing. What's so abrupt? How can I refuse Miss Jiao's kindness? After saying that, Shi Yan glanced at Li Chao on the side. Li Chao soon got up to get a clean bowl. Open the thermos pot and put the broth out. The taste of traditional Chinese medicine is not heavy. Jiang Liang added a few dates in it. The soup is clear and yellow, with a hint of sweetness. It tastes good, Shu Yan said after taking a few sips. Looking at Shu Yan's shallow smile, Jiang Liang felt that Shu Yan should not have said this for fear of embarrassment. After all, there is no need. Besides, she is quite confident in her skill in making soup. Miss Jiang is such a good cook. I don't know if I will have a chance to drink it in the future. Shu Yan raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Liang, and his delicate face was full of sincerity. If Mr. Shu likes to drink, I will write down this recipe and the specific method of cooking soup. You can tell your family. When your throat is uncomfortable, you can cook according to this recipe. I'm the only one in my family, Shu Yan said lightly. Jiang Liang pursed his lips and thought to himself, wouldn't there be a few nannies in your family with such a big president? Isn't this fooling her? But since Shi Yan said so, she would not refute him directly. Then you can ask an assistant or find a cook to help you cook. Chapter 21 Large-Scale Social Death Scene. Miss Jiang is very reluctant to cook soup for me to drink again. It seems that I will have no chance to drink it again in the future. There was a trace of sorrowness in Shi Yan's words. Jiang Liang squeezed his lips and looked at him puzzledly. Isn't it just a bowl of soup? I don't know if Miss Jiang has heard the saying that you can't meet two amazing people when you are young, otherwise the rest of your life will be difficult. Similarly, I have drunk such a delicious soup. I'm afraid that picky people like me won't make me feel so delicious in my heart if others cook it in the future. Shi Yan's words stunned Jiang Liang. She didn't expect that such words would come out of the mouth of a person like Shi Yan. It's a little inconsistent, but inexplicably harmonious. Is this a disguised praise for the delicious soup she cooks? Well, if you always feel uncomfortable in the future, let me know and I can cook for you. Can't I come to you directly? Ah, it's okay. WeChat. Good. In this way, less than a meal, Jiang Liang added Shi Yan's WeChat. Where is Miss Jiang going later? Will she go back to the company or not? Shi Yan asked. Oh, I'm going to the World Trade Center and Wenbao Pavilion later. Such a coincidence. We are just on the way, together. Okay. Jiang Liang really didn't expect that Shi Yan's afternoon schedule was the same as hers. It was really a coincidence. Several people who had eaten got into Shi Yan's special car. He has a driver to drive, Li Chao is the co-pilot, and Jiang Liang can only sit in the back seat with Shi Yan. It was very quiet in the car. Everyone didn't say anything. Jiang Liang looked out of the window with his head against the window. She has a good figure. Even in the car, her sitting posture is neat and elegant. She is not deliberate, but has a kind of natural elegance. Under the hip-wrapped skirt, her slender and white legs are tightly closed. Her calf lines are smooth and firm, and her white little hands are naturally placed on her knees. It's a very disciplined and obedient sitting posture. The man next to her crossed his legs, resting on the seat with one hand and lightly resting on the black suit cuffs on her legs, revealing a white wrist. Her slender hand fell on the black suit trousers, which was a little dazzling. The man looked ahead with deep eyes. When the car was turning, a cat suddenly rushed out in front of it, and the driver quickly hit the steering wheel. The change came so fast that Jiang Liang, who didn't have time to react, fell to the left with inertia. After a moment of bumps, the car returned to stability. Mr. Shu, is Miss Jiang all right? It's Li Chao's worried voice. Sorry, a cat suddenly rushed out of the front and didn't brake urgently. It was the driver's sorry voice. After their voices sounded, there was a strange silence. Jiang Liang only felt that his waist was tightly buckled by a big hand, and his face was also held by one hand. A clear and smelly breath rushed into his nose, and he seemed to know each other. She opened her eyes and subconsciously closed them. She felt her heart pounding. She fell on Shu Yan's lap. Shu Yan put one hand around her waist and held her face with the other hand. And her face is faced at Shu Yan's. Oh, my God. Is there a more social scene than this? She wants to pretend to be dead or faint. If possible, she would rather live on another planet. How are you? A soft voice broke Jiang Liao's dream of pretending to be dead. She closed her eyes, straightened up, and flicked the broken hair on her cheeks in a panic. Unexpectedly, her action just showed her face. She must not know what her face turned red at this moment. And her cheeks were red on her little white face. It's like two red apples that haven't been cooked yet, with pink in the red. I'm fine. I'm sorry, Mr. Xu. I didn't hurt you, did I? She lowered her eyes and didn't dare to look at the man in front of her. She didn't say anything in a panic. The man looked down at her, his fingers on his legs curled up, and his fingertips rubbed his palms. Her face was so small, soft and tender, and she also had a sense of heat after blushing, burning his palm. And her waist, thin and soft, seems to be able to pinch it with a little force. She looked away slightly, and a small black mole behind her earlobe crossed his sight. The man's eyes flashed a dark color, and his throat rolled. What do you think? His low and slightly hoarse voice sounded in his ears, but it was like a fan fanning the fire of the mountain of flames. This voice. Jiang Liang was shocked. What crossed her mind, and she raised her eyes to meet the man's eyes. The man in the moonlight wind, his eyes are as deep as the sea. The next moment, the thoughts that flashed through her mind disappeared without a trace, and she could no longer catch them. Seeing that she was looking at him in a daze, the man wanted to tease her and asked her without mercy. Jiang Liang came back to her senses. When she threw herself between the man's legs, she vaguely heard the man humming. At that moment, the man blocked it with his hand. If I remember correctly, her face fell on his hand. So he should. Mr. Xu, you. I don't know. Jiang Liang really didn't know how to say it. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes like a feather fan kept fluttering, as if she was trying to cover up its owner's panic, but she didn't want to cover it up. A smile came from above. I'm fine. I'm fine. Xu Yanyan still wanted to tease her. Seeing that she was so shy, he gave up the idea of continuing to tease her. Jiang Liang fastened his seat belt all the way, for fear that the shadness just happened again if he was not careful. Although the driver also apologized at the first time just now, Xu Yan also sternly asked the driver to pay attention next time. But it's still only the two of them who are embarrassed. No, maybe it's just her. Xu Yan's determination is much stronger than hers, and it's like nothing happened. Wenbao Pavilion. When several people entered the store, the boss greeted them. He was the first to see Xu Yan. First. Just as he was about to say hello, he saw Xu Yan raise his hand gently, and the boss immediately came to his senses. Mr. Xu, why do you have time to come? Come and see what good goods you have. There are a lot of good goods. Let's see if you like it. Or, I'll look around. There is still a guest here. You go ahead. After saying that, Xu Yan glanced at Jiang Liang. The boss immediately understood that this lady was afraid that she was a distinguished guest. Oh, at that time, sir, you can watch it yourself first. Anyway, you are familiar with me. Don't be surprised if you neglect it. No way. The boss was greeting Xu Yan, and Jiang Liang stood aside without interrupting. Xu Yan will go to the other side with Li Chao to watch. Only then did the boss come to greet Jiang Liang. He knew Xu Yan and Li Chao. The three of them came in together and looked at Jiang Liao's clothes. At first, he thought it was Xi Ya's new assistant. What treasure do you want to see, young lady? This is an antique shop, and the owner is polite and respectful to the people who come in. In particular, there was a hint from Xi Yan just now. I'm here to pick up something. With that, Jiang Liang reported Zhou Ao's name. This is what Zhou Ang ordered her this morning. Chapter 22 Single Nobles. The boss knew it as soon as he heard it, but he was a little strange. Didn't Mr. Zhou pick it up next week? I don't know about this either. We always ask Zhou to come and pick it up today. Jiang Liang handed a wooden pickup sign to the boss. The boss took it and took a look. It was his. Wait a minute, I'll pick up the goods. After saying that, the boss went upstairs. It didn't take long for the boss to take things down. You inspect the goods first. The boss took out a painting from the brocade box. It is a painting by Qi Sili, a famous southern school. Qi Sili is good at painting landscapes. This painting is his work at his peak. However, he passed away, and there are not many works left in the world. Jiang Liang has been looking at it for a long time. Does Miss Jiang also know painting? Xu Yan came over. I have a little understanding of one or two. She has seen Qi Sili's painting several times, and it was Zhou Ang who stole from his grandfather to show her before. In terms of painting style, this painting is indeed the work of Qi Sili. Mr. Qi is a representative of ink painting. This Shoshan painting is skillful and free, with a beautiful artistic conception, but also magnificent. It is a rare masterpiece in the world, Jiang Liang said. It seems that Miss Jiang not only knows a little, but also knows a lot. Have you studied painting before? Xu Yan didn't look at her when he asked this question, but at the painting in front of him. I have studied. I majored in painting in college, Jiang Liang said lightly. Then why don't you continue to draw? Instead of asking her why she didn't draw because she majored in painting like others, he ran to the company to be a president assistant who was completely incompatible with her major. He asked why she didn't continue to draw. Jiang Liang squeezed his lips and looked at his right wrist. He didn't like it. Shi Yan didn't ask any more questions, but nodded. After a while, it will be the old man's birthday. The old man likes Mr. Chi's paintings. Zhou Ang must want to give this picture of the old man as a congratulatory gift. Shi Yan did not shy away from his relationship with Zhou Ang. Jiang Liao thought that he didn't remember her at all when he met at the same time. After all, she didn't even say hello to him. Mr. Zhou didn't tell me that I just came to get the painting. Jiang Liang put the painting on the table. Can the boss take a picture? I don't recommend this. After all, this is a private collection, and this painting is only circulating in the world, but few people have seen it. Jiang Liang nodded. She knew that private collections were generally not easily shown to others. She also just wants to take a photo for Zhou Ang to confirm with him. Since the boss doesn't agree, forget it. Miss Jiang is very cautious in doing things. The boss didn't praise responsibilities. Don't worry, I've seen it for you. This painting is real. If it's a fake, I can testify for you. Shi Yan smiled and said. Moreover, Wenbao Pavilion is the most famous antique shop in Beijing, and it will not smash its own signboard. I know. Thank you, Mr. Shi. Even Shi Yan said so, and Jiang Liang said nothing more. She carefully rolled up the scroll. Lao Zhou, why do you even sell paints? Shi Yan turned around and looked at a paint box on the shelf and asked. Oh, that's a group of young people. It's precious. You know that the people who come to me are all to search for rare products. This pure group of young people is not easy to find. Besides, there are few masters who love painting in the rich and noble people in Beijing. No one wants it, so I took pains to find it back. As soon as Jiang Liang heard the group of greens, she stopped moving and also looked over. On the shelf, the box of bright blue paint was lying there, with an ancient and mysterious power that attracted people's eyes. Qingqing is the favorite of almost all painters. But it's not something you can get if you like it. This kind of pigment is both rare and precious, and it is not something that ordinary people can have. Zhou Ang once searched for her for a long time but couldn't find it. There was a faint pain in his right wrist. Jiang Liang withdrew his gaze and put away the painting in his hand and put it in the brocade box. Shi Yan's eyes faintly swept over Jiang Liang. Lao Yu's business is quite comprehensive. Where is it? This is also an acquaintance business, and I also ask Mr. Shi to take care of such a distinguished guest, so that my store can make a fortune. Lao Yu's mouth is also quite comprehensive. Where? Lao Yu was dressed in a Chinese-style long shirt, and some of his white hair was meticulously combed back. People in their 50 and 60 years old, at first glance, are rolling up and floating in the wave of life, and their aura is also calm and exquisite in all aspects. Shi Yan is more than one generation apart in age. When they get along with him, the two of them are like the same age. Lao Yu's attitude towards Shi Yan can be regarded as respectful and awe. Jiang Liang didn't think much about it. Maybe Lao Yu only treated Shi Yan as a big customer. After all, the Shi family is in the top position in Beijing. Such a big customer, but all those who do business will worship him as a great Buddha. Shi Yan finally chose a set of purple sand teapot in the store, which was very expensive. After leaving Wenbao Pavilion, the driver took several people to the World Trade Square. Jiang Liang was still wondering why Shi Yan's itinerary was so coincidental with hers. But when she saw Shi Yan and Li Chao go to the manager's office, she felt that she really thought too much. Come here, it was Zhou Ang who asked her to buy a necklace for him. The price is about 500,000 yuan. This is what she and Zhou Ang have seriously confirmed. Zhou A's original words are to buy a necklace in the eyes of your girls. Mr. Zhou, are you sending it to the customer? She asked. Giving an important person is an apology gift. Is it convenient for Zhou Ang to tell me the approximate age of the other party? Women's accessories are divided into ages, and she has to ask clearly before she can buy them. Zhou Ang stared at her for a long time before saying, you are about the same age as you. Jiang Liang naturally took this sentence for granted to Qiao Moqing. Zhou Ang quarreled with Qiao Moqing and gave her a necklace as an apology gift. Girls all need to be coaxed. As for the price, she asked Zhou Ang. Is there a price requirement? At first, he said whatever price, but later he changed his words and said that it was controlled within 500,000 yuan. Jiang Liang chose a necklace on the 3rd floor, and Shi Yan talked about cooperation with the person in charge of the mall on the 4th floor. In fact, this kind of cooperation does not need him to come forward in person. Just leave it to the project manager below. But when he came, the person in charge was very surprised by his personal visit. The two stood by the glass fence. Shi Yan looked down and saw Jiang Liang at a glance. He looked at the next try-on necklace recommended by the shopping guide. From his perspective, you can see the looming collarbone and deep ravines under her white shirt. Jiang Liang is very thin, but he is by no means a horse. There are not many places where there should be meat, and they are even but just right. The broken necklace looks like a fine star chain on her fair collarbone, and the person who can't take his eyes off her. The person in charge next to him noticed that Xian fell downstairs from time to time. He also saw the girl who was buying necklaces downstairs. She was wearing grey and white professional clothes, but her face was very beautiful and her figure was also very good. The person in charge watched between the two without moving. Standing opposite him was Xian, a diamond-level single nobleman who was rumored not close to women. But his eyes clearly have a situation. Chapter 23. You are not suitable for the person I made an appointment with. They are all men. After staying in the mall for a long time, they have seen all kinds of people, and the person in charge is also knowledgeable. A man's eyes are clear at a woman, and he can see it at a glance. At that moment, he decided that the girl downstairs would become a distinguished guest here in the future. So he quietly sent a message to the manager with his mobile phone, telling her to let her go to the service in person, discount what should be discounted, and what should be given away. Necklace is a brand of SD, which focuses on low-key luxury and connotation. Under the double recommendation of the shopping guide and the manager who was added halfway, Jiang Liang finally chose a new product. The water wave-shaped pendant is dotted with a small pink diamond. She doesn't like it very much, but she thinks this necklace is more suitable for Qiao Mojing's ostentatious personality, which is similar to her previous style. With the order of the person in charge, the manager gave her a 20% discount and an additional handmade simple bracelet. Jiang Liang hasn't been to luxury stores much, but he also knows that new products are generally not discounted. She was a little curious about the manager's initiative to discount, but the manager said it was to expand new customers, so she couldn't say anything. The necklace with the original price of 220,000 yen cost 190,000 yen. She packed the receipt and gifts. Seeing that Shu Yan hadn't come out yet, she sent a message to Li Chao to tell him that she had left first. She didn't send a message directly to Shi Yang. She still knew this. Such a big president was very busy and would not pay attention to whether she replied or not. Jiang Liang took a taxi back to Zhou's family without waiting for a reply. When Shi Yan came out, Jiang Liang had already left. Zhou's. Jiang Liang came to the door of the president's office. The door was not closed tightly and a crack was opened. She can see the situation inside the door. Zhou Ang sat in front of the office and looked at the document. Qiao Mojing bent down and leaned beside him. The two looked at the document as if they were discussing something. The two were close to each other. Qiao Mojing was wearing a light purple V-neck skirt, and the ups and downs of her chest were more than half exposed as she bent down. Zhou Ang didn't seem to pay attention. He only focused on discussing the content of the document with Qiao Mojing, but as long as he turned his head slightly, he could see the scenery on Qiao Mojing's chest. It's very eye-catching when the two are together, and the state of intimacy is also only available in couples. After all, he was the man he once loved. Looking at him so close to other women, Jiang Liang still felt a little bitter and painful in his heart. Sometimes she would have thought how good it would have been if that series of changes hadn't happened. Maybe she and he will be as good as they are now. In an instant, she couldn't help laughing when she saw the gift box in her hand. Things are wrong and people are wrong. Now, he is her boss. She wants to work according to his face, and she also has to buy gifts for him to coax his girlfriend. It's a little sour, but this is a reality but a helpless thing. She put her temper down and knocked on the door. Enter. Jiang Liang pushed the door open. Behind the desk, Zhou Ang raised his eyes from the document, and Qiao Mojing next to him also straightened up. When she got up, she put her hand on Zhou A's shoulder. Zhou Ang frowned, as if he had given up the plan to move away. Jiang Liang stepped forward without squinting and put the brocade box and gift box on the table. Mr. Zhou, Miss Chia. She greeted the two of them first and glanced at the hand on Zhou A's shoulder. Then he said to Zhou Ang, Mr. Zhou, I have brought everything back for you. Please take a look. Zhou A's eyes stayed on Jiang Liao's face, and then took the brocade box and opened it. He just took a look and closed the lid again. Thank you for your hard work. He raised his eyelids slightly and stared at Jiang Liang, as if he wanted to see something from her face. With eyes facing each other, Jiang Liao's face was as calm as a lake. If Mr. Zhou is okay. Jiang Liao wants to say that if she is okay, she will go back to work. But Qiao Mojing interrupted her words. Assistant Jiang, can you make me a cup of coffee? Okay, is it still the same as before? Qiao Mojing has been to Zhou's family more than once, and Jiang Liang still knows some of her preferences. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Assistant Jiang. Qiao Mojing smiled lightly, charming and coquettish. Give Mr. Zhou a cup too. He has been reading documents all afternoon and asked him to have a cup of coffee to relieve his fatigue. Jiang Liao looked at Zhou Ang, and Zhou A's eyes kept falling on her face without saying a sound. Okay. Jiang Liang nodded and left the president's office in response. When she left, the two eyes behind her shot straight at her, and Qiao Mojing's voice came from her ear. Zhou Ang, Assistant Zhao's coffee is really good, which is better than the coffee shop outside. I'm not used to drinking outside now. If you are not used to drinking, don't drink it. Only boiled water is healthy. Zhou A's indifferent voice came. I know that boiled water is healthy, but it is bland and tasteless. I don't like to drink it, and you probably don't like to drink it either. Jiang Liang brought the brewed coffee in. Qiao Muxing sat on the sofa, and Zhou Ang was still sitting behind the desk. Qiao Muxing took a sip of coffee. The coffee made by Assistant Jiang is still delicious. If Assistant Jiang doesn't work in Zhou's in the future, it's good to be a barista. Qiao Muxing's words are obviously praising her. There is nothing wrong with her, but if she knows her former relationship with Zhou Ang, she can tell what's wrong with her. Jiang Liang smiled and replied lightly, Zhou's is very good. The amint is that she has no intention of changing her career to become a barista. Well, Zhou's family is quite good, with good treatment and high salary. Generally, the workers here will not want to change their owners when they enter here. Whether the company is good or not depends on the leader. Qiao Muxing's words were a little mean. She deliberately aggravated the words worker. Even Zhou Ang, who was behind the desk, raised his head unhappy. Assistant Jiang, what did you major in before? Qiao Muxing asked Jiang Liang's major. Painting major. Then why did you run to the company to be an assistant? Jiang Liang is putting coffee on Zhou Ang's table. Hearing the words, she was so beaten that the coffee almost spilled out. This is the second person to ask her about her major today. Zhou Ang looked at her and was also waiting for her answer. When he returned to China, Jiang Liang was already working in a small company, and she was not engaged in the painting career she loved. He clearly remembers that it was the major she loved with her life. He also wanted to know why she didn't draw. I can't draw well. Jiang Liang put away the coffee plate with a calm face and nodded out of the office. When she was about to get off work, Qiao Muxing wanted to invite Zhou Ang to have dinner together. I know there is a new restaurant that tastes good. Shall I treat you? Qiao Muxing is very strong in her career, but in front of Zhou Ang, she lowered her posture and looked like a weak little woman. If you let someone else go, it's a blessing to accept such a woman. But Zhou Ang is not. Chapter 24 Tracking. No, you can find someone else. I made an appointment with someone else tonight. Who did you make an appointment with? Do I know him? Let's go together. Qiao Muxing glanced at his drawer. In the afternoon, she could clearly see the luxury gift bag that Jiang Liang put on his desk. She thought it was given to her by Zhou Ang, but she waited for a long time and didn't hear him say that he wanted to have dinner together. Finally, I can't sit still. Qiao Muxing brazenly wanted to say something from Zhou Ang's mouth. Zhou Ang looked up at her with an indifferent expression. Qiao Muxing, you and I are just partners. You are not suitable for the person I made an appointment with. Zhou Ang's words are full of a sense of alienation, of rejecting people thousands of miles away. Qiao Muxing sneered. Zhou Ang really gave her some good color in addition to work, and he clearly distanced her from her outside of work. She asked for nothing and left sadly. However, Qiao Muxing didn't leave. Her car followed Zhou Ang's car. She wanted to see who Zhou Ang had made an appointment with and who the gift was given to. But she accidentally found Jiang Liang's figure. Zhou Ang got on the bus first, and Jiang Liang then went downstairs. She went to a noodle shop to eat noodles, and then took a bus to a hospital. All the way, Zhou Ang's car followed. Zhou Ang didn't get out of the car until the hospital. It was already dark when I arrived at the hospital. Qiao Muxing could only see from the car in front of her, and Zhou Ang's hand stretched out from the window. There was a cigarette on the slender finger, and the smoke wrapped around his fingertips. He took a puff from time to time. Sometimes, as if he was thinking about something, he burned to his fingers with the fireworks, burning to his skin before he threw it away. In less than 2 hours, Qiao Muxing has seen him smoke more than 10 cigarettes. Almost 2 hours later, Jiang Liang came out of the hospital. She lowered her head and sent a message without noticing the vehicles parked on the side of the road. After putting down her mobile phone, she went straight to the bus platform. There are few people on the bus platform at this point. Jiang Liang's posture is particularly conspicuous on the bus platform. The legs are slender, standing straight, and the long dark brown hair is tied with a low ponytail. The broken hair on both cheeks floated on her face in the wind, and she didn't care. She just looked at the direction of the bus with a plain face and was distracted. To be precise, it's empty. It seems that she took off her inner armor at this moment. Zhou Ang looked at the figure of the girl under the street lamp. At this moment, he saw a broken and sad beauty on Jiang Liang's body. He felt that she was like a flower destroyed by the wind and rain. She was obviously very fragile, but she was still strong and refused to bow to the storm. Jiang Liang is arrogant, he knows. But even the proudest people will be destroyed by reality and will bow their heads for life. Will Jiang Liang do it? Will she bow down to reality and do something against her will? He touched the necklace in his pocket. He wanted to apologize to her. What he said to her in anger that day, he knew that he had hurt her heart and should not have said such a thing to her. But he is very contradictory now. He doesn't know what kind of answer he will get if he apologizes to her. He was a little afraid of what kind of effect it would have after breaking the distance they had always kept. He wanted to be one step closer and had been trying. That time when she was drunk, she took care of him like that, and he thought she still had him in her heart. But in the company, he felt that she was clearly only polite and alienated. The bus is coming. Jiang Liang got into the car with the crowd. It only took 5 or 6 stops to reach her residence. She got out of the car and went straight into the community. Zhou Ang sat in the car and watched the slender figure disappear into the dark. He also got out of the car and entered the community. I stood under the tree of the unit building and watched the window light up. At this moment, she is upstairs and he is downstairs. No, he didn't know what to do. He just wanted to be quiet like this, as if he was a little closer to her. It was not until the lights upstairs went out that Zhou Ang left by car. Qiao Muxing followed him all the way to the community where he lived. The stalking all night stunned her. She thought that Zhou Ang really had an appointment tonight. As a result, instead of going to Hoimei, he was a stalker all night. He also looked worried and lonely. This obviously has no feelings for Jiang Liyang, and looking at his appearance, he seems to love him deeply. She has never seen Zhou Ang like this. Qiao Muxing only knows that the two of them used to be alumni and they were in a romantic relationship and they didn't know much about the rest. Now, she can't help but be more interested in their past. At this time, Jiang Liyang was lying in bed and sending a message to Han Jing. When she went to the hospital at night, the nurse told her that a friend came to visit her mother. I bought flowers, fruits, and nutritional products. However, he just sat for a while and left without staying for a long time. Zhou Mei was hospitalized. Jiang Liyang didn't tell anyone, not even Xixi. Han Jing is the only friend who knows that Zhou Mei is hospitalized. Han Jing replied that everyone was a friend. Anyway, he had to go to the hospital to visit the elders. Since he knew that her mother lived in the same hospital, he couldn't say that she didn't know. Jiang Liang replied to him, I'll treat you to dinner when you have time. Han Jing, let's talk about it when you have time. Take good care of your mother first and tell me if you need it. Jiang Liang, good. After Qiao Mujing followed Zhou Ang once, it was like discovering the new world. Later, she followed Zhou Ang for a few days, thinking that Zhou Ang's first time to follow Jiang Liang was just his whim. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ang was following Jiang Liang in the next few days. Qiao Mujing sneered. Since she was so reluctant, why did she break up in the first place? Jiang Liang did nothing to make Zhou Ang fascinated. On the contrary, she, a young lady, coaxed him in a gentle voice in front of him, but he spoke coldly. She, Qiao Muxing, is also very proud. Losing to an assistant living in a shabby and poor community, her jealousy is high. She knows that Zhou Ang has a meeting every morning. She took a document to Zhou's early that morning. Zhou Ang and his assistants have left, and she is the only one left in the office. She often goes in and out of Zhou Ang's office. Everyone acquiesces to her marriage relationship with Zhou Ang, and she is used to it. At this time, no one cares about her. She locked the door, walked to Zhou Ang's desk and opened the drawer. The luxury bag is still lying in it. She is almost sure that the necklace is to be given to Jiang Liang. She took out the bag, which contained a bracelet in addition to the necklace. The price shown on the receipt was the discounted price. She knows this brand, and this necklace is a new product. There will be no discount for new products, let alone gifts. Qiao Mujing put away the jewelry box and took several photos of the receipt and the gift respectively. When she closed the drawer, she saw the brocade box inside the drawer. She remembered that Jiang Liang sent it with the necklace. She took out the brocade box and opened it, and Qi Sili's picture of Shoshan appeared in front of her. She looked at the painting in front of her thoughtfully. Chapter 25 Marriage depends on herself. The old house of the Shi family. Every weekend is the family banquet of the Shi family. Today's family banquet is in the old house, not outside. As Xu Yingla's future daughter-in-law, Qiao Muqing also participated. Although she doesn't have Zhou Ang's love, she has his mother's love. As long as her parents agree, she believes that Zhou Ang will compromise sooner or later. Normally, Qiao Muqing is not qualified to attend the family banquet. After all, she is still unknown, and it is not appropriate to attend the family banquet. However, in order to create more opportunities for her son to get along with Qiao Muqing, Xu Yinglan had to take Qiao Muqing with her. Qiao Muqing is beautiful and sweet-mouthed, coupled with a good family background, which will please the elderly. The elders don't say anything, and others won't say anything. At the banquet, Xu Yinglan reminded her son to pick up food for Qiao Muqing. Zhou Ang was obviously very perfunctory and impatient after several pinching. He took the opportunity to leave the table and came to the yard to smoke. Before long, Xu Yan also appeared in the yard. His eyes fell on his face from the cigarette in Zhou Ang's hand. Why is it getting worse and worse? Zhou Ang didn't say anything and looked depressed. Are you in a bad mood? Zhou Ang hummed. Tell your uncle why. Zhou Ang didn't speak again. Xu Yan was not angry either. He was silent for a moment. I guess it's not because of the company, but because of Qiao Muqing that you don't like her. Zhou Ang turned his head and glanced at Xu Yan. He stretched his eyebrows and smiled gently. My uncle is really insightful. Xu Yan twitched the corners of his mouth and ignored his flattery. If you don't like it, you can say it directly. Why do you hesitate? My mother likes it. Xu Yunlan is very strong and the master of women who don't allow her to shave her eyebrows. The 4 children of the Xu family are outstanding. Xu Yunlan is the 3rd. The previous 2 brothers have their own careers and have done a good job. Lao Su Shiyan is even more famous in the Beijing circle. And she is the only girl in the Xu family, but she is not arrogant and her career is also successful. This is also due to her strong personality. She wants to be strong. Even if the Xu family has a deep background, she is not willing to be a leisurely lady. Zhou Ang has been oppressed by Xu Yunlan's strength since he was a child. He has a rebellious intention, but it is difficult to change his long-standing subtle habits. Marriage is their own. The Zhou family and the Xu family do not need to rely on marriage to consolidate their interests. If you don't want to do something, you can break it off as soon as possible, so as not to implicate the innocent. As Xian said, the Zhou family does not need to rely on marriage to consolidate its position. Not to mention the Xu family, they have deep roots, and the children of the Xu family are fighting for each other, so they don't need any marriage at all. Zhou Ao's father and Xu Yunlei are married. With the Xu family as a big tree, there is no need for juniors to marry. It's just that the rich family has always been deep in water, and the relationship between China and China is complicated. The relationship between the older generation is good friends, but if you want to have a long-term foundation and the family wants to prosper for a long time, the elders will also make plans for the younger generation in the future. Finding a right marriage is the first choice to bear the runt. I know. Zhou Ang, naturally, knew the reason for this. His mother was eager to choose a wife for him, and Qiao Moqing was the candidate she was satisfied with. Zhou Ang did not take a stand, but he was annoyed by all kinds of blind dates arranged for him by his mother. Qiao Moqing is just a shield. The old house of the Shi family, there are many kinds of trees in the yard. The old man and the old lady like to plant flowers and plants. The old man takes good care of these flowers and plants. There is also the sound of taddles in the evening, and the air is also quite fresh. My uncle and nephew didn't talk anymore. Everyone was very busy on weekdays, and it was rare to have time to calm down. Xu Yan took out a throat candy from his pocket and stuffed one into his mouth. One, me? He looked at Zhou Ang. Zhou Ang took a look. Is there traditional Chinese medicine? No, when he was a child, he was not in good health for a while and drank a lot of traditional Chinese medicine. Later, he got better. Xu Yunlan always liked to ask the nanny to cook all kinds of nourishing soups with traditional Chinese medicine for him. So that he now wants to vomit when he smells traditional Chinese medicine. Xu Yan put away the box and played with it in his hand. Have you ever had a girlfriend before? His voice was light and there were no ups and downs, as if an elder was chatting with a junior. Zhou Ang extinguished the cigarette and threw it into the trash can, walking to the sink in the corridor. Do you still like it? The sound of water rattled. Zhou Ang didn't know if he didn't hear it clearly or what. What? Xu Yan turned his head to face him. Former girlfriend, do you still like her? Zhou Ang's rubbing of his hands paused for a moment, and the white foam in his hand broke one by one and exploded in his palm. Maybe. After saying that, he turned on the faucet and washed away the foam in his hand. No, maybe, I really like her, even though she lost him. The first person to betrayed has long been as if nothing had happened, but the person who was betrayed can't be relieved. He loves Jiang Liang, but he also hates him. He can't be relieved, can't forgive, and can't help but love. So does she still like you? Xu Yan turned around and turned the box in his hand. The pink and gold box turned over in his hand. The golden lotus on the box was also turned upside down. Zhou Ang paused and asked himself in his heart if Jiang Liang still liked him. I don't know. Maybe I didn't like it for a long time. Otherwise, how could you change your mind so quickly and fall in love with others easily? After washing his hands, Zhou Ang walked down the steps. Uncle, you talk too much today. Why did you remember to ask me about falling in love? There is not much age difference between him and Xiang. The usual mode of getting along between the two is a state of being a teacher and a friend who is different from each other generation. What we usually talk about most is also related to career and future career planning. Xu Yan pointed out a lot of clear ways for his studies and life plans. He admires Xu Yan. The two rarely talk about private topics. Xu Yan ignored his question and continued to ask, do you still want to get her back? Zhou Ang was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. He also asked himself in his heart if he wanted to recover Jiang Liang. Maybe he wanted to, but whether he could pursue him if he wanted to. There is too much between him and her. There are so many gaps that he doesn't know how to break them, let alone how to resolve them, and they don't know whether they can solve them. More importantly, it is not about how to resolve the distance between him and her, but that Jiang Liang doesn't love him. And there is a Han Jing in the middle of them. I don't know. Zhou Ang shook his head. If he could make sure of his mind, he would not be as depressed as he is now. Xu Yan nodded slightly. How did you break up? This touched Zhou Ang's reverse scales. He was silent for a moment, and his face was a little ugly. She cheated on me and dumped me. Oh, is that so? Xu Yan condensed in front of him, squinted his eyes were deep, and the emotions revealed on his face were unclear. Zhou Ang couldn't understand it. This little uncle has always been deep-minded, which made people puzzled. He was used to it. Ah, that's it. You didn't expect that an excellent person like your nephew would be dumped one day, would you? Until now, Zhou A's tone still has a resentment that can't be dissipated. It can be seen how deeply he was hurt by the person he loved deeply. Xu Yan lowered his head and smiled. He put away the box in his hand and patted Zhou Ang on the shoulder. If you really don't want to get married, you can use me as a shield. After saying that, he turned around and walked to the inner hall. Zhou Ang, who was left behind, suddenly opened up. Why didn't he expect this flaw? His little brother-in-law didn't get married. He, a junior, didn't join in the fun. Fortunately, he also used Qiao Moqing as a shield to make trouble for himself. Uncle, why didn't you say it earlier? It's not too late now. Chapter 26 Urge to get married. When Zhou Ang returned to the table, Qiao Moqing smelled the smoke on his body. Are you going to smoke again? Zhou Ang didn't look at her. He took out his mobile phone and lowered his head to browse the news, and hummed extremely perfunctorily. Xu Yunlan, who was beside him, patted Zhou Ang on the shoulder and said carefully, Qingqing cares about you. What's your attitude? Am I not, huh? You kid, your relatives are here today. Don't give me a moth so that I can't get off the stage. Zhou Ang knows that she doesn't like Qiao Moqing, but she is just satisfied that Qiao Moqing is her daughter-in-law, and other girls can't see her. Feelings can be cultivated. She believes that as long as the two get along for a long time, Zhou Ang will definitely find Qiao Moqing good. Qiao Moqing is good-looking, has a good family background, and most importantly, she has a strong sense of career. In the future, when the two are combined, she doesn't have to worry that her daughter-in-law will drag her sons back. It will only make the family more prosperous. How can I make you not get off the stage? Didn't I agree with you when you asked me to go on a blind date? How high is this for you? My uncle hasn't even made a family. Is it appropriate for me to rush ahead of him? If you can't get off this one, you also have to build up by yourself. You can't blame me. Zhou Ang deliberately raised his voice, for fear that everyone here heard it. Zhou Ang, how many peppers did you eat today? You are so angry. Xu Yunlan's face was straight. Qiao Moqing, who was beside him, didn't make a sound. Zhou Ang is too lazy to be perfunctory. Mom, isn't what I said true? The elders didn't get married, and the juniors rushed to the front, which let people outside know what they would think and what they would say about their uncle. Now it is rumored outside that my uncle is not close to women, and he has not yet made a family at his 30s. Maybe there is a hidden disease. If I get ahead of him, the outside world will spread my uncle like. Do you know? My life's big event is a matter, but my uncle's reputation is also a reputation. You can't ignore your concern for his uncle just because he is full of his career. His life's big events are equally important. If you ignore him like this, it will only make people feel cold. Zhou Ang dropped several strings of smoke cannons like a series of beads. Everyone looked at him in a daze. I don't know whether he was angry because he ate chili today, or he ate guns, and the people were fried on the outside and tender on the inside. Xu Yan, the person in his mouth, raised his eyebrows and looked calm. Xu Yunlan, who was beside him, was stunned and almost got angry. When did your son disobey her like this? Even if he did, it was just a small fight, and he would not let her get off the stage in public at all. Fortunately, this is a family banquet, and the shame is just lost at home. Qiao Moqing saw Xu Yunlan's angry face, her neck was thick, and her chest was also violently ups and downs. She quickly got up to replace Xu Yunlan. Auntie, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Zhou Ang may be in a bad mood. Don't take it to heart. Zhou Ang, you shouldn't say that. If you don't like me here, just tell me directly. There's no need to be so angry, auntie. Qiao Moqing turned her attention to herself, which made her arrogant and reasonable. Zhou Ang glanced at her, and the atmosphere was so excited. He planned to continue to work hard. He is not going to give the steps to anyone. What I'm saying is the truth, and this is our family. It's not what I want to stir you in. Whoever brings you here? Zhou Ang. Xu Yunlan shouted harshly to stop him. She is really about to vomit blood from anger. A well-maintained face will be red because of controlling anger. The Xu family and the Zhou family are both famous families. They are educated and polite. Zhou A's remarks just now are not educated and polite. Zhou Ang has always been her pride. Hearing such remarks spit out of his mouth, Xu Yunlan was caught off guard and couldn't even find a way to solve it for a while. Lao Zhou, take care of your son. What did he say? She turned her anger to Zhou Zhongzheng. Zhou Jingzheng, who was drinking soup with his head down, was caught off guard. He looked at the mother and son who were at a loss. Except for the company's affairs, the Zhou family has always been decided by Xu Yunlan. Xu Yunlan also took care of his son's education. He occasionally had different opinions, and Xu Yunlan would say a lot of truths to refute him. Over time, he stopped caring about it. Anyway, in the Zhou family, he adheres to the principle of saying less and doing more, and in the Xu family, he adheres to the principle of saying less and eating more. This will be called by name. A large table of people will look at him, and he can't even say a few words. Cough. He looked at his son's eyes and coughed twice with his fists. Zhou, this is your fault. If you can't say anything to your mother alone, you have to embarrass everyone so much. Lao Zhou. Seeing that he didn't say the point, Xu Yunlan couldn't bear to call him. It's not good to say anything. It's not good to say your little uncle in front of Xing Ying. Zhou Yingzhou looked at Xu Yunlan and quickly changed his words. And Yingxing, this is indeed our family matter. Zhou behavior is wrong. I'll ask him to apologize to you another day. We should close the door to solve this matter. Dad, you agree? He transferred the right to speak to Mr. Xu in time. He didn't want to go through this muddy water at all, lest he catch fire. The old man and the old lady love Zhou very much, although they like Qiao Muqing very much. But she hasn't confirmed her relationship with Zhou, but at least she is a guest. Zhou really shouldn't say this. Moreover, Zhou's out of the ordinary move is obviously to use Xian as a shield. The old man felt sorry for Zhou and was reluctant to scold him. The youngest son is very opinional. He has told them long ago that they don't have to worry about marriage. But they are still looking forward to seeing their youngest son get married and have children as soon as possible. This will be a good time to talk about him. The application said that this matter is our home. Since it's a family affair, let's solve it at home. Today, everyone is here, and Qingxing is not an outsider. Everyone likes her and has regarded her as their own family, so don't see her family outside. Our family affairs can be solved as we want today. Xu Yan and Zhou make sense. There is no one who is an elder who is not married, and the junior is rushing to run ahead. You take a position here and set a tone for your sister and nephew. The old man usually dares not urge his youngest son's marriage, which can be regarded as taking the opportunity to disguise the palace. A table of people's eyes fell on Xu Yan again. They are all waiting for him to take a stand. Xu Yan held the box of throat candy in his hand, raised his eyelids gently, and his eyes slowly fell on Zhou's face. Zhou glared at him and said to himself, "Uncle, don't play with me. Whether I can be free or not depends on you." The room was quiet for a moment, and everyone held their breath and waited for Xu Yan's answer. Chapter 27. Zhou is jealous. For a long time, he opened his lips and spat out a few words faintly. I'm trying to pursue it. Wow. This is a huge amount of information. For a moment, the whole room was shocked. It's like a 1,000-year-old iron tree blooming. Zhou was also surprised. Why didn't his uncle mention this to him in the courtyard just now? He hid it so deeply. Others were surprised that the iron tree blossomed and was even more surprised. What kind of girl did Xu Yan have to pursue? But Qiao Muqing was lost for a while. If Xu Yan had someone she liked, it means that she and Zhou's affairs must be in the back row. The longer it is delayed, the greater the probability of change. Seeing that she was lost, Xu Yunlan patted her hand gently. Don't be afraid. I'm here. There's still a chance. Take your time. Qiao Muqing nodded with a smile. Auntie, I'm not in a hurry, the elders are preferred, I understand. After the family banquet, they went back to their own homes. Qiao Muqing's car followed Zhou, and they had the same road for a while. But not long after he walked out, Zhou's car suddenly turned a corner, and it was not his way home. Follow the car last week. Qiao Muqing ordered the driver. At this time, Zhou in the car was holding his mobile phone tightly, and his face was ugly. He thought he had gained a lot from tonight's family banquet. At least, with the blessing of Xu Yan, he gained a short period of freedom. His attitude towards Qiao Muqing is already obvious. He believes that anyone who wants to show face will no longer bother him. He was relieved. Before he could calm down, the video in Shi Zai's circle of friends pulled him into anger again. In the video, Han Jing sat next to Jiang Liyang, and the two were singing with the microphone. It's still a love song. Han Jing looked at her eyes full of deep affection, and she looked back at his gentle smile, which deeply stimulated Zhou's heart and eyeballs. At this moment, he was deeply jealous of the rising old man. Why show love in front of him? Do you think that he was not hurt enough at the beginning? Now, he still has to stab his wound with a knife. He couldn't stand this, just like he couldn't stand the two of them going out together at the beginning. He went abroad in anger. But now it is impossible for him to go abroad. In the private room, several people were singing, and the door was suddenly opened. All three of them looked over and saw Zhou looking at the three people in the private room with a gloomy face. His eyes fell on Jiang Liyang's face. Mr. Zhou. Jiang Liyang stood up at a loss. I'm not in the company now. Call me Zhou. Zhou walked over with a cold face and sat beside her. Zhou, long time no see. Han Jing took the lead in greeting him. Yes, Zhou hasn't seen you for a long time. Xu Xi also greeted him. She sent the moments on purpose, and it was also shown to Zhou. Zhou detained Jiang Liyang in his company. She didn't believe that Zhou had no idea about her. When Jiang Liyang broke up with him, she knew a little about the reason. Zhou's mother didn't like Jiang Liyang, and the two broke up with his mother's handwriting. Xu Xi wants to match Han Jing and Jiang Liyang. Zhou Ang is too cold and arrogant, and Han Jing is gentle and good-tempered. She felt that Jiang Liyang would only be happy if he followed Han Jing. She doesn't want Zhou Ang to get too close to Jiang Liyang, nor does she want Jiang Liyang to make the same mistake again. I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm an old classmate. Why are you not happy when I come? Seeing that several people didn't look very good, Zhou Ang picked up the glass on the table with an expressionless face and poured a glass of wine. He picked up the wine glass. I was abrupt and disturbed your Yaxing. I punished myself for a glass. After saying that, he raised his head and drank all the wine. After drinking, he put down the cup and poured another cup. I didn't attend the class reunion last time. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll punish myself for a drink. After drinking, he filled up the third glass of wine. This glass of wine is a compensation for my next rude behavior. When the words fell, he raised his head again and drank the wine. When he put down the glass, several people didn't realize what he was going to do. He got up and took Jiang Liao's hand and took her out. Zhou Ang, what are you doing? Jiang Liao was a little confused and struggled not to go with him. Zhou Ang ignored her struggle. His palm tightened her wrist like iron pliers and took her out of the room. When the two left, the other two in the private room seemed to react. Zhou Ang, you are not allowed to hurt Yang Yang. Xu Xi wants to chase out. Han Jing stopped her. Let them go. He won't hurt Jiang Liang. Han Jing, you. Xu Xi is annoyed. She is helping him. This stupid goose, her future girlfriend, has been taken away, and she is still here to stop her. You can rest assured that Zhou Ang is so angry. I think Zhou Ang is very angry. Xu Xi was a little scared. In those years, Zhou Ang did like Jiang Liang very much, but in the end, Jiang Liang cheated on him. At this time, her moments is undoubtedly fueling Zhou Ang's anger. She was really afraid of what Zhou Ang would do to Jiang Liang. Don't worry, Zhou Ang won't do anything to Jiang Liang. Han Jing's face was calm, and Zhou Ang was indeed very angry. It can be seen as soon as he enters the door. He could have taken Jiang Liang away directly in anger. But he didn't. Instead, he drank and made amends here. He drank 3 glasses of wine before taking Jiang Liang away. It's false to drink and make amends. I'm afraid he's afraid of scaring Jiang Liang. How can such a man hurt Jiang Liang? Zhou Ang took Jiang Liang to the back door of the bar before letting go of her hand. Zhou Ang, what are you doing? Jiang Liang had been struggling when he realized. Zhou Ang is so abnormal that she is scared. She rubbed her wrist, which was pinched by him. Mr. Zhou, it's time to get off work. Do you care if I have a party with my friends to sing? I don't think it has violated any of the company's regulations, does it? Zhou Ang didn't say anything. He took out a cigarette box and lit a cigarette. Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Liang turned around and was about to leave. An arm stretched out to block her way. I have something to tell you. Jiang Liang looked at the arm and exhaled lightly. What do we have to say? Zhou Ang suddenly took a puff of cigarette, threw away the cigarette butt and extinguished it with leather shoes. Reach out and wave the smell of smoke to dissipate the smoke. He broke Jiang Liang's shoulder and let her face him. Look at me. Jiang Liang looked up at him. His eyes were red because he restrained his eyebrows. These eyes used to be as bright as stars, and they seemed to glow when they looked at her. It is always full of tenderness and deep love. Now, his eyes are no longer as glowing as before, but have more complicated emotions. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. I will help you. Don't go to others. As long as you open your mouth, I will do it. He has been blaming himself for not helping her that time. In fact, as long as she opens her mouth, he will definitely help her. But she didn't open her mouth. She just asked the company's finance department for help, and asked him to break the company's rules and regulations. Such a system, it doesn't matter, it's just a matter of his words. Chapter 28. She is no longer qualified. But he wanted her to come to him as a private person, not as an employee. He wanted to have more private contact with her, but his dumb self-esteem was at work. Knowing that she was arrogant, he just didn't want to open his mouth first. Jiang Liao looked at him for a long time, and suddenly seemed to understand something. He smiled faintly and said in a calm voice, "Why should I ask you for help? Zhou Ang, what's our relationship?" "It's the relationship between superiors and subordinates. It's your love to help me, and it's my duty not to help. I didn't blame you, and you don't blame yourself. I shouldn't destroy the company's system. I'm the one who should say sorry. I made you embarrassed." He was afraid that he was in trouble and was looking for Han Ji for help. In his subconscious, Han Ji was the one who had cheated on him. Jiang Liang can ask anyone for help, but she can't ask Han Ji for help. Otherwise, I will hit him in the face hard. His proud self-esteem doesn't allow it. Zhou Ang looked disbelievable when he heard her words. "Yang Yang, aren't we even friends?" His voice was trembling. He didn't expect that Jiang Liang would divide the relationship between the two so clearly. In her eyes, they are not even friends. They have always been just subordinates. He thought that in addition to the relationship between superiors and subordinates, the two of them had at least some bonds inside. But he has already put it down, and the only one who can't let go is himself. Can we be friends? Don't you care? Can you pass that hurdle? Jiang Liyang asked with a calm face. There is a huge gap between them. Although she and Han Jing are virtual, it is real in Zhou Ang. Zhou Ang was stunned. Yes, can he cross that hurdle? He was in a hurry to drink just now, and his stomach hurt faintly. He covered his abdomen with his hand, but touched the necklace in his pocket. He squeezed the necklace, and his lips squirmed. The words of apology were stuck in his throat, but he couldn't say it. That day, I saw her walking strangely and refused his help. In the blink of an eye, she got along so intimately with Han Jing at night. The most important thing was the ointment. He was afraid that if he said it at this time, some speculations would come true. Then he didn't dare to face it. The laryngeal knot rolled. Since we are not even friends, don't let me know that you are not doing well in the future, let alone pretend to be miserable in front of me, live a good life, and don't let me see your jokes. His voice was indifferent and alienated, and there were no more emotional ups and downs just now. Jiang Liyang felt a little pain in her heart. She tightened her fingers hanging on the leg of her trousers and told herself in her heart that he now had a marriage partner, and she didn't want to have any personal relationship with him. After that night, she also had no qualifications. Okay. With a stomachache, Zhou Ang turned around and held the wall with his hand to hide himself in the darkness. Also, today you thought I drank too much and went crazy and talked nonsense and forgot about it. Jiang Liyang hummed dully and turned around to leave. Jiang Liyang. Zhou Ang stopped her again. Jiang Liyang stopped, but did not look back. Will you bow your head for life? Zhou Ang's voice trembled a little, as if with some kind of expectation. After he asked, Jiang Liyang's heart trembled. It was time to come. The night seems to be quiet. It is surprisingly quiet here, but there are faint voices around. Jiang Liyang felt dizzy for a moment. She tightened her trouser legs and didn't calm down for a long time. That night was like a thorn stuck in her heart, which could never be pulled out. Even if it was pulled out, it would be a blood hole. But she doesn't regret or feel ashamed, because what she exchanged was the life of her relatives, who were her only relatives in the world. She thinks it's worth it to exchange innocence for a life. Yes. A light word fell into Zhou R's ear, but it exploded in his ear like thunder. The splashed fragments pierced into his heart, blurring his heart. His face was pale, and cold sweat slipped from his forehead. Finally. A bang. He curled up and fell to the ground. Zhou Ang. At the corner, Qiao Mujing put away her mobile phone and ran to Zhou Ang. Zhou Ang didn't show up in the company for the next 2 days. Jiang Liyang went to work normally, as if what happened that night had never happened. It was really like what Zhou Ang said, that he drank too much and talked nonsense, and she seemed to have really forgotten. Assistant Jiang, have you mentioned that matter to Mr. Zhou? When we were eating in the canteen at noon, Manager Yu brought a plate. Hearing her, Jiang Liyang realized what she was saying. She was so busy these days that she forgot. Not yet. Mr. Zhou has been busy during this period, so I didn't mention it. Let's talk about it when he comes back to the company. Okay, then Assistant Jiang bothered you. Come and have a chicken leg. Manager Yu said and put the chicken legs on his plate into her plate. Jiang Liyang looked at the dishes on her plate. She only made a chicken leg, but gave it to her. Jiang Liyang brought the chicken legs back to her. I don't like to eat chicken legs. It's very greasy. Manager Yu was no longer polite to her. You are just afraid of gaining weight. I want to say that you are so thin that you don't need to lose weight. I'm different now. If you have a child, you don't have a good mental state without supplementing protein, and you can't hold the child. Jiang Liyang didn't raise his head either. Well, eat more. Zhou Ang came to the company on the 3rd day. There was a fire in the conference room early in the morning. When they came out, the senior officials were depressed. I don't know which point I provoked Mr. Zhou. He was so angry. Almost half an hour after Zhou Ang returned to the office, Jiang Liyang went to make a cup of coffee and brought it in. Mr. Zhou, have a cup of coffee. Zhou Ang was reviewing the documents. He didn't raise his head, but just hummed. Jiang Liyang didn't leave, thinking about how to talk to him about it. The two of them had a bad time 2 days ago, and he was so angry this morning. She didn't know how likely she was to pass at this time. What else? Zhou R's emotionless voice came. Oh, Mr. Zhou, I have collected some information about our company's employees during this period. After saying that, she observed Zhou R's expression. Zhou R's face is not very good, a little pale, but he seems to have lost weight in 2 days. She opened her mouth and swallowed a word of concern. She has no position. Say. Zhou Ang spit out a word from his mouth, and his hand did not stop moving. The sound of the signature pen sliding on the paper rustled. Instead of using the customized pen she gave him, he used another expensive brand pen. Jiang Liyang opened his lips. Mr. Zhou, I have recently received suggestions from some company employees to our company. 55% of the company's employees have families and children. These people sometimes have to take care of their careers and families, which is inevitable to be distracted, and the working status of employees will also affect the company. I have also done research. This phenomenon is actually quite common, so I collected their suggestions. If the company can allocate a small amount of money to free up a small area to solve their worries, I think employees may be more careful about their work. Zhou Ang didn't have any expression after listening. Which employee mentioned this? Chapter 29 Uncontrolled Deep Depression. Jiang Liang was stunned for a moment. It was not mentioned by one person, but the voice of some employees. She must like Shihui's welfare. What Zhou Ang said about her naturally refers to Manager Yu. Jiang Liang was silent for a moment and didn't make a sound. Since he knew it, let's assume that she acquiesced. Why don't you talk? Mr. Zhou, Manager Yu mentioned it to me alone, but I have also done research. This situation is indeed common. Employees often can't keep up with the project due to family reasons. Of course, this is just a proposal, and the decision is in your hands. What Jiang Liang said is the truth. She has done serious research. As an assistant to the president, she has the responsibility to feed back the employees' suggestions to him, not out of anyone's selfishness. Hearing this, Zhou Ang put down the document in his hand, took a look at him, and then turned his head to look out of the window. The sun fell on his cold face, which was obviously very bright, but there was a faint sadness in his eyes. Do you like children? What? Jiang Liang was stunned and thought he had misheard. Zhou Ang looked back at her. Does Assistant Jiang like children? Jiang Liang looked at Zhou Ang. His face was calm, without any other emotions, and seemed to have a trace of sincerity. Like it? Jiang Liang nodded. Well, I'll leave this matter to you to do. It's okay to steal the teacher or whatever you do. The plan is ready and send it to me. Shall I do it? Jiang Liang was surprised. Shouldn't she leave it to the planning department to do it? What should she do? Yes, you can do it, and the performance is up to you. I believe that with the ability of Assistant Jiang, it can be done well, and this project is mainly for children. Since Assistant Jiang likes children, I can rest assured that the project will be left to you. But Jiang Liang is still hesitating. It's too bad to say this kind of thing. If you leave it to her, she is afraid that others will have objections. No, but who dares to question the work I handed over? Let her come to me directly. Zhou Ang interrupted her forcefully. Okay, Mr. Zhou? In this way, Jiang Liang didn't say anything. She nodded and left the office. It is not difficult to make a parent-child area in the company. It just needs to be well planned, and there are still many details that need to be done. Jiang Liang only knows Shihui about the company that sets up a parent-child area. If you want to make a reference, you can only go to Shihui to have a look. But she is not an employee of Shihui or a project manager. She has to find a reason to go to Shihui. She thought of Xu Yan, who was hesitating to send him a message. Xu Yan's message was sent. Miss Jiang, my throat seems to be disobedient again. Do you have time to cook some throat soup for me tomorrow? It's really raining at the time. Jiang Liang immediately replied to him, yes, I will cook it and send it to you tomorrow morning. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Jiang. You're welcome. The next day, Jiang Liang got up early in the morning to buy medicinal herbs and come back to make soup. It was cooked with breakfast. After cooking, send it to the hospital as usual before going to the company to clock in. After punching in, I sorted out the information and took a taxi to Shihui. At that time, Li Chao told her that Xu Yan was talking to customers in the 15-plus parent-child area. Isn't this a coincidence? Jiang Liang immediately said, then I'll send the soup there. Don't worry, I won't disturb Mr. Shi's work, and I will look around. It's okay. Li Chao did not hesitate and directly took Jiang Liang to the parent-child area. Parent-child area. Xu Yan is talking to a female client. Not far ahead, there is a nursery teacher playing with a 1 or 2-year-old child in his arms. The child was very good, and the nursery teacher whispered a picture album and showed it to her. This kind of working atmosphere seems to be a little different, and the child's mother is not affected at all. Jiang Liang did not come forward, but put the thermos not far away and walked to the nursery teacher and the child. The nursery teacher was sitting in a chair. Jiang Liang sat next to the child. The child giggled as soon as he turned his head and saw her. He still slurredly called out sister. Hearing the sound, Xu Yan turned his head and saw that Jiang Liang was gently holding the child's hand to tease her. Feeling the gaze, Jiang Liang also looked over, and then gestured to him to continue and leave her alone. About 10 minutes later, Xu Yan finished the conversation. The two came towards the child. Jiang Liang was holding the child's hand and playing with her forehead. The child kept giggling happily. This young lady is very good at teasing children. Yi Mongying said to Xu Yan. Maybe she has some magic, which is more attractive to children. Xu Yan smiled and looked at Jiang Liang's eyes full of deep meaning. Fourth brother, is there something wrong? The woman's thoughts were delicate, and Yi Mongying saw the difference in Xu Yan's eyes at a glance. She has known Xu Yan for a day or two. This person usually works seriously and rigorously, and is also disciplined in private. He doesn't have the fancy intestines of the rich at all. He is completely an old Carter style. At this time, I saw the look in his eyes other than work. Xu Yan didn't make a sound, but the smile on the corners of his mouth did not stop. Nan Nan, go home. Yi Mengyu came to his daughter and took Nan Nan from the nursery teacher. She hugged Nan Nan, but Nan Nan still pulled Jiang Liang and refused to let go. Oh, this little girl doesn't want to have her sister. Yi Mengyu is so funny that he will rely on others for a while. Sister, hug. Nan Nan is really a little reluctant to give up Jiang Liang, a beautiful sister. My sister is fragrant and beautiful, and she hasn't played enough. Nan Nan raised her hands and asked Jiang Liang to hold her. Why don't I hug her? Jiang Liang also likes Nan Nan's tightness. Okay, there's still some time, so you can play with your sister for another 5 minutes. Yi Mengyu looked at her watch. Her husband would come to pick her up for dinner later, but she hadn't arrived yet. Jiang Liang took Nan Nan from Yi Mengyu's hand. Nan Nan's head came over and wanted to play with her forehead. The child's forehead is delicate and fleshy, not to mention the fragrance of milk on his body, and the soft and glutinous laughter can melt people's hearts. Jiang Liang also smiled happily. Xu Yan looked at the girl in front of her. Her smile was so beautiful, full of tenderness, and her eyes were as soft as water. At this moment, Xu Yan seemed to see the shining glow emanating from her body. She was enveloped in this glory, releasing a signal with magic, introducing him into it, and luring him to sink into the uncontrollable depths, but she didn't know it at all. At this time, Jiang Liang was holy and unparalleledly beautiful. Yi Mengyu touched Xu Yan with his elbow. The fourth brother must be envious. Xu Yan smiled, a little. Then hold on. Xu Yan's eyes fell on Jiang Liang's face, and his eyes were soft and he was holding on. Jiang Liang only cared about teasing Nao Nao and did not pay attention to the conversation between the two people next to him. Chapter 30 Her Soft Lips. When Shi Yuqiao went upstairs, he saw a harmonious picture. Fourth brother, who is this? Friend. Xu Yan introduced Jiang Liang to Xu Yuqiao, using the identity of a friend. Hello, Xu Yuqiao, who is also a friend of the fourth brother. You can call me Xiao Xu or Yu Xiao. Xu Yuqiao has a very lively personality and a little sense of familiarity. Jiang Liang also quickly shook hands with him. Jiang Liang. That's just right. Let's have a meal together. I'll book a seat and add an extra set of dishes and chopsticks. Yi Mengyu wanted to talk to Xu Yan about opening a nursery school. He booked a seat in the restaurant and came from the company after work at noon. Jiang Liang was a little surprised. When Xu Yan introduced that she was his friend just now, she was a little surprised. At this time, his friend said that he would invite them to dinner together. She didn't really want to go. The main reason is that she doesn't know Xu Yan very well. His friends must also be children of the family. She really doesn't know how to get along with them. Xu Yan saw that she looked a little embarrassed and said, Miss Jiang still has something to do with me. Your family of 3 can eat and leave us alone. If there is anything, you can't talk about it after dinner. When we meet for the first time, I can't treat my fourth brother's friend unfairly. Don't be laughed at by Songbo and others when you say it. Xu Yuqiao is a rough man and didn't notice Xu Yan's difference in treating Jiang Liang. Yi Mengyu knew it. She pulled Xu Yuqiao over. The fourth brother said that he had something to do, that's important. It can't be delayed. Let's find time to invite him. Besides, it's not fun for us to take our little ones to eat and chat. Yi Mengyu spoke, and Xu Yuqiao, the strict wife, no longer insisted on it. That's okay. The fourth brother owes you and Miss Jiang a meal. At that time, I will find a free time to invite you. You must come at that time, lest Songbo and others know that I am not righteous. The fourth brother has made female friends and doesn't know how to do anything. He is Zhang Fei's embroidery. He is thick and thin. The fourth brother has nothing to do with it, so it's hard for him to say it directly. Go ahead. Xu Yan nodded with a smile. After the family of 3 left, Li Chao asked Xu Yan, Mr. Shi, should we go to the canteen or go outside for lunch? Xu Yan glanced at Jiang Liang. What about you? Do you want to go out to eat or go to the canteen? Ah. Just eat in the canteen. Jiang Liang said that she really didn't pay attention to the time. She just rushed over at her own time, but it happened to be mealtime every time. She doesn't eat and seems to be very pretentious. Go to the canteen to make 2 meals to the office. Xu Yan ordered Li Chao. Mr. Xu, don't you go to the canteen? Jiang Liao wants to say that she can go to the canteen to eat, and it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Don't go to the canteen. Xu Yan took the thermos on the table and turned around to walk in front. Jiang Liang had to follow him. Soon, Li Chao's meal came over. Jiang Liang's portion is all her favorite dishes. Assistant Li, how do you know that I like these dishes? Li Chao took a look at Xu Yan and said with a smile, I observed it when I was cooking with Miss Jiang last time. Assistant Li is really careful. He is worthy of Mr. Shi's special assistant. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. Jiang Liang thought that he was already very careful, but he didn't expect that Li Chao's eyesight was better than hers. She is not picky about food. She also picked several dishes last time. After so many days, she didn't expect that Li Chao remembered all of them. And this cake was specially ordered by Mr. Shi to buy it. Thank you for cooking soup for Mr. Shi. Li Chao handed a strawberry cake to Jiang Liang. It's a cake that the years are quiet. I'm really blessed recently. I haven't eaten cake for several years, but I often eat it during this period. Well, thank you, Mr. Shi. Jiang Liang was not polite. She spent almost 2 hours cooking soup for Shi Yan, and eating a piece of his cake was equivalent in exchange. There was nothing wrong with it. Shi Yan was drinking soup. You're welcome. You should. You like to eat cake, and I love to drink the soup you cook. Just like the popular online exchange now, we can also exchange food and catch up with the trend. Jiang Liang sneered. Mr. Shi is really humorous. You also know network exchange. What? Do you think I'm an internet antique who doesn't know anything? No, it's just that you are usually a serious person, and you are so busy at work. I thought that busy people like you would not have so much time to pay attention to these unnutritious things. Xu Yan put down the spoon and twisted his eyebrows slightly. Isn't this kind of thing nutritious? I think it's good. And we are friends. You don't need to use honorifics to me, which makes me look old. It's also very raw. His expression suddenly changed, and Jiang Liao's face was a little embarrassed. Well, Mr. Xu, you are not old. Xu Yan. The atmosphere is inexplicably frozen. Jiang Liang wants to drill into the cracks in the ground. Mr. Xu, you. Well. Why is your throat uncomfortable again? Do you want to know? Jiang Liang. She is just to relieve the embarrassment. Well, you. Did you stay up late or smoke? During the family banquet 2 days ago, Zhou Ang was angry. Mr. Zhou? What's wrong with him? The family banquet 2 days ago, wasn't that the day when the two broke up? He didn't want to get married, so he turned the attention of his family members to me. Do you know what he said? Xu Yan sat opposite her. When Jiang Liang looked up, he was looking at her. His eyebrows were superior, and the curve of his eyes was slightly raised. The arc was as beautiful as a painting. Jiang Liang felt that these eyes could seduce the soul. If she looked at her 2 more times, she was afraid that she would be in a disordered mood. What did Mr. Zhou say? She lowered her eyes and pretended to be careless and put a small piece of cake into her mouth. He said, I haven't started a family in my 30s. I'm an elder and he's a junior. He shouldn't be ahead of me. Do you think so? Xu Yan leaned slightly and stared at the girl in front of her. She lowered her eyes, and her small petal-like lips opened slightly from time to time because of chewing. In a gap, the small gap seemed to spit out fragrance, which could make people intoxicated to the point of losing their minds. He had only felt this small mouth with his fingers, knowing how soft and seductive it was, but he was reluctant to kiss it that day. At this moment, there is still a little pink cream on the soft lips, and he wants to touch it for her with his hand. It should be so. Jiang Liang raised his eyes, and Xu Yan withdrew his gaze. I also think so. If you want to get married, it should be my elder first before it's his turn. Well, so why are you? Why are you angry with Zhou Ang? Xu Yan sighed. But I don't have a girlfriend yet, but I have someone I like, so I told my family that I would work hard to marry Mrs. Xu as soon as possible. Well, it's pretty good. Jiang Liang still didn't hear what was wrong, so how did he get angry with Zhou Ang? Chapter 31 Release. Xu Yan turned his body back and put his arms on the armrest of the sofa. Looking at Jiang Liang's calm expression of eating melons, he couldn't help but smile. Forget it, it's better to slow down first. I'm afraid the little girl can't help being scared. Before I made a statement, he said in front of all the family members that I would not get married at the age of 30. If he was ahead of me, the outside world would speculate whether I had a hidden disease. Jiang Liang just put a piece of cake in his mouth. As soon as he heard this, he choked and subconsciously bit the fork, and the fork made a crisp collision sound with his teeth. The sound was too strange in the quiet office. She frowned, but Xu Yan thought she was hurt. He changed his expression in an instant and quickly got up and leaned in front of her. What's the matter? His nervous face suddenly magnified in front of Jiang Liang, and Jiang Liang was stunned. She subconsciously leaned back and bit the fork more tightly, just looking at Xu Yan. The fork was plastic. Xu Yan reached for the handle of the fork to check whether the fork was broken by her. But Jiang Liang was obviously confused and still bit the fork tightly. Loosen it, did it bite? Xu Yan's hand gently moved the handle of the fork, and his voice was slightly heavier, with a commanding tone. He suddenly became serious and invisibly with a sense of oppression, and Jiang Liang subconsciously let go of his mouth. Seeing that the fork was intact, Xu Yan's expression was a little relaxed. Are you born in the year of the dog? Not a dog, but a rabbit. Jiang Liang pursed his lips and answered his question very seriously. Her lips were stained with cream, which was sweet. She licked her lips with the tip of her tongue and rolled the cream into her mouth. Xu Yan put down the fork and looked at the cream on the fork. There seemed to be a fire burning in his chest. He stretched his eyebrows and smiled. This little rabbit is seductive but doesn't know it. Jiang Liang, would you also think so if the outside world said that I had a hidden disease? Xu Yan didn't know why she reacted so much just now. He said that the original intention of this matter was to tell her that he didn't have any hidden diseases. It's okay. Ah, no, I don't think so. I believe you don't. You should be fine. At this moment, Jiang Liyang just wants to end the topic quickly. It's really strange to discuss with Xu Yan whether he has a hidden disease. There are differences between men and women, and they don't know each other very well. He is also Zhou Ao's uncle. It is not appropriate to discuss this topic with him. Do you believe it? Xu Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Jiang Liyang, why do you believe it? Just now, in order to check whether she hurt, he almost leaned over. At this moment, he didn't step back, and he was still very close to her. In such a close-up speech, he deliberately lowered his voice. The lowered voice was very beautiful, with some deception. His voice made the originally refreshing atmosphere a little more ambiguous. Jiang Liyang inexplicably thought of the strange man that night. When the man hugged her close to his skin and bit her earlobe, he would whisper in her ear. At that time, all her senses were infinitely amplified with her eyes blindfolded. The man's voice and the touch brought to her by his burning skin are the most memorable to her. The man's low voice has been echoing in her mind for a while. Looking at the handsome man in front of him, Jiang Liyang lost his mind for a moment. Well, why do you believe it? The man's voice sounded again. Jiang Liyang suddenly returned to his senses and blushed. What was she doing? A strange man, who has never even seen his face, has many similar voices in the world. She was brain-twitching to associate Xu Yan with that man. Because you are Xu Yang. If there is really a hidden disease spread to the outside world, you would have suppressed the news long ago, and there was no possibility of the news being sent out at all, or it was suppressed as soon as the news came out. The Xu family is a famous family. If it was really spread like this, it would have been angry long ago. How could such shameful news be spread at will? Only those who do not have hidden diseases will not care about the rumors in the outside world, and those who are clear will be clear. This is about the man's face. If he doesn't clarify, isn't it a good explanation that he is fine? Xu Yan smiled and retreated to the sofa. Jiang Liyang is so smart. Jiang Liyang. Why do you feel strange that he praises people? The strange atmosphere disappeared, and Jiang Liyang also remembered that she had business to do today in addition to delivering soup to Xian. Mr. Xu, can I work in your parent-child area in the afternoon? I brought a computer. I promised to only be in the parent-child area, not to other places. The main reason is that I feel quite relaxed in the parent-child area just now, which is suitable for me to do some mental labor. She wants to steal the teacher, and there is no need to be blatant. It's better to be euphemistic. Xu Yan smiled and said it was okay. You can also go around, and you can also be more familiar with the parent-child area. I have mentioned Zhou's side to Zhou Ang, suggesting that he also vacated a place to make a parent-child area and give benefits to employees. Why didn't Mr. Zhou mention it to you? Xu Yan put his hand on the armrest of the sofa, and the cuffs of his white shirt were rolled up in 2 sections, and the muscle lines of the exposed arms were smooth. His slender fingers had a light buckle on the armrest. With a leisurely posture, he regained his gentle and elegant appearance, in the moonlight breeze, and more than comfortable in the mall. Jiang Liyang is also used to this kind of Xu Yan. She pursed her lips. No wonder Zhou Ang agreed so cheerfully. However, Xu Yan said that she didn't have to be sneaky. Mr. Zhou mentioned it, so I also want to visit your parent-child area for reference. After all, our company has no experience. It's inexperienced. Jiang Liyang. I'll ask Li Chao to give you a badge later, and you can visit this building at will. Thank you, Mr. Shi. The parent-child area was designed by me. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me, or if you have any new ideas, you can come to me. Let's discuss it together. After all, creativity is priceless. The parent-child area was designed by Xu Yan, and Jiang Liyang was slightly surprised. Why, don't you believe it? No, I believe it. At first glance, Xu Yan is a talented person who reads poetry and books, otherwise he would not sit as the president of Shihoi Group. She fully believes that he can design it. All afternoon, Jiang Liyang stayed in the parent-child area almost all afternoon. She drew the design of the whole area on A4 paper. But only she herself can understand the drawing, and her hands can no longer draw very accurate lines. After reading the whole design, she was really surprised by Xu Yan's design talent. The whole parent-child area is actually not very large, especially for active children. But Xu Ye's design is precise, and he will make good use of the space he can use. There is no waste at all, and all the details have been taken into account. He has taken into account the children's playing, running, and bumping. In addition to the children's play, if the customer comes and the child recognizes the birth, there is a special place for the customer to talk about the project while watching the child. This is simply a perfect design. Chapter 32. Let's settle for it. She only needs to make a similar plan according to Zhou's internal space. All afternoon, she sorted out the general plan. When it was almost time to get off work, Li Chao told her to wait in the president's office. I'm always in an important meeting, and I can't come out until a little later. Does Xu always have anything to say to me? If it's not important, I'll go back to the company first and ask Mr. Shi to send me a message, or I can call him when Mr. Shi gets off work. Miss Jiang didn't say anything, but just asked you to wait for him here. Li Chao answered her. Seeing that Li Chao didn't know what was going on, Jiang Liang had to sit in the office and wait for Shi Yan. It's almost dark. When Shi Yan came in from the outside, Jiang Liang was taking a nap on the sofa with his hand on his face. Shi Yan squatted in front of her and called her softly, Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang woke up and saw Shi Yan standing in front of her. Mr. Shi, have you finished the meeting? Well, you must be hungry. I'll take you to a place. Shi Yan picked up the suit jacket on the sofa. When he saw Jiang Liang's computer bag on the sofa, he reached out and brought it for her. In a moment, he handed the bag to her. Jiang Liang took the computer bag. If you don't need it, Mr. Shi, I'll just go back and cook by myself. Don't you have anything to tell me? Shi Yan ignored her, turned around and walked out to eat first. Jiang Liang thought that he had held an afternoon meeting and was heartbroken. Maybe he was also hungry and tired at this time. She couldn't say anything more, so she followed him out. The car drove to the location in the suburbs. After getting off the bus, there is a Chinese-style courtyard-style building. Xiao Xiangyan is written on the plaque. A female foreman in Hanfu stood at the door. When he saw the group of people getting out of the car, they greeted them. Mr. Shi, the guests have arrived. Obviously, Shi Yan is a regular visitor here. Shi Yan responded faintly. The foreman took a group of people to the courtyard. The admission to the hospital is a path paved with blue bricks, the atrium is a rockery with flowing water, the purple water lilies in the center of the pool are in full bloom, and the red koi swim happily under the lotus. Walking through the blue brick path, it is a courtyard-style building. The group went up to the second floor, in the innermost private room. The foreman lifted the curtain of the straw-braided door. 3 guests, Mr. Shi has arrived. Several men in the room looked at the door at the same time and got up almost at the same time when they saw Shi Yan. Mr. Shi. Sorry, I'm late. I've been waiting for a long time. The company has something to do. Shi Yan entered the room and shook hands with several men. It's not too late. We just have nothing to do. It's rare to have time to get together here and taste tea. Good tea is not afraid of being late, and good wine is afraid of being late. If it's late, it's gone. One of the men joked. Several people sat down. Go and add a pair of dishes and chopsticks. Shi Yan ordered the female foreman standing aside. He booked a seat for 4 people early in the morning, and bringing Jiang Liang here was an improvisation. Okay, Mr. Shi. The foreman quit. Only then did the other people look at Jiang Liang. She was not wearing a white shirt and a hip-wrapped skirt today. Instead, he wore a simple water pink shirt and a grey A-line skirt. It's a very elegant and refreshing dress, but this is also the dress of ordinary women in the workplace. At first, people who noticed Jiang Liang thought she was Shi Ye's new female assistant. I also think that Mr. Shi has always paid attention to word of mouth and image, and the distance between men and women has always maintained the usual moderation. I haven't seen a female assistant around him for so many years. Why did he recruit such a beautiful female assistant this time? Who is Mr. Shi? Friend, Jiang Liang. Shi Yan's introduction. Hello. Several men politely shook hands with Jiang Liang one by one. She happened to come to my company for business today. I delayed her dinner time, so bringing her here was a compensation. Shu Yan smiled and explained to everyone the reason why she was brought here. Then he softened his voice and said to Jiang Liang beside him, you don't have to be reserved. You can eat whatever you want. We have something to talk about, and you don't have to be influenced by us. Yes, Miss Jiang, don't be influenced by us. You just need to eat well and drink well. If it's not enough, just tell Mr. Shi that we will drink and talk later. Don't be scared by the vulgarity of our old men. One of the men said with a smile and add tea to the teacup in front of Jiang Liang. Shu Ye's friends all look funny and humorous, but they all seem to be older than him. They are all elegant and disciplined. You can know that his family background and knowledge are not simple just from his clothes and speech. Their speech does not make people feel depressed and uncomfortable. On the contrary, they are easygoing and funny, which can make people release their psychological defenses at once. Okay. Jiang Liang took a sip of tea with a smile. The tea was sweet in the mouth and mellow. She was thirsty and drank it in one breath. Drink less and save your stomach to eat delicious food later. Shu Yan, who was talking to his friend, whispered to remind him. Jiang Liang held the jade teacup and hummed. The dishes will be served soon. The cuisine is light. Jiang Liang saw a dish of taro steamed fish that was her favorite, but it was too far away. Shu Yan saw the little girl peeking at the front with her eyes when she was eating. He turned around and wanted to eat. After being found out carefully, Jiang Liang blushed. Well, I want to eat. Shu Yan stood up and moved the dish in front of her. This dish is spicy, and they can't get used to spicy food. This dish is specially ordered for you, and I hope you can solve it well. Shi Yan said this to the other 3 men. As soon as they heard this, the other 3 people understood in a second. At this time, the gentleman was borrowing flowers to offer Buddha. Yes, we are not used to this dish, and we have troubled Miss Jiang to solve it happily. They can't get used to it. This taro steamed mackerel head, served with chopped peppers, I don't know how much to drink. But Xu Yan opened his mouth, and the men should be elegant to show their gentlemanly demeanor. Men drink and talk about in-depth issues, such as international trends, economic development, urban future planning. She doesn't completely understand these, but she is not interested, has not paid attention to it, and can't participate in it. As Xu Yan said, she seems to just eat. A plate of fish head is enough for Jiang Liang to eat. It tastes very good, spicy, and is also appetizing with rice, but she doesn't want to eat a plate of fish. She still knows the gentlemanly demeanor of the men. But this dish is also really spicy. It's not spicy after 2 mouthfuls, and I don't feel thirsty after drinking 2 cups of tea. Yu Guang glanced at Xu Ye's wine glass beside him, and the fragrance of wine from the wine glass made people a little itchy. During the conversation, Xu Yan would slightly look at the person beside him from time to time. He was good at words and colors. When Jiang Liang's eyes inadvertently fell on his wine glass, he asked, "Do you want to drink?" Jiang Liang pursed his lips and smiled, "Is it okay? I don't know if it's too spicy, or the atmosphere of the dinner is very relaxed." Jiang Liang hasn't had this feeling of relaxation for a long time. The strings are too tight. Once they are loose, it seems that they can't be tightened for a while. It shouldn't be a big deal if she wants to have a glass of wine. Then let's settle for it. Chapter 33. The little rabbit is greedy for cups. Xu Ye's eyebrows are gentle. "It's okay, but you can't drink this wine. The wine is strong. I'll change it for you." "Okay, Mr. Xu, you have the final say." The 2 of them leaned over and whispered, and everyone else heard it. Xu Ye's difference to Jiang Liang was seen by everyone at the table. They were almost sure that Xu Ye must have an idea for this girl. In their eyes, Xu Ye's indulgence to her is the love between the 2. But Xu Yan didn't have an open relationship, and they didn't joke with them out of respect for women. Xu Yan asked the foreman to change to a wine exclusively for women. "Is the alcohol content high?" Xu Yan asked. "It's not high. This is jujube wine, which is brewed with jujube, wolfberry and osmanthus. If a lady drinks it, it can dispel cold, nourish blood and replenish qi." "Okay." The foreman filled Jiang Liang's wine glass and nodded back behind the door. Jiang Liang picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "How about it?" Xu Yan asked her. "Well, it's delicious and sweet." Jiang Liang nodded. She had never drunk this wine. The wine was mellow, sweet and not spicy, and had a lingering fragrance of dates in her mouth. She used to drink white wine, which was stolen by her father's hidden in the cabinet. When he was a child, his father Jiang Yuhua occasionally drank on his mother Shuo Yuhe's death anniversary. If he drank too much, he would hold her and cry. Hold her face and call her Yuhe. Everyone said that she looked like her mother, and her father also said that she was a copy of her mother. Later, Dad drank more and more. Dad will also drink on the day of his mother's death. Once when Dad drank too much, she came out of the room. When my father saw her as if he had seen her mother, he cried with joy and said, Yuhe, Yuhe, you're back. Do you know how much I miss you? Why didn't you come to my dream during this period? Why did I only see you when I drank? At that time, she was still young, and she thought that her father really saw her mother because of drinking. So, once she secretly drank a little wine while her father was not at home. She was dizzy, and it seemed that she really saw her mother. Her mother was smiling at her and stretched out her hand to hug her. She called her gently, Yang Yang, come here and hug her. That day, she slept on the sofa with a pillow in her arms. The alcohol content of this jujube wine is not high, and the taste is sweet. It tastes the same as a drink, and the most important thing is that it is very spicy. Unconsciously, a small bottle of porcelain jujube wine was poured into the stomach by Jiang Liang. Xu Yan and others were talking about it, and they just heard from the foreman that the alcohol content was not high, so they relaxed for a while. When he found that the person next to him was wrong, he found that the small porcelain bottle was empty. He held his forehead. The little rabbit was too greedy. It's nothing to drink a small porcelain bottle of wine. This kind of wine is the same as a drink to him. But obviously, he overestimated Jiang Liang's amount of alcohol, and he was a little drunk. Well, at this moment, Jiang Liang blushed, and his eyes were half drooping. He leaned lazily on the back of the chair, holding a jade wine glass in his hands. She looked at the wine glass, and the round mouth of the glass was like a round mirror. She pursed her lips slightly and looked left and right as if she was looking in a mirror. There was still half a glass of unfinished wine left in the wine glass. The wine swayed, and she saw herself in the mirror changing strangely with the shaking of the liquid. She stared wide-eyed and didn't understand how she had become like this just now. Xu Yan didn't know what she was doing. She squinted and stared. She was playing with herself there without making a fuss. He thought it was funny. The little rabbit's wine was not bad. He drank too much and was quite good. He didn't go crazy about alcohol. Because Jiang Liang drank too much, the meal ended early. Jiang Liang, go back. The others left first, and Xu Yan poked Jiang Liao's face with his hand. Jiang Liang raised her head slowly, and she looked at Xu Yan with drunken eyes. It's like carefully identifying the person in front of you, right? Xu Yan nodded, and she stretched out a finger to point to Xu Yan, nodding one step ahead of him, indicating that she knew this person and did not admit his mistake. Xu Yan thought it was funny. He still knew me. Can you leave? I'll take you back. Okay, I'm going back. Jiang Liang nodded and was about to get up. She also overestimated her drinking. Her head was heavy and her feet were light. As soon as she got up, she was weak all over. Her feet were weak, and her whole body slipped down. Xu Yan hugged her, and her whole body softened in Xu Yan's arms. She was soft all over, and she was even more boneless after drinking too much. Xu Yan held her waist, and she leaned in Xu Yan's arms, so close contact. The unique fragrance of her body mixed with the afterglow of wine rushed into his breath, lingering around him and into his heart. It was the fragrance that made him intoxicated that night. The beauty was in his arms, which disturbed his mind, and an unbearable heat rushed out of the bottom of his heart. The finger he fell on her waist rubbed through the thin clothes, and the soft and hot touch reached his palm. His throat rolled, and his voice was hoarse. Can't you walk? The person in his arms looked up at him. He also looked down. Jiang Liang's cheeks were pink and blushing, her eyes were drunk and confused, and her wet big eyes were full of water light. She looked at him without blinking. It seems that he doesn't know where he is. Xu Yan looked into her eyes. Her eyes were clean and clear, without a trace of impurities. Under the light, there is a flood of water, like a pool of spring rippling. It's such a pair of clean eyes, but it's deadly for it to fall on such a crimson face at this moment. The combination of delicate, innocent, and cute has an irresistible attraction for men. He approached her in no way. The faces of the two gradually became close, almost close at hand. The heat sprayed by the breath seems to burn people's skin. Xu Yan looked at the red lips, which were close at hand. He wanted to stick to it and feel its softness. Just watch. Desire and reason are pulling. Finally, Xu Yan forced to suppress the unbearable restlessness. He can wait a little longer. I can't walk anymore. Do you want me to hug you? Jiang Liang in his arms nodded and shook his head again. She pushed Xu Yan away and staggered back a few steps. Then I'll help you. Xu Yan held her in time. He was worried that she was swaying like this. It's hard to get her in the car. Where is your home? In. Jiang Liang can't remember where his home is. She sold the house, and now she lives for rent. Where is her home? Oh, she has no home. She shook her head. There is no home. Why don't you have a home? Tell me where you live now. Xu Yan asked patiently. Jiang Liang still shook his head. Xu Yan raised his eyebrows and couldn't ask. He directly reported the address to Li Chao. The car drove to the place rented by Jiang Liang. It was dark in the car, and only the flashing neon lights outside the car were reflected in the car. The warm yellow light flashed on Xu Yan's face again and again. Jiang Liang looked at him and couldn't tell the difference between reality and dream. In a trance, she seemed to see her father. She misses her father a little today. I miss the house where I have lived for more than 10 years. Chapter 34. Did she call him father? Although Dad doesn't care much about her, he often goes on business trips. Sometimes he leaves a note and leaves her alone at home. But every time her father left, she looked forward to the next time she saw her father. When her father came back and saw him, she was very happy. When the accumulated expectations come together to become reality, it's like the whole person is submerged in a huge sea of happiness. Happy indulgence. She hasn't seen her father for a long time. Is he on a business trip again? But she seems to have seen her father just now. Dad is back. She stretched out her hand to her father. What's the matter? Do you feel uncomfortable and want to vomit? When Xu Yan saw her staring straight at him, he was worried about whether she was uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. Jiang Liang shook his head and suddenly hugged Xu Yan. Xu Yan was stunned for a moment, and this sudden embrace made him a little at a loss. He was about to put his hand on her shoulder to pull her away to see what was wrong with her. Who knows? Dad. Dad. Xu Yan's eyebrows jumped, his whole body was stunned, and his hands were also frozen there. Does she call him Dad? Why did she call him father? What's wrong with this? Is she going to call him father? There were two low laughs in front of them. It seems that the two people in front of them couldn't help laughing when they heard the crisp sound just now. Is it funny? Xu Yan's face turned cold. It's not funny. It's not funny. The driver spoke in Sun with Li Chao. Immediately, the inner baffle of the car was raised by the driver. Xu Yan wanted to pull Jiang Liang away. Jiang Liang, I'm not your father. No, you are my father. Dad, when you came back from a business trip, I knew you would come back. You wouldn't leave me like this. Jiang Liang, you drank too much and got the wrong person. I'm really not your father. Xu Yan was so anxious that he couldn't laugh or cry. What's the matter? How can he be good? He has grown a generation. This is not what he wants. He pulled Jiang Liang away, and his father was really a little embarrassed to hear this sound. You drank too much. Don't recognize your father. Jiang Liang, who was pulled away, rushed up again and held his face. After looking left and right, he said with certainty, "You are my father. You look like my father." She drew his facial features with her fingers on his face. "My father looks like this, as good looking as you. Do I look good?" Xu Yan let her fingers mess around his face. "Well, it looks good. Then you watch more." "Well, I can't get tired of watching it." Xu Yan smiled at the corners of his lips. Jiang Liang hugged him. "Dad, I miss you so much. Why did you go for so long this time?" Xu Yan leaned on the back of the chair and closed his eyes. "Well, I'm a little busy." "So Dad, are you still leaving? If you don't leave, just stay at home with Yang Yang." "Well, Dad is so kind." Xu Yan. The car drove to the community. And Jiang Liang had fallen asleep. "Jiang Liang, I'm home." Xu Yan called her softly. Jiang Liang arched in his arms and gave a vague hum from his nose. The voice is like a kitten, lazy and soft, scratching people's hearts. "I'm home. I'll take you up." Xu Yan patted her face a few times. She clapped his hand and opened him. "No, I'm going to bed." Xu Yan's hands were slapped red, and the little rabbit drank too much and his hands were quite strong. "I can't sleep well in the car. I went to your house to sleep." After saying that, Yan ignored her and was about to pick her up and carry her out of the car. "No, I'm going to bed." Jiang Liang closed his eyes and struggled with anger. He slipped directly on Xu Yan's lap. She hugged his legs with both hands, rested her head on it, arched her head, and found the best position to continue sleeping. Xu Yan wanted to break her hand, but she held her tightly, and he was afraid of hurting her. After trying for a while, he finally gave up. "Come on," she got up too angry, "so let's stay in the village for one night." The next day, Jiang Liang was woken up. When she woke up, she was stunned for 3 minutes before she was sure where she was. She rested on Xu Yan's lap, covered with his suit jacket, and she also held his legs like pillows in her hands. And Xu Yan closed his eyes and leaned against the edge of the car window without waking up. His hand fell on her back. As soon as she moved, his hand subconsciously patted her back. "This seems to be sleeping." So she lay on his lap like this last night and slept with him as a bed and pillow all night. And he kept this posture all night to coax her to sleep. Jiang Liang is not completely memoryless after drinking. The picture of getting drunk last night was pieced together in her mind little by little like fragments. She remembered that she seemed to see her father, but it was obvious that they were in the car all night, so she regarded Xu Yan as her father. And he also coaxed her like a daughter all night. Jiang Liang held his forehead. "Is there anything more magical than this?" She straightened up and tidied up her messy hair. Taking care of her all night, Xu Yan was obviously very sleepy. She got up, but he didn't wake up. Jiang Liang looked at him. This was the first time she looked at this man up close. He leaned against the window of the car, and the collar of his white shirt was untied. He didn't have the rigor of a tie, but a little more relaxed feeling of leisure. His side face is simply perfect. Thick black hair is combed obliquely back, a full forehead, deep and stylish eyebrows, long eyelashes are thickly curled, thin and moderate lips under the high bridge of the nose, and the lip shape is very beautiful. He leaned sideways like this, which highlighted his superior jawline. It's really a gift from heaven. But Jiang Liang didn't know how to face the master with this exquisite appearance next. She was really in a big mess last night. Except for the two of them, the driver and Li Chao were not in the car. She couldn't come up with the idea of sneaking home. It is immoral and inappropriate to leave Xu Yan here. She sat there and thought about how to face him when Xu Yan woke up. People walk outside the window from time to time, and even stay outside the window and look in. The glass can't see the inside from the outside, but the inside can see the outside. Xu Yan's car is Maybach. Such a luxury car is parked in a dilapidated community, and it is inevitable that those people will be curious. Several children ran over and chased and played outside the car, probably thinking that there was no one inside, and jumped up and patted the window with their hands. What they took happened to be Xu Yan leaning against the window of the car. Xu Yan was woken up by a slap. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were a little red. Obviously, he didn't sleep well. His sleepy eyes in front of her filled the whole car with an inexplicable warm atmosphere. This made Jiang Liang have the illusion that their relationship seemed to be very close. Xu Yan glanced at Jiang Liang and saw that the little girl was staring at him in a daze. On her fair cheeks were light red marks pressed by the fabric of her trousers on his legs, one extending to the corners of her lips. It's a little cute. He wants to mess up her hair. "Mr. Xu, you are awake." Jiang Liang spoke first with a calm face. The corners of Xu Yan's mouth twitched lightly, so calm. I thought she would blush or feel uncomfortable when she saw him. He didn't want her to wake up first, just to see her reaction after she woke up. Since she was so calm, he was very interested in her next reaction. If he doesn't wake up, I'm afraid this girl will stay in the car until dark. Chapter 35 Borrow your washroom. When did you wake up? Is there any discomfort? Xu Yan asked. While talking, he moved his legs, which had been swollen and stiff after a night of fatigue, but his legs were too long and the space in the car was limited, which was not enough for him to stretch at all. His voice after waking up was a little refreshing and gentle, not like the solemnity at work. Jiang Liang glanced at Xu Ye's long legs, and some pictures unconsciously appeared in front of him. She blinked. I just woke up for a while, and there was no discomfort. Jiang Liang didn't say anything because he was a little hungry. Are you hungry? Why don't you go back and wash up first and I'll take you to breakfast? Xu Yan glanced at his watch and said that it was past 8 o'clock. Take her to dinner first and tease her later. Well, good. Jiang Liang immediately agreed as if he had got a life-saving straw. When he turned around and got out of the car, Xu Yan stopped her. Jiang Liang, can I borrow your washroom to take a shower and change clothes? There is a meeting later, so I'm afraid it's too late to rush back to my house. It will be past 8 o'clock now. It will take 40 minutes to go back to his house from here. Not to mention that it will be the morning rush hour, and it will be even late for him to have breakfast and traffic jams. Although Xu Ya's request to Jiang Liang felt inappropriate. But it seems that there is nothing we can do. Who let him trap him in the car all night as a bed and a pillow last night? Okay. My family is relatively simple, so don't dislike it. No way. Xu Yan took a spare set of changing clothes and toiletries from the trunk pocket and went to her house with Jiang Liang. The two walked back and forth on the dark and dusty stairs. The higher he went, the more Xu Yan's heart became. I know she lives here, but she has never come in. He didn't expect that there was such a dilapidated community in Beijing, so let's not talk about the outside. It's really dirty inside. The stairway on the first floor is full of empty paper water bottles, and construction waste has not been cleaned up. It should be someone who picked up the garbage and piled up the stairwell as a warehouse. The whole stairwell is filled with a musty smell. And there is garbage in almost every corner upstairs, either beverage bottles and beer bottles, snack bags, and paper towels and so on. At the corner of the third floor, a 4 or 5-year-old child sat barefoot and dirty on the ground playing cards. Jiang Liang reached out and touched the child's head when he passed by. The child raised his head and smiled at her. When he saw Xu Yan behind her in a blink of an eye, he opened his eyes wide and looked at him in surprise. Probably there has never been such a good-looking and reserved man here. In addition to being dirty, the child's eyes are dark, clear and bright. Xu Yan can't help but look twice more. She likes you. Jiang Liang said in front. How do you know? She didn't spit on you. Xu Yan. Is she so fierce? It can also spit. Yes, people she doesn't like will spit on others. Then, she must not have spit on you. Jiang Liang squeezed his lips and smiled. I spit it out. Xu Yan, He is obviously unbelievable. He thinks Jiang Liang is very popular with children. It was my mother's appearance that scared her, so she spit on us. Later, my mother bought her a bag of bread, and she was not afraid. That was when they first moved here, more than half a year ago. The child was only more than 3 years old. When she saw Zhou Mei's squinted mouth, she cried. When they walked past her, she cried and spit at them in fright. Such a young child can't be beaten or scolded, and the two of them were vomited all over. Later, when Zhou Mei went downstairs for a walk with the help of the nurse, she saw the child lying thinly on the stairwell to pick up things on the ground to eat. She was very distressed, so she bought a big bag of bread and food for the child outside. After the child has food, he is no longer afraid of her. When I got to the 4th floor, facing 3 rooms, one of which was open. There was the sound of men and women cursing each other, and there was also the sound of things being smashed to the ground and crackling. Obviously, the family was quarreling, and the quarrel was quite fierce. As soon as the two walked to the door, a man with bare arms and only a pair of beach pants rushed out of it. The man was carrying a wine bottle, his hair was messy, and his beard was shaggy. As soon as he came out, the smell of wine mixed with other unknown smells came to his nose. Xu Yan frowned and glanced at the man. The man was still cursing. Obviously, he drank a little too much. A pair of fierce and red blood eyes became evil and obscene when he saw Jiang Liang. His eyes scanned her whole body. Jiang Liang stared at him with a cold face and was ready to ignore him. When a man drinks, he obviously wants to go crazy with the help of alcohol. He smiled evilly and was about to step forward and move his hands and feet. Xu Yan strode forward to block Jiang Liang, separating the man from Jiang Liang. Suddenly, a person appeared to block the man's sight, and he looked up angrily. But he saw a sharp gaze condescendingly shooting at him. Xu Yan was originally tall. When he was serious, he didn't aura of anger, and self-right was already very strong. Not to mention that he was annoyed at this time, and the majestic and fierceness pressed towards the man like a mountain. And the man only came to his chest. Being looked down on like this, the man's arrogance was suddenly overwhelmed. But the wine is cowardly. At this time, he drank too much. He just quarreled with his wife and was in a bad mood. He had been thinking about Jiang Liang for a long time, and he urgently needed a vent. Who are you? Block me. As he said, he reached out and pulled Xu Yan. Xu Yan buckled his wrist sideways and turned it out, and the man bent down in pain. Let go. Let go, it hurts. It hurts. What do you want to do? Xu Yan questioned in a cold voice. No. Don't do anything. In the room, the woman heard a voice and saw her man being beaten, and saw Jiang Liang standing aside. She sneered, turned around and went back to the room. After entering the room, she slammed the door. Damn woman, he can't be saved when he sees death, he has no conscience. When the man saw that the woman not only didn't help him, but also closed the door directly, he began to curse again in anger. Xu Yan increased the force in his hand. The man shouted in pain, "Boss, it's awkward, it hurts. Can't move? Don't move, don't move." The man begged for mercy repeatedly. Jiang Liang walked forward and pulled Xu Yan's sleeve. "Mr. Xu, forget it." Xu Yan glanced at her, then at the man, and let go of his hand. The man covered his wrist and retreated repeatedly. He failed and was taught a lesson. He glared at Jiang Liang angrily and turned around and went downstairs. Xu Yan stood still and watched the man go downstairs before walking up with Jiang Liang. Xu Yan was side by side with her. He observed Jiang Liang's expression and saw that her face was plain and there was no fear in her eyes. It seems that she is used to it. There was a trace of distress in his eyes. Living in such an environment, she may have encountered more than this one. He harassed you. Chapter 36. She is fragmented. He provoked you. This sentence is not an interrogative sentence, but an affirmative tone. He is stating what he has seen. More than once. I have called the police. Aren't you afraid? Don't be afraid, and it's useless to be afraid. What will you do if he provokes you again? Beat him to death. So tough? It's just a good way. Remember to call me when you hit someone. Why, don't you want to? Xu Yan is still unforgiving. Imagine, when she was grabbing each other's hair and tearing each other's hair with that stinky man, she was noble and elegant. She always rolled up her sleeves, grabbed the man's hair with a gloomy face, slapped the man twice, and gave him an additional leg whip. I don't know whether this picture would be funny or handsome. After making up the picture, Jiang Liang turned his face away and raised the corners of his lips. Well, okay, but will others say that we bully the less with more? No, what we bully is that he is less. Jiang Liang. The two came to room 502 in the question and answer room. Jiang Liang took out the key from his bag and opened the door. After entering the door, she took out a pair of clean dark blue slippers from the shoe cabinet and gave it to Xu Yan. This is my father's. He didn't wear it. A pair of men's slippers is new, and the shoe size is just the size that Xu Yan wears. If Jiang Liang hadn't been drunk last night and mistook him for her father, she would have put his father's shoes on him now, and he wouldn't have felt anything. After what happened last night, as soon as he heard her say the word dad, his eyebrows jumped. In order to avoid deviating from the direction beyond his control, he couldn't help but say, "You drank too much last night." "Well, I know. You always took care of me when you had a hard time last night." Jiang Liang turned around and went to the water dispenser to take the cup and pour water. "Do you remember what you said and did when you drank too much?" "I don't remember." "Did Mr. Xu say nonsense? Have you done anything out of the doing?" Jiang Liang handed the warm water to Xu Yan. "Mr. Xu, drink a glass of water first." "Is she fragmented?" Xu Yan took the glass of water and observed Jiang Liang's expression. He was very calm, as if he was lying. Xu Yan tapped the wall of the cup with his fingertips twice, and then raised his head to drink water. Jiang Liang stood in front of him. Look at his protruding throat knot rolling up and down with his swallowing action. It is said that the throat knot is one of the sexiest parts of a man. Jiang Liang didn't know about it and didn't pay attention to it. But she knew that Zhou Ang was also very sexy. His voice was cold, and when he spoke, the rolling of the throat knot made him look both green and mature. And Xu Yan's appearance is a high-quality mature man's extremely restrained sense of abstinence temptation. It is a temperament that does not need to be deliberately emitted naturally, from the inside out, sexy and restrained. After drinking a glass of water, Jiang Liang wanted to reach out and take the empty cup, but Xia held the cup and tapped the wall of the cup with his index finger, without intention of giving it to her. The knuckles knocked on the wall of the cup with a rhythmic slight sound, and his fingers were slender. As he lifted and fell, the sound touched people's hearts, and the hearts of the listeners also fluctuated subtly. "You drank too much last night and said that I looked good. I don't know if this is nonsense." Jiang Liang was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he was not talking about her holding his thigh as a pillow. Jiang Liang was a little impressed by the words that he was good-looking. She seemed to have said that he was good-looking, but she regarded him as her father, so she said so. Although Xu Yan is indeed very good-looking. But she will never say it in front of him. Xu always has this confidence. Whether I drink too much or not, this sentence is not nonsense. "Oh, is that what you mean?" Jiang Liang, what does she always think? Xu Yan handed her the cup and said that he would tell the truth after drinking, but I don't think what a drunk person says is true. Jiang Liang. Then you still ask. Xu Yan answered the phone, and Jiang Liang went to his room to get his clothes and went to the bathroom first. After washing, I came out and saw Xu Yan standing on the balcony and still talking on the phone. Xu Yan was on the left, and Jiang Liang saw the underwear hanging there in the drying area on the right at a glance. Pink, when the wind blows, it still sways around. The balcony was originally small, and she saw that her underwear was about to be blown and hung on Xia's head. She ran out quickly and tore off her underwear with a jump. The remaining pair of small underwear has not been pulled yet. Xu Yan, who was talking on the phone, turned around when he heard the movement and saw Jiang Liang jumping to get the underwear sandwiched on the round hanger. Without thinking about it, he reached out and took it down for her naturally. The moment they took it off, the two looked at the pink underwear and were stunned. Jiang Liang stretched out his hand to take the underwear from Xu Yan's hand. As soon as Xu Yan raised his hand and arm, Jiang Liang watched the pink underwear fly in Xu Yan's hand and was rolled up by him. She stared and moved her eyes from Xu Yan's palm to his face. The person on the other end of the phone was still talking. Xu Yan's eyes fell on Jiang Liang for 2 seconds and then withdrew, humming twice at the other end of the phone. Then he said, "That's it for now. I'll contact you if you need anything." After hanging up the phone, he looked at Jiang Liang, but at a glance, he saw the rolled-up underwear in her hand. A strap did not have time to put it in, and the thin lace strap swayed in her hand. "Mr. Xu, you took my..." Jiang Liang blushed and pointed to the underwear in his hand. Only then did Xu Yan look at the pink cloth in his hand. A pink, soft, small ball of cloth is pinched in the hand. It is obviously cold and silky to the touch, but the palm of the hand is like a fire, which is very hot. He was talking on the phone just now, and taking his underwear was completely a subconscious action. He didn't think much about it at all. Looking at the cloth again, he felt that something was scratching his heart and liver. He spread his palms, and the underwear crumpled into a ball was slightly unfolded, and the small bow at the waistline of the underwear was also exposed, which was a very cute style. Xu Yan's eyes darkened, and then he looked away silently. "Why don't you have to raise the pole?" His face was frank, and his voice was the same as when he just talked on the phone. There were no ups and downs. It was warm and magnetic. The pink cloth in his hand seemed to be not a women's underwear, but a document. He was full of light and moon, and his face was straight, and Jiang Liao's lost face also dissipated a lot. She took the underwear and forgot it. She couldn't tell him, because her underwear almost hooked his hair. She was anxious and thought about taking it off quickly. If that's the case, she probably won't have to appear in Shuhui in the future. No, there is no need to appear in front of Xu Yan. Xu Yan went to wash, and she sat on the sofa and called the hospital. The nurse told her that Zhou Mei was fine and had 2 bowls of porridge this morning. After making the phone call, she looked at the time. She was probably going to be late today. She called Xiao He again and asked her to punch in for her. She had something to do and arrived at the company a little late. Chapter 37. Invite him to breakfast. Before long, Xu Yan came out of the bathroom. He changed into a black shirt and trousers. Black shows his tall figure better. He has a good figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs, and skin. White, when he came over, he met the light shining on the balcony, and his skin became more and more black and white under the background of the black shirt. Compared with the noble and gentleness of the white shirt, the black color makes him look a little sexy and abstinent. He didn't wear a tie and rolled up his cuffs as he walked. "Is there anything to eat nearby?" "Yes, but they are all small shops. I don't know if they suit the general appetite." Jiang Liang put down his mobile phone and said, "The back door of this community is the snack street, and there are many breakfast shops and restaurants there. But they are not high-end shops, but street shops full of market fire. Or, just go there to eat. You lead the way." Xu Yan is quite easygoing. The two went downstairs together. "The snack street is very close. You don't need to drive. You can walk there. The street is very lively in the morning, with people coming and going. Walking on the street, you can smell the fragrance of all kinds of food. Delicious food can open people's taste buds and bring people a good mood." Jiang Liao looked left and right to find a suitable breakfast shop. Xu Yan followed her and let her take him to the street. In order to take care of Yan, Jiang Liang finally chose a slightly clean and comfortable breakfast restaurant. After the two sat down, a waiter brought the menu. "Mr. Xu, you look first." Jiang Liang handed the menu to Xu Yan. Xu Yan took it, took a look, ordered a light noodle and handed the menu to Jiang Liang. "You can order the rest. You can order whatever you like." "Okay." Jiang Liang ordered a steamed bun, a red bean cake, and 2 bowls of soy milk. Waiting for breakfast, Jiang Liang looked at Xu Yan on the opposite side. His noble and elegant temperament is a little out of place with this place full of fireworks in the market. This kind of place is very different from the Xiaoxiaoyan he went to. But he behaved very naturally and didn't feel any discomfort at all. Jiang Liang didn't know whether he really didn't dislike it or was unrestrained. Breakfast will be served soon. After eating 2 steamed buns, Jiang Liang looked at the front desk. There is a vegetable area at the front desk, where there are usually some side dishes and free soup. She got up and went to get some side dishes. Seeing her go to the front desk, Xu Yan didn't know what she was going to do and followed her. "Mr. Shi, why did you follow me?" "I'll just come." Jiang Liang put a few dishes of prepared side dishes on the plate. "Xu Yan, take it up, I'll do it." Seeing him hold the plate, Jiang Liang was not polite to him. She took a clean bowl to fill a bowl of soup and brought it to Shi Yan. Mr. Xu, thank you for taking care of me last night. I'll treat you to soup. Shi Yan looked at the soup in front of him. That's a soup made of big bones and kelp sweet peas. The soup is light green, and the round sweet peas in the bowl are like emeralds sinking in the water, which is very beautiful. He has never had this kind of soup, but the color of this soup is beautiful and looks good. Shi Yan raised his eyebrows. This girl is still a little conscientious. Mr. Xu, have a taste. Jiang Liang handed the spoon scalded with boiling water to Shi Yan. Shi Yan took it over and scooped a spoonful of soup to drink. The sweetness of the peas and the saltiness of the kelp mixed with the taste of meat boiled by large bones. The taste was not bad. How about it? Jiang Liang looked at him expectantly. Shi Yan nodded, that's good. Although this kind of small shop has a small facade and is not high grade, the dishes served are all made by veteran craftsmen, and the taste will definitely not be bad. Then would you like to try this side dish? It tastes very good, and it also tastes good with soy milk. Jiang Liang pushed the side dishes and soy milk in front of him. Soy milk is sugar-free, and the taste of fresh and thick freshly ground hot soy milk with salty refreshing side dishes is really good. Shi Yan looked at her. The warm color of the morning sun fell on her face, and her clear and beautiful eyes looked at him with expectation. At this time, she is full of desire to share, looking forward to getting the happiness of sharing from him. Shi Yan's heart moved slightly. Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and put some side dishes into his mouth. Is it delicious? Yes, that's fine. I also think it tastes similar to what I made. Jiang Liang got a satisfactory answer. As expected, she smiled and put a chopstick of side dishes into her mouth and took a sip of soy milk. Shi Yan opened the corners of his lips slightly, lowered his head and took a sip of soy milk and asked, "Can you cook side dishes?" He probably thought that she could just cook soup. I can do it. Zhou Mei can't eat rice. For a long time, she has been drinking porridge. It is difficult for a family to cook 2 pots of rice, so Jiang Liang also eats porridge with him. She couldn't just drink porridge, so she learned to make her own side dishes and eat with porridge. Xu Yan heard the words and said, "Do I have a chance to eat it?" Jiang Liang was slightly stunned. Does Xu always like to eat side dishes? This is very easy. The cook of Mr. Shi's family can do it. I'm the only one in my family, as I said. Xu Ye's eyebrows were plain, but his face was obviously a little more serious than just now. He was telling her very seriously that he was really the only one in his family. He had clearly said it, but she didn't believe it. Jiang Liang looked at him and stopped talking. Although Xu Yan said this, she really didn't believe it. Even Zhou A's family has a lot of nannies and servants. Will he, the president of the Xu family, not have 2 nannies? Even if it really doesn't have, he wants to eat a side dish, but he wants to eat what she cooks. Cooking soup for him is considered to be your own initiative to provoke. If you ask for him, it is also to return the kindness. But it's different to cook side dishes for him. Jiang Liang didn't say anything, and Shi Yan didn't say anything more. Both of them ate breakfast on the table in silence. After the 2 finished eating, Jiang Liang rushing to pay the bill, Shi Yan took care of her all night last night. If she had to have breakfast, she would be a little embarrassed. Shi Yan didn't compete with her to pay the bill. He stood aside and looked around. When he saw a small sign next to the pot of big bone kelp soup with the word free on it, his face turned a little ugly. Mr. Xu, all right? After Jiang Liang finished paying, he turned around and shouted Shi Yan. Shi Yan pointed to the pot of free soup. Did you treat me to drink? Jiang Liang also looked over, and the free to words in red font appeared nakedly in front of her eyes. It was obviously not there just now. She blinked. Right. I invited this breakfast, and the soup was given with the breakfast. The gift is also included in today's breakfast fee. You can't deny that I invited you to breakfast just because the soup is a gift. Shi Yan raised his eyebrows. He was really sophistry, but it seemed that it was really such a truth. But why does he feel uncomfortable? Jiang Liang only regretted that he had an extra mouth. Why did he want to invite him to drink that bowl of soup? It's right to give him a drink directly. When the 2 returned to the community, there were many people around Shi Ye's car. When they saw the white mark on the car, their eyebrows jumped. The car was pulled by someone with a sharp weapon. When Jiang Liang saw the dazzling white mark, he only felt that cold sweat was coming from his back. Shi Yan called the security guard. The security guard was an old man. He shouted in the community who rowed other people's cars and stood up, otherwise the owner would call the police. This car is very expensive. You can still negotiate when you stand up. If you don't take the initiative to stand up, you will be imprisoned if you can't afford to pay the police. After shouting for a long time, no one stood up. Shi Yan went to adjust the surveillance. The community was old, and the surveillance was even worse. And there were a lot of people passing by the car during that time. When they saw the drunk man on the 4th floor in the surveillance, they were almost sure that it was him. Shi Yan called and asked Li Chao to deal with it. Soon, Li Chao came over. When he came, he also brought a computer and documents. Xu Yan postponed the scheduled meeting for an hour early in the morning because it delayed a lot of time. It's too late to rush to the company now. The shareholders are waiting, and we can only hold a video conference on the spot. Chapter 38. She was smashed. The meeting needs to be quiet, so Xu Ye's video conference site became the living room of Jiang Liao's house. Xu Ye's car was scratched because he sent her off, and because he saved her, he was hated by the man downstairs. But she still has to go to work. She didn't ask for leave. If she asked for leave, this month's full attendance will be gone. Xu Ye's meeting can't be finished for a while, and she can't drive people away. Thinking about it, she can only leave Xu Yan at her house. She left the key to Xu Yan and rushed to the company. When she got to the company, she began to sort out the materials collected from Xu Yan yesterday, and this busy time was until noon. When he went to the canteen at noon, Xiao He said that he didn't see Mr. Zhou coming to the canteen. He came almost every day for a while. It seems that after he didn't come to the company for 2 days, he didn't come to the canteen for dinner. I saw him go out with Miss Zhou at noon. It was a date to have a romantic lunch. Jiang Liang bowed his head to eat, which was very good. This is her true words. She is the one who betrayed first. Although it was a last resort, she hurt Zhou Ang after all. She hoped that Zhou Ang could be happy. If he can find another suitable partner for her, she will choose Blessing. Qiao Moujing is very suitable for him. In the afternoon, an internal document came out of Jiang Liang's computer. The content of the file, by Git, means that the company has a support policy, and employees in difficulty can apply for a certain amount of subsidies in the plan stipulated in this document. To put it bluntly, it is the company's poverty alleviation plan aimed at households in need. This document was passed internally and not made public. It is probably also to take care of the employees' self-esteem. Jiang Liang took a look. According to her family's situation, she can apply for a subsidy of 100,000 yuan. Last time, I sold 100,000 yuan, but it happened to be used for Zhou Mei's surgery. If there is no big problem in the future, it should be enough. It's hard to say if something goes wrong. However, if you apply for this subsidy, the company will also send someone to verify the family situation. Her family situation is very bad, and she is not ready to fully expose all this. She didn't fill in the information and clicked to save the file. She didn't want to make this decision for the time being. When it was almost time to get off work at night, Xu Yan sent her a message to go home after work and not to stay outside. Jiang Liang thought it might be the result of the car being cut, but he just needed to tell her on the phone about it. Why let her go home and talk about it? Mr. Xu, what's the matter? The message was sent out for a long time without waiting for Xu Ye's reply. She stopped asking. Rush home as soon as you get off work. When she stood on the bus platform, she saw Zhou Ang and Qiao Moujing coming out of the company one after and one. The bus platform is not far from the company, which is only 1 or 200 meters away. When she got on the bus, Qiao Moujing also saw Jiang Liang. Zhou Ang, isn't that Jiang's assistant? Zhou Ang looked up and happened to look at Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang looked away. In the company, the two still maintain a normal relationship between superiors and subordinates, and avoid unnecessary contact without agreement when leaving the company. It's an unspoken tacit understanding, but it's a pity that this tacit understanding is used to keep distance, not to pull into each other's relationship. Why don't we see her off? It's not far away anyway. Qiao Moujing kindly proposed. No need. Zhou Ang withdrew his gaze indifferently and bent down into the car. Seeing that he was so indifferent, Qiao Moujing raised the corners of her lips. Zhou Ang fainted with acute gastritis that day, and she sent him to the hospital. She also took care of him for 2 days and nights without closing her eyes. Where was she at that time? Oh, they broke up at that time. It's so good to break up. Even if Qiao Moujing doesn't like Zhou Ang, she will take care of him for 2 days and 1 night. She also has some weight in his heart. When Jiang Liang returned home, he met Li Chao in the community. Li Chao is talking about something with several people. Jiang Liang glanced upstairs at his house, and the glass door on the balcony was open. When she left in the morning, she gave the key to Xu Yan and asked him to put the key in the shoebox outside when she left. At this time, Li Chao is still here, and the glass door of the balcony is also open. Hasn't Xu Yan left yet? When Li Chao saw Jiang Liang, he waved to her as a greeting. Seeing that he was busy, Jiang Liang did not move forward. He smiled with him in response to him. On the way to the 4th floor, the stairway was covered by 2 slender shadows. Jiang Liang looked up and saw that it was the woman. She held the little girl's hand in one hand and a garbage bag in the other. Seeing Jiang Liang, the woman's expression became gloomy. Before Jiang Liang could react, the garbage bag in the woman's hand was thrown at her. RS sound. Jiang Liang was so scared that he quickly blocked it with his hand. But it was obviously too late, and a pungent smell covered her whole body. The thin garbage bag broke after hitting her body. The beverage bottles, cigarette boxes, soot, rotten vegetable and fruit peels and even used covers inside where she rolled out of the bag and scattered all over the stairwell, pouring her with the mixed vegetable juice. Jiang Liang was stunned. She stood there trembling all over, and her nose was full of disgusting smell. Obviously, the woman was still angry. She glared at her with hatred and spit on the ground in front of her. After vomiting, she took the child's hand and was about to enter the room. The child didn't seem to want to go in. Her big dark eyes looked at Jiang Liyang. The woman pinched the child's wrist and pulled her fiercely. The child was dragged forward and staggered, almost falling to the ground. The woman still dragged her forward regardless. The child is still looking back at Jiang Liyang. There was a rapid sound of going downstairs. Jiang Liyang. It was Shi Yan's voice, probably because he heard the sound in the stairwell. Jiang Liyang didn't make a sound. When the woman heard Etienne's voice, accelerated his pace, dragged the child into the door 3 and 2 steps, and quickly closed the door. When Shi Yan came down, Jiang Liyang turned his body away, leaving only one back for him. But even if there was only one back, Shi Yan knew what had happened just by looking at the mess in the stairwell. His face sank and he walked over and stood behind her. Jiang Liyang, you go back first. Jiang Liyang still didn't make a sound. He turned around to simply clean up the remaining vegetable leaves on his body with trembling hands. The moment she turned around, Shi Ya's heart throbbed. He frowned and clenched his right hand hanging on the leg of his trousers. Go home and clean up. He restrained his anger and said in a soft voice. Jiang Liyang lowered his eyes and said a word overflowed from his throat. After saying that, she didn't look at Shi Yan and bowed her head and walked past him. When she went upstairs, she heard Shi Yan talking on the phone. Come up. Jiang Liyang paused for a moment and glanced at room 402, where the door was closed on the 4th floor. Without saying anything, he raised his legs and went upstairs. Chapter 39, Let Mr. Xu watch the joke. Back home, Jiang Liyang went into the bathroom, quickly took off his clothes and threw them on the ground, turning on the faucet to the maximum and let it flush his clothes. The smell was so strong that she couldn't help vomiting. When Shi Yan came in, she heard the sound of her vomiting in the bathroom. He frowned and walked to the door of the bathroom. Jiang Liyang, how are you? After a burst of vomiting, he didn't hear Jiang Liyang's answer. I only heard the sound of water in the bathroom. Shi Yan left the bathroom door and went back to the living room to sit on the sofa. The computer on the coffee table is still on, and the trend of high and low lines on it fluctuates from time to time. He picked up the computer and put it on his lap, staring at the undulating lines. As the people in the bathroom stayed longer and longer, his eyes began to empty. For a long time, he looked at his watch. The people in the bathroom had been in it for half an hour. Shi Yan put down the computer and got up. He came to the door of the bathroom and raised his hand to knock on the door. The sound of water inside suddenly stopped, and then the door opened. Jiang Liyang was wearing a beige pajamas, his long hair was wetly draped over his shoulders, his face was a little pale, and his eyes were red. I don't know whether it was caused by crying or vomiting. She looked at Shi Yan and pulled the corners of her mouth. I'm sorry, Mr. Xu, for letting you see the joke. Xu Yan frowned when he heard the words. Do you think I'm watching your joke? You won't laugh at me, but I'm really like a joke, am I? Who said you were like a joke? Shi Yan felt sullen for a moment. He condensed her, and his tone increased. Jiang Liyang, do you think of me and yourself like this? There is a pressure in his tone that cannot be ignored. This invisible pressure will make people involuntarily have a mentality that they dare not refute. Jiang Liyang lowered his eyes and didn't make a sound. Shi Yan looked at her. It was the end of summer. She had been in the bathroom for half an hour, and the bathroom was still hot now. But there was no trace of blood on her face, her hair was on her shoulders, and she was still dripping wetly. Obviously, she was bullied, but at this moment she is like a child being lectured, obediently standing there waiting for the criticism of adults. There was a trace of pain in Shi Ya's heart, and he was a little upset. What was he doing? He shouldn't be so serious at this time. He can accept that she is prejudiced against him. After all, she doesn't know him yet, but she shouldn't look down on herself so much. He softened his voice. Jiang Liyang, I'm not the kind of person who can read people's jokes. My time is very precious, and I won't waste my energy on such unnutritious things. Besides, it's not your fault. There's no need to take it to heart. After listening to his words, Jiang Liyang's eyelashes moved, but he still didn't make a sound. Shi Yan continued, blow dry your hair first. I still have something to tell you. I had something to tell her when I came back from work, but this happened before she got home. The sound of the hairdryer sounded in the living room. Shi Yan went to the balcony to answer the phone. When he answered the phone and entered the room, a fresh fragrance of shampoo rushed into his nose. Jiang Liyang is sitting on the sofa and waiting for him after blowing his hair. The long dark brown hair was casually draped over her shoulders, like seaweed. A thin man sat there. When he entered the room, she looked over. He squeezed his lips tightly, and there was no expression on his little face. The black and white eyes were still clean and clear, but there was no brana. Shi Ya's heart tightened. She was really wronged. He sat down opposite her. At this time, her complexion was much better than before, and it seemed that she had eased. Shi Yan asked her, should we eat first or talk first? Or listen while eating? Jiang Liyang thought for a moment and said, is the matter very important? If so, let's talk about it first. Seeing her answer in such an orderly way, Xu Yan was secretly relieved. It seems that she has good self-regulation ability. A girl was treated like this inexplicably, and she adjusted it in such a short time. It should be said that she has good self-regulation ability, or that she has been used to it independently, and has learned self-regulation for a long time. Let's eat first. The meal was originally ordered, and I just asked her this to test her condition. When a person is depressed, letting her participate in something can divert her attention in a short time and will not be troubled by low mood for a long time. Judging from the test just now, her mood can still be mobilized, so follow his rhythm. Okay. Now that Shi Yan has made up his mind, Jiang Liyan did not refute. After a while, the driver brought the packed food. It's a high-end restaurant. Shi Yan specially added another portion of porridge. She just vomited. Drinking some porridge will be better for her stomach. The two of them were a little silent during this meal. Shi Yan understood that she was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk. Jiang Liyan is indeed in a bad mood and doesn't want to talk. Maybe something else is affecting her mood. After the two finished eating, Jiang Liyan was going to clean up the table. Shi Yan said, "I'll do it." After saying that, he neatly cleaned up the table, and Jiang Liyan couldn't intervene even if he wanted to. She took out a can of tea and a set of tea sets from the cabinet. This can of tea and tea set was left by her father, probably given by someone else. The tea has not been opened, and the tea set has not been used. She and Zhou Mei don't drink tea, and there are usually no guests at home. This will give Shu Yan a bubble, which can also be regarded as a respect for his guests. "Why did you remember to make me tea?" Shu Yan packed up and looked at the tea on the coffee table and asked. "Mr. Shu came to my house, and he is also a guest. Guests should always be treated as guests. I was rude in the morning. I didn't take good care of you. Don't be surprised." Shu Yan glanced at her. She smiled and seemed soft, but her eyes were calm, like a pool of water, and there was no storm inside. She was polite to him, polite to him. She separated their relationship between the guests and the host's family. She didn't even say the word friend. Such politeness seemed to surround her with a wall, to isolate her from him forever, so that he could not get any closer. Shu Yan's eyes darkened a little, and he took a sip of the tea and put it on his lips. The tea is sweet and mellow. It is a good tea. The host's family treats him with good tea. She really treats him as a guest, or the kind of guest who respects him a little. The person who scraped the broken car was found. Shu Yan said lightly. "Is that the man?" Jiang Liyan asked. Shu Yan nodded. He refused to admit it, but the police have investigated the evidence that he scraped my car because he hated me. He provoked you and you called the police. He had a case in the police station, and there was more than one case. Well, I know. Chapter 40. Jiang Liyan, are we friends? Well, I know. Jiang Liyan nodded. When the man provoked her before, the police told her that the man was a recidivist. He drank and fought, flirted with women, and often got into trouble. The police asked her to be careful. This kind of thing was released after a period of time. Who can guarantee that he won't do it again next time? He has no money to pay for the broken car, and I don't expect him to pay for it. If he is released, he may continue to commit crimes. Shu Yan put the cup on the coffee table, and Jiang Liyan took the teapot next to him and poured it again. The tea made a gurgling sound in the cup. Shu Yan looked at the tea. The tea was clear and bright, and the tea was full of fragrance, and the second brew was even more mellow. It will taste better than the first soak. Tea is a common learning of elegance and vulgarity. I walked in the mall and smelled a little copper. In the love field, die a little fat powder gas. It's in the family, and it's a little petty. If you smoke fireworks, you will bring a little fireworks. At her house, she had tea, but there was no half of the above three. The security here is so poor. Have you ever thought about living in another place? Jiang Liyan also poured a glass for himself. I don't plan to change it for the time being. Shu Yan nodded. Well, what do you want to do with that man? This is what Shu Yan was asking Jiang Liyan. Jiang Liyan was stunned. What he scraped was Mr. Shi's car. You have handed him over to the police. What to do is your business with the police. I have no idea. I called the police and arrested him. His woman knew, so she took out her anger on you. She provoked you. Do you want to deal with her? No, let her do. Jiang Liyan shook his head. I must remind you that if her man really goes in, as long as you stay here for a day, she may continue to splash you like today. Are you sure you don't warn her? When he said this, Shi Yan's tone was a little cold. Jiang Liyan shook his head and said no need. Shu Yan stared at her, his face was silent, and he didn't say anything more. Will men be sentenced? Jiang Liyan asked. Yes, it is easy to collect evidence of his crime, and he will definitely go to jail for counting crimes and punishing him. At that time, if you have the ability to let him sit for as long as you want, let him sit for as long as you want. Well, is this a help between us as friends? Jiang Liyan, we are friends. Shu Yan raised the teacup and silently observed Jiang Liyan's expression. Jiang Liyan's eyes were half drooping and he couldn't see her emotions. For a long time, she pursed her lips, smiled and looked at Shu Yan. Don't think that it's good for me as a friend to drag his feet. No way. The mouth of the tea was sweet, and the corners of his lips rose. It's very late. The tea is already light, but there is still a last. Xu Yan got up. I'm going on a business trip tomorrow night. I may go for a few days. Li Chao will stay in China. If you have anything, you can ask him. Okay. Also, if you get thrown away again, let me know and I will help you throw the garbage into the garbage dump. It's best not to let the garbage get close to you, otherwise, the garbage will go where she should go. Jiang Liang looked at Xu Yan, and her nose suddenly felt a little sore. She grabbed the leg of her trousers with her hand. Okay, I won't. When Jiang Liang got up early the next morning, he heard a noise downstairs. It turned out that the property manager had changed. A man in a suit who looked like a property manager was having a meeting with several cleaners and security guards. The people in the community, who had never seen this situation, were curious to watch around. This so-called community actually seems to have no property at all. In the past, there was only one security guard at the door. The community has only been cleaned once in 500 years. Since I moved in from Jiangliang, I have never seen the clean and tidy community. However, this is also the reason why the rent of this community is cheap. Jiang Liang rushed to work and didn't have the leisure to watch the excitement. She hurried out of the crowd and didn't notice Li Chao standing in the crowd. Jiang Liang has made the planning plan of the parent-child area and handed it over to Zhou Ang. Just wait for Zhou Ao's signature to start the decoration. In the afternoon, Jiang Liang received a text message from Shi Yan on his mobile phone. It's a picture, blue sky and white clouds, and a message, departure. He said yesterday that he was going on a business trip this afternoon, and he sent her a message to tell her the itinerary. Jiang Liang exited the chat interface and did not reply to his message. After work in the evening, she went to the hospital to see Zhou Mei as usual. During this period, Zhou Mei recovered well. She talked to Zhou Mei's attending physician for a while, and the doctor said that she would be discharged from the hospital in almost a week. When she returned to the community, she found that there had been obvious changes in the community. The security booth was equipped with professional tools, and the people were also replaced by 2 tall and burly middle-aged men. She has to register first when she goes in. Secondly, the sanitation in the community has become much cleaner. There are traces of pruning of flowers and plants, but there are still some reduced branches scattered on the ground before they can be finished. The men who usually like to squat on the bench to smoke have also disappeared. When she went upstairs, she found that there was no garbage in the stairwell and it was clean. Even the steps that could not be seen before have color. Jiang Liang is surprised that the community has been changed. The environment is so well cleaned that people feel that the air is much fresher. But then, she began to worry about another problem. If the property is changed and the environment is improved, does it mean that the rent will also begin to rise? After all, a good property is expensive. No matter how much the owner pays, the wool comes out of the sheep. Can't the money paid by the landlord be taken back from their tenants? Thinking of this, she began to worry a little. Early the next morning, Jiang Liang found that there were many tenants who had the same intention as her. Everyone was talking about it. Jiang Liang went to the property center to ask the property manager. The property manager told him that the property fee of the community would not rise. It's just that someone complained to his superiors that the management environment of this community was too poor, which seriously affected the cityscape. The district head was criticized, so he ordered the arranger to tidy up the environment here. Jiang Liang was relieved that the rent would not be raised in a short time. However, if the owner does not guarantee the rent for a long time, he will raise the rent by himself. After all, the rent is also very related to the surrounding environment. She just wants to earn more money to solve the problem. Xu Xi sent her a message saying that she had something to do near Zhou at noon, and asked her to have a meal together after work. She replied to her okay. Xu Xi sent the address. She looked at it and it was not far away. It took about 10 minutes to take a taxi. After work at noon, she called a taxi on her mobile phone and stood at the door waiting for the bus. Qiao Muqing's car stopped in front of her. The window of the driver's car opens. Qiao Muqing's charming and delicate face appeared in front of her eyes. Assistant Jiang. Miss Jiao, Mr. Zhou. Jiang Liang glanced at Zhou Ang, who was sitting in the co-pilot, and opened his mouth to fight with the two. Chapter 41, coincidentally. Where is Assistant Jiang going? Are you going to have dinner? It just so happens that we are together. Qiao Muqing kindly invited her. No, I made an appointment. Jiang Liang replied with a smile. Oh, well, where is the appointment? I'll see if it's convenient. Jiang Liang didn't know why Qiao Muqing was so enthusiastic today, but she didn't want to have private contact with her and Zhou Ang at all. No, I shouldn't be on the way. Miss Qiao won't delay your dinner with Mr. Zhou. I've already taken a taxi. With that, Jiang Liang shook the taxi interface on his mobile phone in front of Qiao Muqing. Since that's the case, forget it. No, Zhou Ang, and I won't delay your meal. Okay, bye. Jiang Liang didn't talk nonsense and said goodbye directly to her. The window of the car was raised. During the whole process, Zhou Ang did not say a word or look at Jiang Liang. He also clearly separated public and private. That's good. She will watch him happy in the future. When Jiang Liyang arrived at the restaurant, he knew that Han Jing was also there. Xu Xi always likes to play first and play later. Last time in the bar, she said that she was in a bad mood and asked her to sing with her. As a result, when she arrived, she knew that Han Jing was also there, and there were only 3 of them in the whole private room. Xu Xi thought that if she didn't understand, she would be a fool. But it is impossible for her to be with Han Jing. If she doesn't talk to Han Jing's family will be a very big obstacle. There has been a setback, and she will never repeat the same mistake. As soon as the 3 of them sat down and finished ordering, Xi went to the bathroom. Only Han Jing and her are left on the table. Han Jing asked her, "How have you been all this time?" He didn't ask about the last time she was taken away by Zhou Ang, and she didn't say anything. He just asked her if she was okay. She was very measured and polite. Jiang Liyang thinks Han Jing is a good friend. "Well, it's okay. Thank you for visiting my mother last time. I said I would treat you to dinner, but it hasn't been fulfilled yet." She planned to date Han Jing 2 days ago, but she didn't expect that something happened in those 2 days. She had neither time nor that mood. Don't be in a hurry. There will be time in the future. Han Jing doesn't care. "Well, when I'm done, I'll be almost free. Just follow your pace. I won't be polite to you anyway. I'm not afraid that it will run away for this meal," Han Jing said with a smile. Jiang Liyang also smiled. "Don't worry, I won't run, and it's not worth it." It's rare for her to smile easily. Just a simple interaction between friends can make people's mood clear. At the gate, Zhou Ang and Xiao Mojing came in. Xiao Mojing saw Han Jing and Jiang Liyang sitting by the window at a glance. "Zhou Ang, isn't that Jiang's assistant? The man opposite her is Han Jing, right?" Xiao Mojing touched Zhou Ang's arm and said to him. Zhou Ang followed her line of sight. A man and a woman by the window sat face to face, looking at each other, talking and laughing. The sun fell on them outside the window. The men were handsome and bright, and the girls were elegant. The picture is obviously very eye-catching, but Zhou Ang feels extremely dazzling. He hasn't seen her down and smile for a long time. For nearly a year since the two have worked together, she has always been polite in front of him, and even a slight smile is pretending to be polite. She has never smiled like this in front of her. But obviously, this smile belonged only to him before. Xiao Mojing glanced at Zhou Ang and said with a sudden expression, "Is Assistant Jiang in love with Han Jing?" Zhou Ang restrained his expression and said indifferently, "I don't know. The 2 of them look very good together. However, the conditions of Assistant Jiao's family seem to be bad. Will Han Jing's family accept her family background? The Han family should not be an exception to the marriage of the family." Xiao Mojing said this, which is nothing more than to remind Zhou Ang through Han Jing and Jiang Liyang that even if he has no linger feelings for Jiang Liyang, it is impossible for the 2 of them to have a long-term marriage in a rich family. He can't do it, and so can Han Jing. Zhou Ang didn't make a sound. "Shall we go over and say hello?" Xiao Mojing continued. "If you want to say hello, you can go there by yourself." After saying that, Zhou Ang left her and found a seat by herself. Xiao Mojing didn't say anything when she saw this. The goal had been achieved, and she herself sat down opposite Zhou Ang. After a while, Xi came out of the bathroom, and she happened to pass by Zhou Ang and Xiao Mojing. "Zhou Ang!" Xi shouted at him. Zhou Ang looked up and saw Xi. To be honest, he didn't know Xi very well. Although Xi and Jiang Liyang were good friends, at that time he got close to several of his friends when he didn't fall in love with Jiang Liyang at school. After falling in love with Jiang Liyang, even his friends had to stand by. As for Jiang Liyang's good friend, he didn't know much about it. "Even if we meet, it's just a polite nod." Xi often said that he was too cold. Except for Jiang Liyang, he didn't like anyone else. After the 2 broke up, Jiang Liyang was with Han Jing several times, and Xi was present. Zhou Ang had to think more about what role Xi played in this. At this time, Xi met him. He doesn't want to care, but politeness and education are still there. "Do you want to eat here?" He glanced blankly at the 2 people diagonally opposite him. Xi also followed his line of sight and looked over. "I happened to see Han Jing and didn't know what he said." Jiang Liyang was laughing, and he was laughing happily. Xi also smiled. "Yes, Han Jing said that he would invite Yang to dinner. I happened to be here to do something, so we made an appointment. It's a coincidence that you and Miss Zhou met here." Xiao Mojing glanced at Xi. She had an impression of this girl. His father is also in the pharmaceutical industry, but he is not doing well. Some time ago, she saw her father whispering to his father for an order in the restaurant. It seems that the girl's clothes are not very good. Since she knows Han Jing and Zhou Ang, she doesn't know how to use such a rare resource. It seems that her IQ is not very good. She didn't bother to pay attention to Xu Zai's self-acquaintance. "Zhou Ang, we haven't ordered yet. I have ordered the 2 portions that I usually like to eat. Would you like to take a look at the menu, or I'll order for you according to the old rules?" She directly ignored Xi and handed the menu to Zhou Ang. Zhou Ang took a look at the menu and said lightly, "It's the old rule." The 2 directly ignored Xi beside them. Xu Xi sneered and left. I think these two are really a perfect match. One is full of tea skills, and the other is arrogant and rude, both of which make people speechless. In this case, let these two be locked up. Don't come to Huo's house. Back to her seat, she directly pulled a chair and sat down opposite Jiang Liang, blocking the sight between Jiang Liang and Zhou Ang. What's the matter? Why did you go to the bathroom and get angry? Jiang Liang saw that she pouted and looked unhappy. It's okay. I just met a dead green tea. I was so angry that I was upset at first sight. Chapter 42 Blind Date. Xu Xi began to complain after taking a sip of lemon sparkling water. Who is it? Do I know each other? After saying that, Jiang Liang raised his head and looked around. You don't know? Xu Xi quickly blocked her sight. She didn't want Jiang Liang to see Zhou Ang and Xiao Mojing eating with them in a restaurant. Not to mention the diaphragm, it also affects the mood of eating. Eat at ease. Han Jing said from the side. He probably guessed who Xu Xi was talking about. Just now, he saw Zhou Ang and Xiao Mojing from the window. Xiao Mojing has also had several fates. She is arrogant and conceited. Although she is a woman, she is very resourceful and a powerful character. And her father raised her only daughter as a successor. Such a woman will not make you suffer, but when you meet her, you can only think you are unlucky. Looking at Xu Xi's angry appearance, he must have been chevelled by Xiao Mojing. After several people finished dinner, Xu Xi was still blocking Jiang Liang's side to avoid her seeing Zhou Ang and Xiao Mojing. But she didn't know that Jiang Liang had seen Zhou Ang and Xiao Mojing at the glance just now. She didn't show it on the surface, but she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, Xu Xi was good friends with her. When she fell in love with Zhou Ang, although Zhou Ang was not very familiar with Xu Xi, his attitude was also very good. Their relationship is old classmates even if they are not friends. At this time, Xu Xi was wronged by Xiao Mojing, and Zhou Ang's attitude must have played a role. She felt cold in her heart. Zhou Ang hated her and also brought her hatred to the people around her. When he got out of the door, Xu Xi pushed Jiang Liang to Han Jing. Han Jing, please send Yang Yang. I still have something to do with you, so I'll go first. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Liang to speak, she got into her car. Jiang Liang was helpless. Xu Xi was like this every time. It seemed that she needed to talk to her properly. Let's go. I'll see you off. Han Jing opened the door of the co-driver's car. I'd better sit in the back. Jiang Liang refused gently. There should be a sense of distance between boyfriend and girlfriend, and the measure should be good. Han Jing didn't say anything when he saw her refusal. He closed the door and went around the front of the car to the cab. When Jiang Liang was waiting for the elevator in the company, his colleague Xiaohe ran over. Li Yang, who is the person who just sent you? He is so handsome and drives a Cayenne. Is he your new boyfriend? Xiao, he has always gossiped. As soon as she saw Jiang Liang coming out of the luxury car, she deliberately found an angle to see a young man, very handsome, from the window of the co-pilot. Not to mention, Jiang Liang's heavenly posture and national color are quite suitable for that man. No, it's a friend. Jiang Liang said lightly. You are not an ordinary friend, are you? It must be your suitor. Jiang Liang, you are so good-looking. It's normal to have such a suitor. I'm afraid that others will know. Jiang Liang didn't want to talk, but in view of Xiaohe's gossip, she still emphasized that she was not a suitor, but just an ordinary friend. Xiao, he said to himself, you are an assistant, and some ordinary friends drive Cayenne. Do you believe me? I wanted to think about it, but she didn't show it on her face. She usually likes to collect gossip, especially the gossip of those young princes and gold people in the Beijing circle. She just felt that the man who opened the Cayenne was very familiar. This will quickly filter out her gossip library in her mind, which really reminds her. Jiang Liang was the man just now, Han Qing, the crown prince of the Han family. Jiang Liang was obviously surprised that she could recognize Han Jinglai. She didn't make a sound, which was an acquiescence. Yes, Jiang Liang, the prince of the Han family has been possessed by you, and you still don't admit it. Xiao He's exaggerated expression, Jiang Liang said that Han Jing and her were ordinary friends, but she didn't believe the nonsense. After knowing that it was Han Jing, she spoke her heart directly with excitement. Jiang Liang was obviously unhappy. She frowned and interrupted Xiaohe. Xiaohe, don't talk nonsense. As she was talking, she saw Zhou Ang and Xiao Mojing walking side by side. She stopped what she wanted to say next. Zhou Ang and Xiao Mojing should have heard what Xiaohe said just now. Xiaohe also saw the two people coming over. Mr. Zhou, Miss Xiao. Xiaohe and Jiang Liang greeted Zhou Ang and Xiao Mojing at the same time. Zhou Ang swept past the two of them with one hand in a pocket with an expressionless face, and then looked ahead, and a faint word of overflowed from his throat. The company prohibits gossip. Just now, Xiao He was gossiping about Jiang Liang so loudly, but he didn't expect to be listened to by Mr. Zhou. At this time, she didn't dare to make a sound. Several people stopped talking, and Jiang Liang looked at the elevator number on the right. After the elevator opened, several people entered the elevator. Jiang Liang stood against the wall and pressed the elevator button. Zhou Ang stood on her right and stood side by side with Xiao Muqing. Xiao He stood behind Jiang Liyang. In the elevator mirror, Jiang Liyang lowered his eyes, and Zhou A's eyes fell on the face of the person in the mirror. Xiao Muqing's eyes fell on his face. Xiao He looked at several people in the mirror. The 4 people looked different and had their own thoughts. Zhou Mei will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. When Jiang Liyang went to the hospital to see her, he massaged her legs and happily told her about the changes in the community. Not to mention that the community has become clean and tidy now, some fitness and entertainment equipment has been added, and the greening has also begun in the past 2 days. Mom, you will be surprised when you go back. Really, Auntie can often take you to the community in the future. If your health allows, you can also exercise with those fitness equipment. Aha. Okay. Go home. Zhou Mei smiled. She still didn't speak clearly now. If she said too much, she would drool, so she tried to keep it simple. She also really wants to go home. She stayed in the hospital for nearly 1. Every day, I face the doctor's white coat, the cold equipment of the hospital, and the smell of disinfectant in my nose. She will especially want to be with her daughter's family. The nurse beside her saw that the mother and daughter were so happy, but she couldn't be happy. She watched the mother and daughter stop talking several times. Ling Yang sent a message to Jiang Liyang to ask her to meet. He didn't send a message, and Jiang Liyang almost forgot this person. The nephew of the person in charge of Lingshui village, the two had an appointment to meet before. Later, Ling Yang said that he took over the case in a critical period and may not be able to go to the appointment for the time being. Jiang Liyang replied that it didn't matter to him, so he forgot about it. She even took it for granted that she didn't want to go on a blind date at all and just found such an excuse. After all, he is the nephew of the person in charge, and it is normal to be urged to marry by the elders. Jiang Liyang thought for a while and agreed. After the project in Lingshui village started, she was afraid that she would have to run there in the future. If she didn't see it, it would be difficult to end. When they met, they said that the two were not suitable. Forget it. She thought that Ling Yang was a lawyer and a knowledgeable person. When she said that she was not suitable, the other party would not be entangled. This is also a face for the person in charge. The two made an appointment one weekend after Zhou Mei was discharged from the hospital. Jiang Liyang wore a grey dress, a short blouse on the outside, and white casual shoes on his feet. His hair was naturally draped, and he went to the appointment without even putting on makeup. When he saw Ling Yang for the first time, Jiang Liyang was a little surprised. He was very young, about 25 or 6 years old. He looks very upright and has a righteous face, but he looks like an upright lawyer. She thought that the age of being urged to get married by her elders would be at least about 30. I didn't expect to be urged to get married at such a young age. Seeing Jiang Liyang, Ling Yang seemed to be in a daze. He looked at Jiang Liyang's eyes and seemed to have something else besides being amazed. Chapter 43 Ling Yang is frank. After the two introduced themselves, Ling Yang took the menu and asked Jiang Liyang to order. After Jiang Liyang ordered 2, he gave the menu to Ling Yang. Ling Yang added a few. When the dishes were served, Jiang Liyang unexpectedly found that these dishes were all his favorite dishes. Jiang Liyang felt that it was rare for two strangers to have the same taste. So the atmosphere of chatting between the two became relaxed. Ling Yang is very talkative, quick thinking, and good at leading topics to interesting aspects, which makes people who chat with him feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Liyang has read his moments, which are basically related to the case, and there are also some content about legal aid. It can be seen from these that he should be a person who is very serious and loves his work. She thought he would be an old-fashioned and humorous person. After talking, Jiang Liyang felt that something was wrong, and such a person didn't need a blind date. Isn't it quite good to please girls by saying one thing? Jiang Liyang thought that if she were still a little girl, she might not be able to stand such a man. It's a pity that she is no longer a little girl who has not experienced the world. The vicissitudes of the family have made her no more energy to think about anything else. After talking, Jiang Liyang couldn't help asking out the question he wanted to ask. You are in such good condition and you are so young. Why did you choose a blind date? Ling Yangning glanced at her and said with a smile, you were introduced by my uncle. To tell you the truth, my uncle has always been eager to introduce me to a blind date. He probably wants to find a powerful family for me. As long as I get married, there will be a better development for my career. Or let the woman's family become my backer. Ling Yang said his uncle's purpose so honestly, which surprised Jiang Liyang a little. I have no power, let alone power. Your uncle has taken a blind eye. My uncle may just want me to get to know you. Our blind date is just the beginning. You work for the famous Zhou family in Beijing. Although you are just an assistant, you are the assistant to the president. If you and I know each other, I cannot work with you, but you are an important bridge. Ling Yang said very euphemistically. Jiang Liyang understood that Ling Yang had a blind date with her. Whether they were successful or not, Ling Yang had already contacted her. If she succeeds, she will become a bridge for Ling Yang to get close to the official position or more rich and powerful upper-class people. To put it bluntly, she is Ling Yang's stepping stone to climb up for his career. But Ling Yang and her will never have any results. During this period, he can have many opportunities to get close to the rich and powerful, and these rich will be his final choice. Carry on once back when the blame person said that he would introduce his nephew to her, Jiang Liang, the accusman, could understand a few. It's still a little shocking to hear Ling Yang say it in person. You have covered your uncle's bottom. Aren't you hitting him in the face? Jiang Liang wondered why Ling Yang told her his uncle's purpose so bluntly. He exposed his uncle in front of her. Did their uncle and nephew disagree and break up? I'll tell you that this is just my uncle's purpose, not what I want. My marriage should not be purposeful, and women should not be a stepping stone for men to climb up for their careers. I won't be such a person, and I won't allow such things to happen around me. I'm telling you, I'm reminding you that if something similar happens in the future, you can be vigilant and don't be fooled by men's clever words. You guys this circle, there are many such things. People will do everything for fame and fortune. In order to climb up, everything can become their stepping stone. Ling Yang said very sincerely. Jiang Liang felt that he seemed to be really using this incident to remind him to be careful of this kind of stepping stone in the future. Thank you. You are quite upright. This is Jiang Liang's truth. I can't talk about it, but I don't like it. On the stairs of the restaurant, Qiao Moqing asked her friend to come here for dinner. Her friend had arrived, and she was rushing to the private room upstairs. But the corners of her eyes swept to the men and women downstairs who were talking happily. The man and woman are very eye-catching in the hall, especially the woman. Her skin is too white and her temperament is cold. It is difficult not to let people pay attention to her. She waved her hand to call the waiter, gave the waiter a few red banknotes, and asked the waiter to inquire about the relationship between the two. Not long, the waiter came over and told her that the two were on a blind date. Qiao Moqing was surprised when she heard the word blind date. She thought that Jiang Liang had hooked up with Han Jing, but she didn't expect that she was still here on a blind date. After all, she stepped on 2 boats and hooked up with Han Jing while having a blind date. I still hooked up with Han Jing but didn't get hooked up, so I came here for a blind date. No matter which one, she feels that this moment is a good thing for her. She found the best angle and took a few photos of the two talking and laughing. After taking the picture, she sent the photo to Zhou Ang. Zhou Ang, assistant Jiang, is on a blind date here. Isn't she in love with Han Qing? Why is she on a blind date again? Will your assistant's chaotic private life affect the company? The message was sent for a while, but Zhou Ang didn't reply to the message. But she knew that Zhou Ang must have seen it. She put away her mobile phone and glanced at the two people below. Do all men like this hanging? Jiang Liang was sent back by Ling Yang. The two had a pleasant chat. After the matter was made to the point, they did not mention the blind date again, but talked about some topics related to law and cases. Previously, Qiao's father had an accident and his small company went bankrupt. Jiang Liang was recovered by a group of people. At that time, in order to find out the reason, she also contacted the lawyer for a period of time and also knew something about the law. So the two talked more. On the way back from Jiang Liang, Ling Yang said, if you have any legal problems in the future, you can come to me. Within my ability, I will do everything I can. Okay, I hope lawyer Ling will give me a discount at that time. Jiang Liang said jokingly. In fact, she may really have something to ask him for help. In fact, there are many doubts about Qiao's father's suicide that she has not understood so far. However, I'm not in a hurry at this time. It's natural to get a discount, but if you apply for a difficult household, I can still give it to you for free. Jiang Liang knew that Ling Yang was joking. She didn't take it seriously. Not to that point. Ling Yang sent Jiang Liang to the gate of the community and then drove away. Jiang Liang saw Ling Yang's car drive away. When she turned around, she saw Zhou Ang, who was leaning against the car and smoking not far from the gate of the community. He put his pocket in one hand, and the other hand had a cigarette in his fingertip, and the grey-white smoke lingered around his fingertips. His face was very gloomy, and there was some gloomy emotions in a pair of peach blossom eyes on his cold face. In this dark color, his whole body looks more and more gloomy like ice. Chapter 44. He can't stand this torture. Jiang Liang stood in place and looked at Zhou Ang. She didn't understand the reason why Zhou Ang appeared here. These days, the two of them are getting along well in peace. He has no reason to appear here. Although it's time to get off work, since she met her here, she has no reason not to say hello to him. Before she could step forward to say hello, Zhou Ang extinguished the cigarette in his hand and raised his legs to her. Mr. Zhou, why are you here? Jiang Liang looked at the person who came to her. His expression was gloomy, and his whole body exuded a fierce momentum, as if he had come to ask for his guilt. Such Zhou Ang only has this expression when something goes wrong with the company and he gets angry with his subordinates. But obviously, he is more horrifying at this moment than when he was angry in the company. Jiang Liang couldn't help but tighten her heart. She grabbed the edge of her skirt and stood there motionless. Zhou Ang walked to her, and his eyes fell on her face, from her face to her body. She wore a grey long skirt today, which was slim and showed her figure very much. She was wearing white casual shoes on her feet, her hair was naturally scattered, and her face without foundation was white and transparent. She is dressed like a college student in school. It is full of youthful and beautiful atmosphere. In the past, she loved to dress like this. It was very ordinary, but she had her unique beauty. She is naturally beautiful and never needs to dress up too much. Only a simple decoration can highlight her original beauty. However, her beauty is for others. It doesn't belong to him anymore. Thinking of this, Joa's heart felt as uncomfortable as being torn by two hands. I went on a blind date. His voice is cold and emotionless. Jiang Liang thought that Joang might have seen it when Ling Yang sent her back just now. As for how he knew that he went on a blind date, she didn't want to know. But Joang himself knew that she would have a blind date. The person in charge asked him for his advice at that time, and he said it was casual. Isn't that equivalent to agreeing? She answered truthfully. Have you seen the eyes? Joang continued to ask. Jiang Liang looked at Joang, and Joa's eyes stared at her, as if to see through her. She was silent for a moment. She thought that the two of them had made it clear last time that she and he would no longer have a private intercourse. But Joang will wait at the gate of her community to ask her personal affairs. She doesn't think Joang is so idle. We just met. You know that I had a blind date with Mr. Joel. He is Mr. Jiao's nephew. I didn't ask you who he was. I asked you, did you look at him? Joang approached her, his tone increased, his lips pressed tightly, and there was obviously restrained anger in his eyes. Jiang Liang was shocked by his sudden loud voice. She took a step back, subconsciously. Joang pushed hard step by step. We just met once, and we haven't seen each other yet. We. Jiang Liang said subconsciously while retreating. Joang interrupted her. You still have the next step, right? Jiang Liang, even Han Jing can't satisfy you. You're going on a blind date again. You're having a good time chatting with him, aren't you? What can he do for you, give you money, or help you expand your network? Jiang Liang looked at Joang incredulously. Is he here just to tell her this? Joang, you. Joang clamped her wrist. Force her to the big tree. Jiang Liang's back leaned against the thick and hard tree trunk. Joang leaned closer. The smell of alcohol rushed into Jiang Liang's nose. Jiang Liang, since you are so short of money, why do you refuse when I want to help you? Are you too high or do you look down on me? Since you are so tall, what are these men around you? Are they the tools for you to make money? Why do you reject me if you are so picky? Why am I worse than those men? I am worse than Han Jing. Still worse than this man. Joa's eyes were full of jealousy and anger, and he was almost speechless. Jiang Liang was both shocked and anxious. She felt that Joang was really crazy and more outrageous. She twisted her wrist that was tightened by Joang. Joang, let go of me. You drank too much and said nonsense. Am I talking nonsense, or is it true? Jiang Liang, don't you dare to admit it? Joang was unforgiving. At this time, he had been burned crazy by jealousy. Each photo sent to him by Tiao Mujing made him jealous. She was dressed in school clothes, cold and beautiful, and smiled at a man she met for the first time. Obviously, these once belonged to him. But now it belongs to someone else. He didn't understand why she didn't love him. Why can she laugh at anyone, Han Jing, others, and even a strange man? But I can't smile at him. He couldn't figure it out. Couldn't Joang get into her eye like this? Since he didn't catch her eye, why did he provoke him at the beginning? If he provoked him, he said no. What is he? Is it a toy that comes and goes? He really can't let go. Obviously, they have had so many sweet and beautiful things, and those are all real. Whether those are true or not in Jiang Liang, at least those pasts have been deeply imprinted in his heart. Until the two broke up, his heart hurts when he thinks of it. It feels like my heart has been divided in half. Half in the past and half in the present. He can't forget her and can't let go. Obviously, he hated her, but once he saw her with another man, he couldn't stand it. He can't stand her contact with other men except for work. It's okay if he doesn't know. But she swayed in front of his eyes every day, and he couldn't assume she didn't know. I used to think that I could just look at her. Even if they don't get back together, they have at least an intersection at work. They can meet every day. Face to face, he will slowly let her feel his pain. But she is too indifferent. Except for work, she really doesn't give him any personal feelings in private. She didn't take him seriously for a long time and avoided him like a plague. How can this make him relieved? How can he be relieved? How can she calmly face her and others' double confrontation again? He really can't stand such torture. Jiang Liang blushed and tried his best to push him away. He pinched her wrists and lifted them above her head. His face was close to her, close at hand. Jiang Liang, you are so bad. His eyes are scarlet, and the pain and anger in his eyes are intertwined. Jiang Liang looked at his face. This scene is so familiar. The past is surging again. He was the same on the day of the breakup, with red eyes and anger in his eyes, after getting her positive answer. The pain and anger in his eyes were intertwined, and then he became indifferent. He gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Liang, don't regret it. Chapter 45. Did she cry? He told her not to regret giving up on him, but she never regretted it. Because she knows that they are impossible. Too many things happened at that time, all of which were intertwined. She was held hostage by these things and made a decision. How can I regret the choice I was forced to make? He said she was so bad. Yes, maybe when she borrowed Han Jingluo to break up with him, she was already a bad woman in his heart. He will think of her so much. She doesn't blame him, really. Jiang Liang's eyes were also red, and there was a trace of pain in his heart. She turned her head to one side. Since I'm so bad, why are you still pestering me? Does it have anything to do with Mr. Zhou, who I go on a blind date with and get close to? Does Mr. Zhou also care about Zhou's employees falling in love? Zhou's family didn't seem to have a rule that employees were not allowed to fall in love, and Mr. Zhou was too generous. Before Jiang Liang finished his words, his chin was pinched with a strong force. Realizing what Zhou Ang wanted to do, she opened her eyes wide and began to struggle. Let go of me, Zhou Ang, you are crazy. She dodged left and right, and Zhou Ao's lips fell on her cheek. What she just said completely angered Zhou Ang. At this time, Zhou Ang was so paranoid that he lost his mind. In this case, let me see where your bottom line is and how bad you can be. I can't care about employees falling in love, but you can't fall in love under my eyes, unless I die. Jiang Liang struggled desperately, and Zhou Ang was unforgiving. Her back hurt because of the thick bark of the big tree. Zhou Ang, you bastard, let go of me. Jiang Liang almost shouted with tears. What is this for? At this time, 2 security guards in the community came over when they heard the movement. When the security guard saw Jiang Liang, who was trapped in a tree pole by Zhou Ang, they all looked at each other. Miss Jiang, can I help you? One of the security guards asked. Jiang Liang pushed Zhou Ang away. She shrank her shoulders and covered her face with her hands trembling all over. Zhou Ang was pushed back a few steps, as if the wine was also sober. He stared at Jiang Liang with a pair of eyes. At this time, Chen Xiao, who was in the car, also came over. He glanced at Jiang Liang, who was still trembling with his face and shoulders, and then walked to Zhou Ang. Mr. Zhou, are you all right? He has been in the car all the time, and he also saw the scene just now. It's not that he doesn't want to help, but he is also the master. Jiang Liang is Zhou A's assistant, but he is also Zhou A's assistant. Zhou Ang doesn't care what he wants to do to Jiang Liang. Zhou Ang didn't say anything. He looked at Jiang Liang and saw her red eyes, pale face, and slightly trembling lips after putting down her hands. He didn't see her shed a tear, and there was no tear mark on her face. But she looked obviously in pain. Since it was so painful, why didn't she cry? Why didn't she rush up and beat him? He bullied her. What is she enduring? Miss Jiang, are you okay? Do you want to call the police? Jiang Liang lowered his eyes and trimmed his messy hair with his hands trembling slightly. I'm fine. I don't need to call the police. But what did the security guard want to say? Chen Xiao kicked across in front of the security guard. Miss Jiang said no, didn't you hear that? Don't meddle too much. The security guard ignored Chen Xiao's warning and asked Jiang Liang again. Miss Jiang, what do you mean? No, I'm fine. Mr. Zhou, my family is still waiting for me. I'll go back first. After saying that, Jiang Liang hugged his arms tightly and walked past several people with his head down. Zhou Ang never said a word. He just looked at Jiang Liang's back as he left. The back is weak and slender, as if the wind can lift it down. A trace of pain and panic surged into his heart. He felt as if he had done something wrong. Something was slipping away from his heart. He wanted to catch it, but he caught it. Did he do something wrong? He's really crazy. He shouldn't have treated her like this. Mr. Zhou. Chen Xiao looked at Zhou Ang and called him out. The person in front of him has long been out of sight, but Zhou Ang is still watching in a dardad. He didn't know what he was doing, and he didn't know what to do with Jiang Liang. But he hurt him. Obviously, he wanted to apologize to her some time ago. He even bought the necklace for her own eyes. But why didn't he say the apology? The necklace was not sent out either. What on earth went wrong? He hated her, but he didn't want to hurt her. Zhou Ang only felt that his heart was covered and pulled tightly by a big hand, which made his heart feel stuffy and painful. Why did they come to this point? They changed from being old and dying without each other to hurting each other. This is not what he wanted, but he contributed to it. Let's go. Zhou Ang moved his hand hanging on his side and turned around. Chen Xiao looked at him. He lowered his head, and his spine was not as straight as usual. His whole body was like an eggplant hit by frost, and he lost his momentum and pride. Minghua County. Li Chao listened to what the security guard on the other end of the phone described to him and said, "Have you taken any photos?" The other side said, "I took a picture." Li Chao, send me the photo. Half a second after hanging up the phone, Li Chao received a message on his mobile phone. A photo, although it was night and the light was dim, he still recognized the person in the photo at a glance, Zhou Ang. The photo was sent by the security guard of Jiangliang community. As soon as Zhou Ang left, the security guard called Li Chao and explained the matter as it was, including Zhou Ao's forced Jiangliang. Li Chao put them in the community to protect Jiang Liang. When Jiang Liang got out of the car to the gate of the community, the two noticed that Zhou Ang did not do anything excessive to Jiang Liang at the beginning, and the two only thought it was a little couple who had a conflict. It doesn't matter. It was not until later that Jiang Liang began to shout that the two quickly came out to stop them. Li Chao took his mobile phone upstairs and knocked on the door of the room. Soon, Shi Yan came to open the door in a bathrobe. He just came back from a business trip today and went to the company before he could go home. After going to the company, he went out for dinner with the guests. I didn't come back to take a shower until now. Shi Yan glanced at Li Chao and then turned around and continued to wipe his head with a towel. Mr. Shi, it's Miss Jiao's business. Shi Yan's hand rubbing his head stopped. What's the matter? Li Chao handed the mobile phone to Shi Yan, who was Master Zhou. Then, he told Shi Yan what the security guard told him as it was. When it was said that Zhou Ang said that Jiang Liang was going on a blind date, he glanced at his boss and saw that Shi Yan was silent and expressionless, so he continued to speak. Shi Yan frowned when he heard that Jiang Liang was kissed by Zhou Ang Qiang. Was she forced? His voice was low, with some displeasure and some worry inside. Li Chao replied, that's what the security guard said. Miss Jiao was forced to kiss by the tree by Master Zhou. It was Miss Jiao who scolded Master Zhou's security guard loudly before she went out to stop her. Hearing the words, Shi Yan frowned tighter. Did she cry? No, but her eyes are red. Shi Yan tightened his hand holding the mobile phone and got up. Go to drive. Chapter 46 coax her. The car is driving in the night. Shi Yan glanced at the red velvet strawberry cake beside him. This is Wang Shengji's cake, which is handmade by the cake artist who has won the International Gold Award. Wang Shengji only accepted reservations. He paid 3 times the price plus a threatening export to grab the velvet cake that others had already reserved. Just to coax the person on the other end of the phone. Shi Yan's eyes fell back on the screen of his mobile phone. He just sent her a message. Only a few words, I'm back. He is waiting for her reply. He wants to know her current state. However, the message has been sent for more than 10 minutes, but I haven't received a reply. A little faster, he said in a low voice. At this time, Jiang Liang was sitting on the bench in the community, and she hadn't gone upstairs yet. Her mind is in a mess and her mood is terrible. The light on the 5th floor hasn't been turned off yet, and Zhou Mei hasn't slept yet. She doesn't want to go back with this terrible face. Otherwise, Zhou Mei should be worried. Zhou R's actions and words tonight deeply hurt her. Although she did sell her body because of money, it was to save her life and her relatives. She was very angry, but she didn't want to explain anything, didn't want to justify anything, and didn't want to be entangled with him anymore. It seems that there is no need to explain and justify it to him. Because it's true, he is not his kind of person. But why did he classify her as a bad woman with no bottom line of money without knowing anything and asking anything? Force her and humiliate her. She was so weak that she betrayed her innocence. This is true, and she doesn't want this either. She also wants to forget it. But some things can't be done as if nothing happened. Zhou Ang said that she didn't want to fall in love as long as she was under his eyes. Jiang Liang sneered in his heart. Why did he ask her so much? Restrict her personal rights? Or did he feel that he had dumped him at the beginning and broke their promise, and she would have to spend her whole life to atone for her sins? What is his basis? Why did Zhou Ang treat her like this? Jiang Liang was dizzy and swollen. She leaned on the bench and shrank herself up, hugged her knees tightly, and buried her head in her knees. Are you heartbroken? It hurts. After all, they loved each other, and they broke up not because they didn't love each other. It is a last resort. The person who once loved deeply is now stabbing your heart. Can it not hurt? The night is dark, and she is licking alone in the dark. Shi Yan entered the community with a cake. When he arrived at the unit building, he glanced at the lights that were still on upstairs and stopped. I took a look at the chat interface that didn't move again. He dialed the voice chat directly, and the phone rang on the bench not far behind him. He hung up the phone and walked to the bench. There is a man curled up on the bench. She hugged her knees and buried her face in her knees. Her long hair was scattered, and the silk wrapped around her was sewn. Shi Yan put the cake on the bench and sat beside her. Just look at the girl with only long hair. I didn't wait for any reaction from her for a long time. Shi Yan reached out and rubbed the top of her hair. Why can't you think like this? Hide here to feed mosquitoes. Hearing his words, the hairy head finally moved. Jiang Liang looked up and squinted at the person next to him. When he saw who he was, Jiang Liang looked at him with wide eyes. Mr. Shu, why are you here? After asking this question, she seemed to think of something and asked again, did you come back from a business trip? Yes, I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Shi Yan looked at her and said softly, oh, I didn't look at my mobile phone. I don't know. I'm sorry. In fact, she was in a bad mood. She heard the ringtone of her mobile phone, but she just didn't want to pay attention. He looked at her and observed the emotional changes on her face. She looked really in a bad mood, her eyes were red, and her eyes changed from decadent to the moment she saw him clearly. It's just that her eyes darkened again after she finished speaking. I know that she hasn't recovered yet. Shu Yan brought the cake and said, the gift for you. Jiang Liao looked at the exquisitely wrapped cake box in Shi Yan's hand. She looked at Shu Yan and squeezed her lips but did not answer. Strawberry cake will be a little sighing here. It's your favorite strawberry cake with velvet, but it's not the quiet time. Shu Yan saw through her mind and knew that she felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the strawberry cake at this time. He ignored her displeasure and opened the cake on his own. The red strawberry velvet cake was covered with a layer of warm light under the street lamp. The cake looks more attractive and delicious. Jiang Liang swallowed his throat and turned his face away. Shu Yan smiled and handed the fork and cake to Jiang Liang. Have a taste, Wang Shengji. Wang Shengji Jiang Liang had never heard of it, but she hesitated for a moment and still took the cake. After all, when you are in a bad mood, eating sweets can really relieve depression. She forked a piece and put it in her mouth. It tasted very good, comparable to the quiet time, and it seemed to be even better. Is it delicious? Shu Yan looked at her expression and was quite satisfied to see that she did not look reluctant. Well, it's delicious. Jiang Liang nodded. Shu Yan raised the corners of his lips and looked deep. It's good to be delicious. It's time for you to change a cake shop. What? Jiang Liang was eating cake and didn't hear what he was saying. The smile on the corners of Shi Ya's lips became meaningful. I will buy this one for you in the future. In the future? Jiang Liang was stunned for a moment. Yes, no matter whether you are in a good mood or not in the future, as long as you want to eat, just tell me that Yan Ling has to do it even if he doesn't do it. Jiang Liang's eyes moved, so this was done by your friend. Why is Jiang Liang so smart? Shi Yan touched her head with a smile. Jiang Liang was a little uncomfortable with his seemingly casual behavior. Isn't it too intimate? But I don't know if it's because of the relationship between Zhouang and his uncle and nephew. In addition, I drank too much before and called his father, and he also coaxed her to sleep on his behalf. When she looks at Shi Yan now, she always unconsciously has a filter for the younger generation to look at the elders. Then eat your cake, do I need anything in return? Shi Ya's friend made it, and it must not be an ordinary cake master. She knows the price of a good cake over the years, and it's an expensive batch. Can Shi Ya's friend make it cheaper? There is no free lunch in the world, but anyone who gives will definitely want to be rewarded. She doesn't think Shu Yan will be a person who does not ask for anything in return and is selfless. She is still very clear about the true trite of businessmen. Why, you want to give me back a piece of cake? Can't I just want to treat you to a cake? No, Jiang Liang shook his head. Mr. Shu, you are not so free, and this is not what Mr. Shu will do. Isn't it what I will do? In your heart, what should I do and what will I do? Shu Yan looked at her and asked with interest. Chapter 47. This is the cake stolen. Jiang Liang said without thinking, of course, he is busy every day. He is either in a meeting or negotiating a contract to see the project. At least, you won't have so much spare time to sit here with me to feed mosquitoes. After saying that, she scratched her calf. There were really mosquitoes. Seeing this, Shi Yan took the cake box beside her to drive away mosquitoes for her. What Jiang Liang said is indeed right. In the past, he did live such a life, either negotiating contracts and looking at projects, or sitting in the office for meetings. His mind was full of career. He ran so fast that even if something else was squeezed in, he didn't catch it. Now, he wants to slow down and look up at other scenery. Then what do you think I'm doing now? I'll not only accompany you to feed mosquitoes here, but also drive away mosquitoes for you. Jiang Liang looked at Shu Yan, and that's right. He is tall and elegant, always sitting on the stone chair in the shabby community. The hand that should have held the contract of hundreds of millions in his hand now condescendingly holding a cake box and gently drove away mosquitoes for her. This picture is both discordant and inexplicably harmonious. Some things that she thought were impossible to appear in Shi Yan have appeared. The picture she couldn't imagine also appeared. It was not too inconsistent, but it made people feel so natural. He doesn't do these things deliberately, but often subconsciously. It seems that he himself thinks it is a very ordinary thing. So, why did Mr. Shi do this? Jiang Liang was eating cake and didn't look at Shi Yan when he asked this question. She is waiting for an answer from Shi Yan. No one will be nice to another person for no reason. Why did he accompany a person he had just met in this shabby community to deliver cakes and mosquitoes to her? What is he doing? I said, will you accept it? If Mr. Shu says he is interested in me, I won't accept it, but there is no such possibility, so what does Mr. Shi want me to do? Or, what potential do I have to explore? Mr. Zhou didn't discover it, but Mr. Shi, did you discover it? Jiang Liang really couldn't think of the meaning of doing these things when time is calculated in minutes and seconds. To say that Shu Yan likes her, she thinks it's a fairy tale and completely impossible. They have only known each other for a few days, and they didn't have any intersection before. Besides, how can the head of the Shihoi group like her? Family background, career, ability, it doesn't matter what she wants. Except for a little appearance, she doesn't seem to be attractive. And with my current ability, I can barely make ends meet. It is still a little credible to say that Li Chao likes her. Shu Yan. Forget it. So she said that she had the potential to be exploited by Shiyan, but she barely found a reason that was not a reason. Shiyan looked at her. She ate the cake in small mouthfuls. Her expression was relaxed, but when she looked closely, she was not. She just looks relaxed. But it was already the rich expression he saw on her face tonight. He thought that if she really wanted to say her true purpose at this moment, she would be scared. Forget it, I just want to comfort her today, make her happy, divert her attention, and let her not be frightened by Zhou Ang, that bastard. Thinking of Zhou Ang, Shi Ye's face sank. You do have a lot of potential that Zhou Ang has not discovered. I'll tell you about this later. When Shu Yan said this, a picture appeared in front of him, each of which made people's blood tense. She did have great potential. She didn't do anything that night, but she easily let him lose control, regardless of her wanting her like crazy. Unexpectedly, she didn't even know that her body was torn. Thinking of her suffering, Shi Yan's eyes darkened a little again. I remember I told you before that you cooked soup for me. In order to thank you, I bought you a cake to eat. It was a very fair deal. Before we are not familiar with it, you can regard it as a transaction, network exchange, and take what you need. But now I want to call it a normal interaction, care or comfort between friends. After all, we are friends now, aren't we? I have to say that Shi Yan is a natural controller. From childhood to adult, there is no prey he can't get. It's just a matter of time. Step by step, at least she is not disgusted with him at present. If you are in a hurry, it will only be counterproductive. He is also patient with her. Jiang Liang did not refute Shi Ye's words. She nodded. It means that it is default. She thought that she seemed to have nothing to use. First, she had no resources, and second, no money. She seemed to have a little beauty, but it didn't have much effect on people like Xiang. After all, he didn't seem to lack beautiful women. Sitting in a position like him, what kind of beautiful woman do you want? I won't covet her beauty so much. Since he said so, she has nothing to refute. Well, thank you for the cake. To be honest, Itadation was really in a bad mood, so I hid here to accompany the mosquitoes, but your cake came in time. I'm in a much better mood now. Thank you. Jiang Liang is telling the truth, and thanking Shi Yan is also sincere. She is in a much better mood now. Sweets are indeed very healing. That's good. You're welcome. It can make you feel better. Then the cake I spent 3 times the price to grab is also worth it. Shu Ya's words are a little too informative. Jiang Liang got to the point at once. 3 times the price? Grab it. Did she mishear? Is this what Shu Yan would do? Li Chao grabbed the collar of the cake master's neck aggressively. Shu Yan pointed to the cake on the table and said, I'll give you 3 times the price and sell this cake to me, or I will buy the store. The cake master's face trembled and didn't sell it. This cake was reserved by others. I didn't do anything about destroying my own signboard with other people's money. You have to do it even if you don't. Pop, Li Chao threw a dack of cash on the table and ran with Shi Yan with the cake. Shu Yan saw that she was stunned and explained, Wang Shenji only accepts reservations. Yan Ling didn't know in advance that I would come, and the cake was reserved by others. When I went there, he had just finished it. I gave him 3 times the price to compensate for his overtime pay. He didn't lose money. Yan Ling is usually afraid of him. He is what he says, but as soon as he touches his favorite cake career, he will rebel. He also threw away the money and threatened him when Yan Ling didn't do anything. If he doesn't give it, he will tell his old man to go back to inherit the family property and don't want to make the cake. The last thing Yan Ling wants to do is to face a lot of troublesome documents and endless meetings in the office. He had to give up this cake even if he didn't want to. He couldn't do the 4th brother, and he was even more afraid of his old man. He had to endure the pain and cut off his love and work overtime. Shu Yan didn't know that Jiang Liang had already made up a wonderful picture in his mind at this moment. He became the domineering president in the bloody drama to make his little wife happy. Li Chao is a dog-legged man who bullies people too much around the president. Chapter 48 Auntie is leaving. Shu Yan glanced at his watch. It was very late. I'll take you upstairs. Oh, no, my mother came back from the hospital. It's not convenient to stay at home. All right, then you can go up by yourself. Okay, bye then. Bye. Oh, by the way, is the woman downstairs still bothering you? No, when it comes to the woman downstairs, Jiang Liang remembered that she didn't seem to have seen her these days. Go up and rest early. Okay. Watching Jiang Liang go upstairs, Shi Yan turned around and left the community. After Jiang Liang went upstairs, the nurse hadn't slept yet. She is a live-in aunt, Jiang Liang has to go to work, and Zhou Mei needs someone to take care of her food and drink. Although the salary of a living aunt is high, Jiang Liang doesn't have to worry about Zhou Mei's situation all the time when he goes to work. Fortunately, the aunt is also very careful, and Jiang Liang is very relieved. Auntie, you haven't slept yet? When Jiang Liang entered the room, he saw that his aunt had just hung up the phone. She was afraid that she was calling her family. The aunt looked at Jiang Liang's eyes and gave a vague hum. Jiang Li didn't care much. She went back to her room and took her pajamas to take a shower. After washing, I came out and saw that my aunt hadn't slept yet, but she was still sitting on the sofa. When she saw Jiang Liang coming out, her lips moved, and she stopped talking. There was something wrong with the aunt during this period. Jiang Liang felt it, but the aunt didn't say anything. Sometimes she forgets to ask her when she is busy. She walked over and sat opposite her aunt. "Auntie, do you have anything to say?" Auntie hesitated for a moment and said it. Turned out that her daughter was pregnant and wanted to have a baby, but her daughter's relationship with her parents-in-law was very tense. And there is a generation gap. My daughter is afraid that she will have a bad time with her parents-in-law because of child feeding and other problems during the period of giving birth. So she wanted to go back to her mother's house to have a baby. There is only one daughter in the aunt's family. She and her partner are also afraid that their daughter will be wronged when she is in parment. If a woman can't sit well during childbirth, not to mention the root of the disease, postpartum depression is not worth the loss. After thinking about it, she had to agree to her daughter's request. But it also means that she can't take care of Jo Mei. The aunt also hesitated for many days. Now her daughter is about to be hospitalized for delivery. Her partner urged her again and again, and she couldn't speak. "Li Yang, auntie can't help it. I know your mother needs someone to take care of her now, and you also have to go to work, so you can't take care of her. But my daughter also needs someone to take care of me. I am such a daughter. I'm really afraid that she will be wronged during the month, and if she is depressed, my partner and I will really not be able to live." Auntie also had no choice. When Jo Mei was still in the hospital, her partner urged her to quit the job quickly. "If you resign early, you can hire a nanny again earlier." She knew that it was difficult for Jo Mei's mother and daughter. Although she was paid, she also wanted to help more day by day. Besides, she really can't bear the mother and daughter. Jiang Liang was silent after listening to it. The news was a little unexpected for her. Jo Mei has been paralyzed for more than 2 years, and she has also hired several nannies, but they are not as good as this aunt. Either he is not careful enough, or he is too lazy, does not do a good job of hygiene, and has a big temper. Jiang Liang couldn't see that Jo Mei was paralyzed in bed and had to suffer. She would rather pay more money than find a better aunt to take care of her even if she worked hard. The aunt is not only conscientious, but also treats them as relatives. If we separate this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find such a good nurse in the future. But there is no other way. There is no banquet in the world that does not break up. Auntie, you really should have told me earlier that you should go back to take care of your sister. I won't blame you. Don't be psychologically burdened. When will you leave? About 3 or 4 days, my daughter will be hospitalized for delivery tomorrow. Her family will accompany her in the hospital these days, and I can take care of her for a few days. 3 or 4 days? Jiang Liang didn't expect that time was so tight that he couldn't find a suitable living aunt in the past few days. She bit her lip. "Okay, please help me for a few more days, and I will find a suitable aunt to come back for you as soon as possible." "Okay, Yang, auntie is really worried about you mother and daughter." The aunt took Jiang Liang's hand and burst into tears. Jiang Liang hugged his aunt and patted her on the back. "I know, I can't bear it, but my family is important. Don't worry about going back. Mom, I will take good care of her." The two talked for a while before they went back to their room to rest. Back in the room, Jiang Liang turned on his mobile phone and was going to look for a suitable housekeeping company on the internet first. As soon as you turn on the mobile phone, an unread message pops up. In addition to the previous Yang, there is also Zhou Ang. You don't need to click to know what's sent. Sorry. He is apologizing to her. Seeing these 3 words, Jiang Liao's mood, which had calmed down, suddenly became turbulent again. He didn't have to apologize to her. But why did he do this today? He said those mean words to her and used it to her. Obviously, they can be safe and not interfere with each other, or just let her owe him all the time, but Zhou always wants to break this peace. It seems that if he does this, the balance between them will no longer be tilted. However, this makes Jiang Liang feel more indebted to him. It will always be because of her that he will become like this. She doesn't know if she can face him calmly tomorrow. She was a little blocked. She didn't reply to Zhou's message, so she simply logged out of the mobile phone interface and browsed the housekeeping company on the internet with peace of mind. The next day, when Jiang Liang went to the company, he happened to meet Zhou Ang in the lobby. Chen Xiao walked behind Zhou Ang and met each other. The 3 of them looked a little unnatural. Jiang Liang took the initiative to greet Zhou Ang as usual, and then lowered his eyes. When entering the elevator, several people didn't say anything. When the elevator door closed, the elevator fell into a dead silence. Zhou Ang looked at the person in the elevator mirror. His throat rolled and his lips moved. Why didn't you reply to the message? The 2 people behind him looked up at him at the same time. When Jiang Liang found that his eyes were on him, he knew that he was asking about the message he sent her yesterday. Does he want an answer or want to know her attitude? Jiang Liang lowered his eyes and fell asleep. She couldn't pretend that nothing had happened last night. If he said sorry, she would say it was okay. She is not so heartless. She didn't reply because she needed time to relieve the harm he had brought to her. Zhou Ang nodded and stopped talking, as if he understood what she meant. As soon as people start working, they can forget everything. The two seem to have returned to the previous subordinate relationship without personal involvement. It's just that when she goes to the office to hand in documents or is present with Zhou Ang, she always feels that there are two eyes falling on her. But she ignored it and didn't want to look back. After work at noon and evening these 2 days, she ran to the housekeeping center. After running for 2 days, I didn't find a suitable one. She can only run as many houses as possible before her aunt leaves. If there are more people watching, she may meet the right one. Chapter 49. She is more beautiful than flowers. However, before she could find a suitable nanny, her aunt's daughter was given birth in advance. Jiang Liang had to find an aunt who looked good in the housekeeping company. During the 3-day probationary period, Zhou Mei said that the new aunt was okay. Jiang Liang was relieved to be worried for a few days. What she is most afraid of is that Zhou Mei will be wronged. She is paralyzed in bed and has already suffered a lot. She doesn't want Zhou Mei to suffer any other offense. She would rather work harder than spend more money, as long as the nurse can take good care of Zhou Mei. The project of Lingshui Entertainment Village will start at the beginning of October. This project has attracted much attention from the outside world from the beginning. It has really been launched. In order to drive the economy in the future, the district government will naturally have to create momentum. Moreover, this project is led by Shihoi Group, and two powerful enterprises, Zhou and Qiao, have joined. The economic benefits that can be driven in the future can be imagined. All media reporters have been waiting here for a long time. As soon as Zhou Ang and Xiao Mujing appeared, they were surrounded by water. Compared with them, Xu Yan is much more low-key. The relevant departments did not publicize his arrival. Even the outside world doesn't know whether he will come today or not. It was not until the ceremony officially began that he appeared directly at the scene. Reporters were not given the opportunity to interview at all. But as soon as he appeared, it still caused quite a sensation. The flash of the reporters kept falling on him. When he stood with a group of town officials and presidents, the strong aura of not being arrogant cannot be ignored. After the ceremony, Xu Yan was not interviewed. He talked to a group of officials in the space isolated from the bodyguards and staff. Zhou Anze and Xiao Muting were interviewed by the media respectively. During the interview, Jiang Liang and Chen Xiao stood not far from Zhou Ang respectively. A group of onlookers stood behind her, and someone whispered about Xu Yan behind her. Look at Xu Yan, the president of Shihoi Group, who is so young and handsome. With those leaders, he has a good leadership style. Yes, mature men are different. Ho has to live in the style of a domineering president, and also has achieved the style of an uncle in the hall. I heard that Xu Yan was originally going to go into politics, but one of his two brothers was in the military headquarters and the other was in politics far away in the south. His sister married the Zhou family again. At that time, no one would inherit Hoi Group. The old man has been retired for many years. Xu Hoi has been the CEO of the management, and now he has come back to take over. No wonder he has a kind of hall-in-hall aura at a young age. If a person like him can make a difference in the officialdom, he must have made a difference. Who said no? The sound of the two people talking in a low voice came into Jiang Liang's ears word for word. She looked up at Xu Yan, who was still talking to those leaders in the distance. It's too far away. In fact, she can't see the man's face clearly. She only saw a handsome man standing among a group of old and important officials, and he became more and more outstanding in his old age. Officials have always been exquisite in all aspects. Seeing him talking and laughing with those people fluently, he is full of sharpness and calmness between his hands and feet. That is the free collection and release that can only be achieved after the refinement and polishing of the world. Sometimes he is introverted, sometimes he is sharp, and his personal charm is released all the time. The attraction of mature men is very tempting. Men who are rich, talented, and have status, but they are handsome, are even more deadly. I don't know how many girls' hearts have been fascinated by Xu Yan with this skin alone. As if sensing something, Xu Yan in the distance also looked up at Jiang Liang's position. Jiang Liang looked at his face, and at this moment she seemed to see his facial features clearly. Clear, three-dimensional, and perfect. There is a dinner in the evening. It's the hotel where I had dinner after the meeting in Shuhoi last time. The group stayed up late. On the way, Jiang Liang received a message from Xu Yan asking her to go out in the corridor to the bathroom in the backyard. She got up and came to the corridor. Xu Yan is on the phone. Seeing her coming, he looked at her face for a few seconds and made a wait gesture before moving away. Jiang Liang didn't disturb him and stood beside him and looked ahead. Unexpectedly, she saw the white rose tree in the yard. White roses are still in bloom, and white flowers look particularly bright in the dark. She wondered why she didn't see it last time. Xu Yan has been quietly listening to people talking on the phone, and from time to time he overflows from his throat. Okay, you can wait. Jiang Liang estimated that Xu Yan's call would not end for a while. So she turned her head and walked to the white rose tree in the yard. She leaned over and sniffed, and an elegant floral fragrance came to her nose. She took out her mobile phone and took pictures of the flowers from various angles. She was so engaged in shooting that she didn't even know when Xu Yan stood behind her after calling. Xu Yan stood up and looked at the girl in front of him with a focused expression, holding her mobile phone and kept patting the flowers. I haven't seen her since I bought her a cake and coaxed her last time. The main reason is that I'm too busy to make time. Today's launch ceremony was not originally in the itinerary, but knowing that she would come, he asked Li Chao to put the other itineraries back. Jiang Liyang looked at the flowers and looked at Jiang Liyang with a smile in his eyes. Hua Mei, in fact, she is more beautiful, but some people don't know it. Jiang Liyang, who finally finished taking pictures of flowers, turned around and saw Shi Yan standing behind her at some point. Mr. Shi, have you finished the phone call? Well, do you like it? Shi Yan's eyes fell on the flower and asked. Well, it's pretty good. It's pretty good looking, just like you. Jiang Liyang was looking at the picture in his mobile phone. He didn't pay attention to the meaning of Shi Yan's words, and just hummed subconsciously. When she realized, she saw Shi Yan staring at her with a smile. She also smiled, but she was not embarrassed. Mr. Xu is saying that I am like a flower, and I praise people so implicitly. Miss Jiang Liyang, please pay attention to the review of the topic. I'm talking about flowers like you, not that you look like flowers. Isn't it all the same? Since ancient times, the meaning of comparing flowers to people and people to flowers is always that people are as beautiful as flowers. In Jiang Liyang's opinion, the meaning is the same. What kind of flower will produce what kind of beauty, and what kind of beauty will have corresponding flowers? It's different, and there's a big difference. People are like flowers are like people are more delicate than flowers, and flowers are not necessarily more beautiful than people. Jiang Liyang looked at Xu Yan and then at Hua, so, he was saying that she was more beautiful than Hua. All right? She can't refute such a subtle way of praising people. A smile overflowed from the corners of her lips. Didn't Xu always come to me for something? When Jiang Liyang said this, Xu Yan remembered the reason for calling her out. Does Xu Yuqiao still remember? Well, I remember, my father. He said he would treat you to dinner last time, and he didn't plan to sake his word. Are you free tomorrow? It's true that Xu Yuqiao wants to invite her to dinner, but it's not the main thing. It's true that he wants to be alone with her. Jiang Liyang remembered that there was such a thing. However, she didn't pay attention to it at that time. Xu Yan's friends must be as busy as him, and he was still a father. I have to go to work again and breastfeed my baby. How can I have time to invite her, Xu Yan's friend? I may not have time tomorrow. My mother is going to the hospital for a re-examination, and the company is also busy these 2 days. It's okay. Then just push the time back a few days. In 2 days, it will be the old man's 70th birthday. We will make an appointment after the birthday. Well, good. Chapter 50 Class Gap, Cause and Effect. The 70th birthday of the old man at that time was not particularly grand. After all, one of his 2 sons is in the military headquarters and the other is in politics. Although he has retired, it's better to keep a low profile, lest you be caught by someone with intentions and give birth to variables. The birthday banquet was held in the Zixing mansion, the old house of the Shi family. In addition to relatives and friends, the invited people are also some good friends with the old man. It's low-key. The sophomore of the Shi family rushed back in his busy schedule this time. The family banquet on weekdays is basically attended by the family members. It is filial to the old man's 70th birthday this time. Chen Xiao and Xiao He were arranged by Zhou Ang to enter the mansion to deal with emergencies. Jiang Liyang was arranged outside the mansion. This relieved her. Zhou A's mother, Shi Yinlan, hadn't met her face to face for several years. At the beginning, Shi Yinlan disagreed with her relationship with Zhou Ang and asked her several times in private. At that time, her attitude towards Shi Yinlan was very tough. She thought that her relationship with Zhou Ang was a matter of 2 people. As long as Zhou Ang did not mention breaking up, she would not mention it. No matter how much pressure there is in the outside world, she will not let go. Even if this person is Zhou A's mother, it won't work. What's more, her relationship with Zhou Ang is not for his family background and money. At that time, Jiang Yuhua had a small company in operation, although it was worthless compared with the Zhou family. But Jiang Liao's life is also very good, with no shortage of food and clothing. Moreover, she is a talented girl in the Department of Fine Arts of Peking University. At that time, her painting talent had been recognized by many seniors in the art world, and many art institutions, and even foreign institutions wanted to invite her to sign a contract, and promised that as long as she signed the contract, she could exhibit her works at the most prestigious Burke Convention and Exhibition Center. The future is bright. She doesn't need to rely on Zhou Ang and the Zhou family behind him at all. That's why she is so tough in the face of Shi Yinlai's arrogance and unreasonableness. However, the good times did not last long. His father had an accident, he was in debt, and the company was gone, and then he suddenly committed suicide. Overnight, her life fell into darkness. She was in debt for her father, and her hand was also injured in the accident, so she could no longer paint. At that time, Xu Yunlan found her and threw her a check to pay off the debt on the condition that she left her son and never had something to do with him again. Otherwise, she will take every means to stop it. Xu Yinlan's practice is not glorious, whether it is to take advantage of people's danger or to save people from water and fire. Although Jiang Liang did need money at that time, she still refused Xu Yinlan's arrogant and unreasonable deal. She didn't want the love between her and Zhou Ang to end in a blasphemous way. Even if it ends, their love should not be stained with any stains. In fact, she also knows that she and Zhou Ang really can't go on. At that time, Zhou Ang quietly gave up the plan of going abroad for further study in order to be with her. After being known by Xu Yinlan, he was trapped in the field for various reasons and cut off contact with the outside world. And she was madly recovered by creditors in Beijing. During that time, the two lost contact. In fact, this also gave her a lot of time to think about the relationship between the two. The huge class gap seems to be a gap between the two. Even if Zhou Ang insists, she will still not be accepted by his family. If they are forced together, they will receive unprecedented obstacles and tribulations. How long can love last without the blessing of parents? She didn't have so much confidence to bear the pain of losing her family and her love. Instead of being exhausted and abandoned in the future, it's better to end it early. On the one hand, she has to pay off the debt, and on the other hand, she has to face the oppression of Xu Yinlan from time to time. She is forced to worry and exhausted. Later, because Han Jing got close to her, the outside world began to spread the gossip between her and Han Jing, saying that she stepped on two boats. She just planned, did not clarify, and deliberately ignored Zhou Ang. When Zhou Ang couldn't calm down and ran to question her, she said the words that made him desperate. "Yes, I'm found someone better than you. Let's end it." After that, Zhou Ang was discouraged and went abroad with Xu Yinlan's arrangement. So far, the two have never contacted each other again. Until more than half a year ago, Zhou Ang suddenly appeared in her sight again. It was not her intention to be Zhou A's assistant at the beginning. It's just a coincidence. At that time, she and Zhou Mei were not in Beijing, but lived in Hebei city next door. The prices there were not as high as those in Beijing, and the living conditions were not so bad. In about 3 years, Zhou Mei had to have surgery because of a tumor on her head. The medical conditions in Hebei city were limited and she could not have surgery. She can only take Zhou Mei back to Beijing. After settling down Zhou Mei, she found a nearby company to be a clerk. Save money for surgery while working a few jobs. Later, somehow, I heard that the company was acquired and merged into the Zhou family. And her clerk work was also transferred, and she became the assistant to the president. This job has been done until now. At first, she was shocked when she knew that the president was Zhou Ang. He suddenly returned to China and suddenly became her boss. Everything came unexpectedly. But soon, she accepted the reality. She and Zhou Ang have been in the past for a long time. What she has to do now is to do her job well and save enough money to operate on Zhou Mei. As for how to face Zhou Ang, she has indeed done psychological construction for a long time. After all, she once owed him. It is indeed a little difficult to say that you can be completely distracted. But at that time, Zhou A's attitude largely gave her space to complete her psychological construction. His work is serious and even a little harsh. He treated her as if he had never known her as an ordinary employee. The two have never had private contact beyond superiors and subordinates. Zhou Ang has never shown any private emotions in front of her. She didn't do a good job, so he scolded her. I was not satisfied with the information she had sorted out, and even covered it on her body. She endured that she had never done the job of assistant to the president. Even if she was a clerk, she had only learned a little from a friend in his city, so she applied directly. She is a complete novice in being an assistant. During that period, she was under a lot of pressure. She had to work part-time at night to run errands and deliver takeaways, and was exploited by Zhou Ang during the day. I'm going crazy. But even so, she never thought of retreating. The salary of being an assistant to the president is 3 times that of an ordinary clerk. She needs money and this job. Fortunately, she persevered. Zhou Ang did give her high pressure, but it was also this high pressure that made her grow up quickly. Later, Zhou Ang assigned her more and more jobs, and she couldn't do the evening part-time job anymore. If Xu Yinlan knew that she was Zhou A's assistant at this time, I don't know how she would feel. Will she accept the oppression from Xu Yinlan? If she saw Xu Yinlan on the day, Xu Yinlan treated her again and forced her as before, maybe she would not be surprised. There is also this mental preparation. Later, the guests dispersed one after another. Just when Jiang Liang thought there should be nothing to do tonight, she suddenly received a call from Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's voice seemed a little heavy on the phone. "Assistant Jiang, are you still outside?"